properties and methods to the newly created object. Of course, we can use dot notation. So if we write object1.name equals to John, then reload, we will have here name property inside our object. There is another way to add properties, and let's comment this line out. We can do it using second parameter. This way has kind of strange syntax, but it's the way how it works. So write here name, and here is a strange part. Instead of assigning the value simply, we need to create another object and then use value property and then assign the actual value to it. So open curly braces and write value John. Reload the page, and you see that we have the exact same result. Alright, so you already know basically how object.create method works. As we said, we can connect newly created object to any of the object's prototypes, and let's see it with function constructor. Let's remove these quotes and create function constructor, right? Function person. Then inside the curly braces, write this dot name and assign the value as John. Now I'm going to add a new property to person's prototype object. So write here person.prototype dot grid equals to hello. Okay, at first I'm going to create object using new operator in order to compare it to the object that will be created using object.create method. So write var person1 equals to new person. Then use object.create and create other object var person2 equals object.create and pass as a parameter person.prototype. Let's log both objects in console. Write console.log person1 and then person2. Reload, and you see that we have two person objects. First one, which is created using new operator, and the second person object, which is created using object.create method. Let's expand them and drop down underscore underscore proto underscore underscore properties as well. You see that in both cases we have grid property. So it means that both objects have access on person's prototype object, and of course both of them have access on global object functions prototype. But here we have one difference between those two person objects. The first one, which was created using a new operator, has name property and the value John, but the second one, created using object.create method, doesn't have it. Okay, so you already know that using object.create method we can manually define the prototype for that created object, either the prototype of global object or function constructor, or even we can create other object and pass it as a prototype of it. So it may sound confusing, but do not worry, I'm going to show you another example in order to explain it well. For that I'm going to create an object, write var first proto, then write here the method, say hello, then anonymous function, and inside the curly braces write return hello. Because of that, I'm going to use this entire object as a prototype I want to use variable this and name, which will be the property of current object. So right here plus this dot name. And now I'm going to create object and set first proto object as its prototype. Write var John equals to object dot create. Pass here the first parameter, as we said, first proto object, and then as a second parameter, open here curly braces, write the name property, then again open curly braces, write value as John. Let's log it in console, write console.log John. Reload. Here we have object with property name John, and if we check its underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property, we will find there say hello method from first proto object, because as you see it is passed as prototype for John object. So again, object.create method gives us ability to use manually created objects as prototypes. Alright, in order to make our example more interesting, I'm going to create another object using object.create method. This object will be used as prototype for another object which will be created soon, and we will see kind of interesting prototype hierarchy. So write var second proto equals to object.create, and I'm going to pass here as prototype the object that we have created, I mean first proto, then open the curly braces and add here the method say hi, then we need here the value as anonymous function, and inside the curly braces write return hi plus this dot name. Let's see it in console. Write console.log second proto. Reload. So here we have object with say hi method, and if we expand underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property, we will find say hello method from first proto object. Okay, and now the last thing that I'm going to do is to create another object and to assign to it as prototype second proto object. So write var bob equals to object.create, then as the first parameter, as we said, let's pass second proto, then as a second parameter open curly braces and add name property, and then the value as Bob. Again, let's see it in console, write console.log Bob. Reload. So here we have object Bob. Let's drop down it and check the first underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property. Here we have say hi method, because the prototype of Bob object is set as second proto object. If we expand another underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property, then we will find say hello method from first proto object, because it is set as prototype for second proto object. And then finally we will reach to global object functions prototype. Make sense? Alright. I think it's not a very complicated topic, but again I recommend you to think of other examples and test this method on your own, because it's the best way to learn more. So before we finish, I want to show one more thing. Let's create another object. So right below var object equals object.create, and as a parameter let's pass here the null value, and then check in console what we have. Write console.log object, reload, then drop down it. You see that our object is completely empty. It doesn't have underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property. It means that this object doesn't have connection with any of the prototype objects, and that's because of the null value. Okay, so if we compare object.create to function constructor method, both of them have some advantages and disadvantages, which we actually have talked about already. Nowadays, function constructor is more popular and flexible, but regardless of that, you may come across the situations where you may need to use object.create method. So you have to know well how it works. Alright, let's move on. You already know that in JavaScript we have function statements and function expressions. In case of function expressions, you are able to assign function as a value to the variable and then invoke it using variable name. It's because functions in JavaScript are first-class functions. So I'm not going to repeat again what function expressions are because you already know well how they work. I'm just going to show you real power of JavaScript functions, which actually act in different ways than in many other programming languages. So what are first-class functions? This concept means the following: that in JavaScript we are able to store function in a variable. We can use function as a variable, also pass them as parameters, and we are able to return function from other function. In many other programming languages, we are not allowed to use functions in such flexible ways. Alright, let's see exactly what I'm talking about. So as we said, we can store functions in variables. Let's demonstrate it once again. We need to create variable and assign to it anonymous function. So write var a equals to anonymous function, and then write console.log hello. In order to invoke it, we can use name of the variable, and we need to write it after variable declaration because of the hoisting. If we invoke it before its declaration, then we will get an error, because as we already know, the value of the variable a is undefined. Okay, it was just for reminding some important things. Let's write another example and remove this code. Create function and call it sum. Inside the parentheses, let's pass here the parameters number 1 and number 2. And now I'm going to pass here a third parameter, which I will use then as a function. I mean that when we invoke function sum, we will pass this function as an argument. So write here fn. Then in console, let's add number 1 and number 2. Write console.log number 1 plus number 2. Then write another console.log in which I'm going to invoke function which is passed as a parameter. So write here fn. Okay, let's invoke function sum. For that we need to write sum and then pass argument for number 1 and number 2 as 5 and 10. And now I'm going to pass here as an argument anonymous function. So write function and then inside the curly braces return statement and write function is executed. Reload, and you see that we have 15 and then function is executed. So you see that we have passed function as a parameter for another function. Okay. As we said, we can use function as a variable, and in order to do that, we can define this function outside. Let's cut it from here and paste, then call it as done. And then as an argument, we need to pass here name of the function as variable. Reload. And you see that we have again 15 and function is executed. Alright. In order to make our lecture more interesting, I'm going to write another a bit complicated example. Suppose that we have an array which consists of scores of students. So write var scores equals and pass here some numbers, 55, then 35, 87, and let's say 45. Now we need to create a function which will check if a particular student could pass an exam. Keep in mind that the limit of passing exam is 51 points. Recently I have showed the example like this, but in this case I'm going to treat function as first class function. So write here function and call it check result. Inside the parentheses I'm going to pass parameters, first one for array and the second one for function. Then inside the curly braces create another array which will be empty for now because I'm going to add in that array results. So write var new array equals to empty square brackets. In order to check particular score, we need to loop through the array items. For that I'm going to use for loop, so write for, then variable I equals to 0, then we need I is less than array.length, and then the increment I++. Okay. In order to add items in new empty array, you remember that we need to use array push method. So write new array dot push, and in moment of adding items we need to invoke function which was passed as a parameter here. As an argument for that function we need to pass current item from the array. So write fn and inside the parentheses write array and in square brackets indicate the I variable. And after that, in order to get new array, we need to return it. So write return new array. Okay. Now let's write function which will actually check if student could pass an exam, and then this function will be passed as an argument when we call check result function. So write function and call it pass or fail. As you see, we have passed here parameter which points to current item, and now we need to indicate it here as an argument. Let's call it score. In order to pass the exam, the current score should be greater or equal to 51. So let's write it return score is greater than or equal to 51. Alright, now it's time to call check results function. Write it in console.log check result. So this function has two parameters, array and function. As an array we need to pass scores, and as function we need to use pass or fail function that we have just created. Reload, and you see that we have array which consists of Boolean values. True value means that score was greater or equal to 51 and the student could pass an exam, and in case of false, the student was failed. Alright. We can create multiple functions which will give us other information about the result of the exam. For example, if we want to define what was the difference between the limit and the actual scores, we can create another function. So write function and call it calculate difference. Then inside the parentheses write score again. And as a return statement we need to write score minus 51. Then duplicate it and change the name of the function into calculate difference. Reload. And so here we have another array which consists of differences between 51 and the actual scores. Okay, it's nice, right? Using functions as first-class functions is a big advantage of JavaScript because they are very flexible and convenient way to write really nicely structured code. Alright, let's move on. Okay, in previous lecture you have seen how to store functions in variable, how to use function as a variable, and also how to pass function as a parameter. The last thing that I want to show you regarding first-class functions is how to return function from other function. Alright, let's go to brackets, and in order to demonstrate it I'm going to use a little example again about exam, scores and students. So using this example I'm going to check if student has passed an exam or failed, and also according to student's score where he or she would start studying. I mean start studying in university or in college. Okay, at first I'm going to create the main function and call it final result. So write function final result. It will accept one parameter, score. Then in order to define the range we need to use if-else statement. As a first condition I'm going to define if score is greater than or equal to 81 points. If this condition is true, then student will start studying in university. I'm going to pass this result in function and then return that function. So write return function. This anonymous function accepts one parameter which will be the name of the student. So write name inside the parentheses, and then in curly braces write console.log name plus you passed an exam and you are a student of, let's say, State University. Okay, after that we need to define second case. I mean if score is greater than or equal to 51, so we need to write else if statement with the condition score is greater than or equal to 51. Then again we need return statement, so write return function and pass here again the parameter name. So if this condition is true, then suppose that the student will start studying in college. So write console.log name plus you passed an exam and you are student of State College. Okay, and the last part of the function is else statement, in which we will define if student is failed. So write else, then again return the function with parameter name, and inside the curly braces write console.log name plus you failed. Alright, everything is ready. Now it's time to call these functions. Create a variable var result 1, equals, and write here the name of the main function, final result, with its argument, let's say 77 points. And then let's see in console what we will get. Write console.log result 1. Reload, and you see that we have function from else if statement. Because this score, I mean 77 points, is acceptable for the condition of else if. As you see, as a result, we have function here from final result function, and we just need to invoke it. At first, let's remove this console.log and write result 1 and pass the argument name as John. Reload, and we have John, you passed an exam and you are a student of State College. Okay, let's see another case for other student. Let's say Jane. Create again variable var result 2 equals, and call the function again final result with the argument. In this case, write 44 points, and then below write result 2 and the name Jane. Reload, and we have Jane, you failed. In this case, function from else statement was executed. Alright, we can use different type of syntax. It is like a shorthand method. We can write final result, the name of the main function, with its argument, right here 96, and then open parenthesis and write the name, for example Mary. So it looks like kinda strange, but it works in this way as well, because JavaScript engine executes code from left to right. At first it executes final result function, then it reaches to second function and executes it with proper argument. So reload, and we have Mary, you passed an exam and you're a student of State University. Alright. This was all about first-class functions. See you in the next video. Generally, every JavaScript developer tries to create as less global variables as possible. The main reason of that is to avoid facing to naming conflicts, and especially it happens when you deal with several JavaScript files. So we need the way that will allow us to write the safe code. And for that, we can use IFI, which stands for Immediately Invoked Function Expression. IFI is a function that runs as soon as it is defined. Okay, let's see what I'm talking about. You remember that in JavaScript we have function statements. Function statement means that it has a name, and this name is used to invoke function in order to execute it. And because of that, functions are first-class functions in JavaScript. We can assign them to variables as a value, and this is called function expression. Okay, let's see what happens when we face to naming conflicts. For that, I'm going to create some variables on global level and also inside those functions. So write variable c equals to 10, and then again write var c equals to 20. Then log variable c in console, write console.log c. Okay, then inside function a create again variable c, write var c equals, and write here from function a, then return it, and also create variable c inside function expression. Let's copy it and just change a into b, and again return c. Okay, then at the end invoke both functions, write console.log a and then console.log b. reload, and we have 20. Then from function A and then from function B. Alright, let's see how these codes are executed. So when the code runs, at first you know that global execution context is created. JavaScript engine executes codes line by line from top to bottom. It creates memory space for function A, variable B, and variable C, which at first has a value 10, but when the engine hits next line, it doesn't create another variable, it just overwrites 20 to 10. And then when we run it in console, we get value for variable C as 20. After that, you see that we invoke function A. So when the function A is run, it creates its local execution context, and the block of code inside this function is executed. You see again we have variable C, which doesn't belong to global execution context. It lexically is placed inside function, and therefore JavaScript engine creates new variable C. The value is not overwritten anymore, and we get in console from function A. After finishing the execution of function A, its execution context is gone. Then the second function is invoked, and actually the same happens here. Local execution context is created for function B. Then the new variable C is created, and we get in console from function B. So as a conclusion, we can say that if we use functions, we can avoid naming conflicts, which may be occur with global variables. But the better way to write safe code and avoid such naming conflicts is to use immediately invoked function expressions. Okay, let's go back to brackets and remove this code. First of all, I'm going to write some expression here. For example, write 5 plus 10. If we reload, we won't get any error, because it is an expression, and when the syntax parser checks it, recognizes that it is a valid syntax. But regardless of that, we cannot use this statement. It doesn't do anything. But again, it is valid. Okay, let's write anonymous function expression. You know that anonymous functions do not have names. Write function here, and also write something inside curly braces, for example console.log hello. So as we said, this function doesn't have name, and also it's not assigned to any variable. So it means that this function, as the expression above, is not usable. But when we reload, we will get an error in this case, which tells us that we have something unexpected. So when syntax parser finds the keyword function, then it expects to see the name of this function. But instead of the name, it finds brace and throws an error. So this kind of syntax is not valid, unlike the expression above. In order to avoid this error, we can wrap this anonymous function with parentheses. And if we reload, then we won't get any error. Okay, in order to execute this function, we need to invoke it, but you see that it doesn't have a name. So how can we call this function? It is very simple. We just need to use parentheses. Let's reload, and you see that it works. Function is executed, and we have hello in console. This is called immediately invoked function expression, or sometimes IFI. In case of IFIs, we can call them only once. Alright, as usually we can pass parameters inside function, let's say name. Also write here hello plus name. And here we can pass as an argument name, for example John. Reload, and you see that it works. You notice that we write parentheses outside the braces. It is considered as a better practice, but you can also call function inside the parentheses, reload, and you see that both syntax is valid. Okay, this is very popular and common way to write ifs. If you check the source code of JavaScript libraries, for example jQuery, you will see that the whole code is wrapped with parentheses. So using ifs is a very flexible and great way to write safe code. Okay, besides that, we can use function expression and we can invoke it immediately. So let's write a variable a equals to function. Because of that function is assigned to the variable, then syntax is valid, and therefore we don't need to wrap function with parentheses. Now let's invoke the function. In order to do that, we need to place parentheses after the curly braces. Also, let's put some code inside function, write console.log hi, reload, and we have hi in console. If we call again the function using the variable name a, then we will get an error, which tells us that a is not a function. The reason of this error is that the function was executed, and because of that we do not have here return statement. Variable a gets the value as undefined. Let's write here console.log a. So you see that the value is undefined. Okay, if we return some value like hello, the variable a will get the value hello. Alright, so in this lecture we have introduced to what ifs are. I have demonstrated them using simple examples, but I'm sure that you noticed how powerful and flexible tool they could be. As we already said, immediately invoked function expressions are used in almost every JavaScript library because again they allow us to write the safe code. Okay, let's move on. It's time to describe one of the most confusing but at the same time one of the most powerful and important part of JavaScript. I'm going to talk about closures. It is a weird and odd topic for many developers, especially for beginners, so you need to understand it well. Okay, what does closure mean? We can summarize closures in the following words. Function has always access to the variables of its outer function, even after the execution context of the outer function is finished. It is a little and simple definition about closures. Maybe it doesn't tell you everything about them, and it's not helpful at this point. But during the lecture, you will learn step by step what those words actually mean. Okay, in order to explain closures, let's write some examples. As the first example, I'm going to write a simple one. Create function for adding some numbers, write function, and call it calculate. Pass the parameter as number1. Then inside the function create variable and call it number2 and assign the value as 10. As we already know, functions in JavaScript are first-class functions, and also because of that functions are special type of object, we can return them. So I'm going to use return statement and return new function. Write return function and pass the parameter number3. Inside that function, I'm going to create variable sum and then write number1 plus number2 plus number3. Also log the variable sum in console, write console.log sum. Okay. So here we have function which includes parameter number1 and the variable number2, and it returns new function with parameter number3, and this function adds those three numbers. Okay, let's invoke the calculate function. I'm going to create a new variable add and then call a function, write var add equals to calculate and pass the argument as 5. Then log this variable in console, write console.log add. Reload. So we have in console function which is returned by the function calculate. In order to get the result, we need to invoke this function as well. I hope you remember how to do that. We just need to use the variable add. So write add and pass the argument as 15. And also remove this console.log, reload, and we have 30. The sum of those three numbers. Alright, I'm sure that you were expecting this result definitely, and you may wonder what this special happened here. Okay, let me remind you what happens behind the scenes when the functions are executed. When the code runs, global execution context is created. When JavaScript engine reaches that line, calculate function is invoked, and it creates its local execution context. In this function exists parameter number 1, which is actually variable itself, and also variable number 2. So function named calculate runs and then finishes its execution. Therefore, its local execution context is gone from the execution stack. Then, when the engine reaches next line, the second function is invoked and it creates its local execution context as well. This function includes parameter number 3. So, as you remember, in console we got result 30. It means that those three numbers, I mean number 1, number 2, and number 3, were summed. Here is a question. If function named calculate has already finished its execution, how could the returned function have access on variables number 1 and number 2? It's possible in JavaScript because of the power of closures. So inner function always has access to the variables of outer function even after it finishes running. This is power of JavaScript. It's not some kind of magic. It's a built-in feature of this programming language. Because we don't create manually closures, JavaScript engine does it automatically. Okay, let's write one more a bit complicated example for better understanding. Let's remove this code. This example is one of the most common and popular regarding closures. So if you search information about closures, you may find it somewhere. Okay, let's create function, write function A. Then I'm going to create an empty array. Write var array equals to empty square brackets. And then below write simple for loop. Write variable I equals to 0. Then we need here a simple condition. I is less than 3. And then the increment I++. On each iteration, we're going to use function, which will display an item in console. So for that, we need to use array push method, right? Array.push, and inside the parentheses, pass function, and inside that function, write console.log I, and then return array. Okay, now we need to invoke this function. Let's create variable b and then call function a, right? Var b equals to a. At first I'm going to display in console what an array looks like. I don't want you to be confused because this is a moment where many of the students get lost. So let's see in console, write console.log b. Reload, and you see that we have an array which consists of 3 functions because we had 3 iterations. Now let's invoke each of them. So write b and then in square brackets the index number 0. Now we have access on the first function, which is a first item in array, and in order to call it we need to place parentheses here. In the same way, let's call the rest of the functions. write b1 and then b2. Alright, before I reload the page, I want you to think about what should be the result. Do you think that we will get 0, 1, 2 or something else? Let's see. Reload, and we have 3 for each item. That is something strange, right? Not really. Let's take a deep look how this code works behind the scenes. So here we have our code. When it runs, global execution context is created. Then function A is invoked and it creates its local execution context, and the block of code inside it is executed. Here we have an empty array and for loop. On the first iteration, when I is equal to 0, because of the push method, in empty array, anonymous function is added as the first item. Then I becomes 1, and again anonymous function is added to the array as second item. Then in the same way, I becomes 2, condition is still true, and function is added to the array as the third item. Keep in mind that these functions are just added to the array without any execution. After that, I becomes 3, but according to the condition, I should be less than 3. Therefore, condition becomes false and loop terminates iteration. Also, function A finishes execution and its local execution context is gone from the stack. After that, we invoke functions inside that array. When they are called, they create their local execution context. Because of the closure, they have access on variable I, which is in their outer function. So for the first, second, and third function, variable I is same and it equals to 3. Make sense? I hope yes. Alright. Actually, these closures we can see in console if we drop down this array and then expand the function. We will find here scopes. Then if we drop down it as well, we will see here closure, and if we check it, we will find the variable I with the value 3. It's the same for the rest of the functions. If we check them, we will find again I with the value 3. Okay. If we want to get result in console as 0, 1 and 2, for that we need to execute this anonymous function during each iteration. Can you think of what we can do for that? The perfect way is to use our newly learned immediately invoked function expression. So we need to change here code a little bit. At first, let's wrap anonymous function with parentheses and then invoke it. We do not need this code anymore. Also remove this variable as well. Then reload the page. And here we go. We have 0, 1 and 2. Before we finish, let's consider once again what happened. So when the code runs, again global execution context is created. Then the function A is invoked and it creates its local execution context. On the first iteration, when the I is equal to 0, function inside push method is executed because this function now is iffy. At this point, I is 0 as you see, and in console we get 0. Then the execution context of iffy is gone. On the second iteration, I becomes 1, and again function inside push method is executed, and we get in console 1. Then execution context of iffy is gone, and starts third iteration, on which I becomes 2. Again function is executed, and in the exact same way we get 2 in console. Then the execution context of iffy is gone, I becomes 3, condition inside for loop is false, and loop terminates iteration. Make sense? Alright. I hope that you understood what closures are in JavaScript. I know that it's not a simple topic and it often causes confusion and misunderstanding. I want you to try your best in order to understand it well, because as we said, it's a very powerful and important feature in JavaScript. If you had any trouble with understanding this concept, I recommend to rewatch this video. Alright, let's go ahead. In this lecture, I'm going to describe 3 built-in methods of function in JavaScript: call, apply, and bind. They are very simple to understand, but at the same time, there could be lots of situations in JavaScript where using those methods is very efficient and flexible. Alright, let's go to the editor and demonstrate each of these methods using some examples. I'm going to create object, right, var person, and create here some properties: first name, John, then last name, right, Smith. Then I'm going to create a method for getting the full name, right, full name, then function, and then return this dot first name plus, place space here, and then plus this dot last name. Okay, now I'm going to create function expression which will define person's age and the job. So write var define person, and then assign to that variable the function with the parameters age and job. And then inside the curly braces, write console.log, write this dot full name plus is, then plus the age variable, then years old, and he is a, and plus here the job. Okay, I'm going to call this function now, write define person, and then inside the parentheses let's pass arguments for age and job, write for example 28 and developer. So what do you think we'll get here? I believe that you guess this will be definitely an error. The reason is that this variable points to global object, and on global level full name method doesn't exist. In order to work it, we need somehow to point this variable to the person object. This is a moment when we can use call, apply, and bind methods. Using those methods, we can define to which object should refer this variable. At first, I'm going to use call method. Let's change this code a little bit. So here we do not need to place parentheses because, as you know, functions are objects in JavaScript, and therefore we can use dot notation in order to attach to it call method. So write dot call. Now inside the parentheses we need to define an object as a parameter to which this variable should refer. So we need to write here person. We can already reload the page because call method, besides that it defines this variable, it also invokes the function at the same time. So reload, and here we have our text, but instead of age and job parameters we have undefined because we have not passed proper arguments. So we can define them here after person parameter, write 28 and again developer, reload, and we have John Smith is 28 years old and he is a developer. Alright, let's move on to the next method, which is apply. It works in the exact same way as call, but the only difference is that we pass arguments as an array. I mean that arguments should be items of an array. So write define person, then use apply method, again pass as a first parameter person object, and then inside the square brackets write the arguments for age and job, 30, and let's say designer. So reload, and you see that we have John Smith is 30 years old and he is a designer. Again, those two methods work in the exact same way, and the only difference is that in case of apply method, argument list should be always in array. Sometimes you may come across some situations in JavaScript where apply method can be more useful for you than call. Okay, the next and the last one is bind method. Bind is a bit different from the previous ones. When we use bind method, we create a new copy of function. Then we can define to which object should this variable refer, and also we can pass the parameters. The main difference between bind and previous call and apply methods is that bind itself does not invoke a function. So we need to create a new variable, and in that variable we have to store a function and attach to it bind method. So write variable get person, which equals to define person dot bind, and inside the parentheses let's pass as parameter person object. After that we need to call the function using this newly created variable name, so write get person, and inside the parentheses I'm going to pass the arguments, for example 19 as an age and student. Reload, and here we go. John Smith is 19 years old and he's a student. Alright. When we use bind method, we can define parameters. So right here after person, 19 and student, and then get rid of the arguments from get person, reload, and you see that we have exact same result. In some cases we can define one of the parameters inside bind method as a permanent. So let's leave here age and write, for example, 35, and remove student from here, and then pass in get person different argument, for example musician. Reload, and you see that we have John Smith is 35 years old and he is a musician. So we can use this age parameter as a default, and on each invocation we can just change the job arguments. So invoke this function again and write as a job, for example driver, reload, and you see that in both cases we have same age 35 but with different jobs. Alright, so I hope that everything is clear and you understand well how those methods work. But before we finish, I'm going to write one more example. Let's create another object and call it Nick. Then create properties, first name Nick and last name Doe. Now I'm going to borrow full name method from person object. I think that it's very simple now and you guess how to do that. So write in console.log person dot full name dot call, and here we need to pass as a parameter the second object that we have created, right, Nick. Reload, and we have Nick Doe in console. Okay, I think that it's enough. Call, apply, and bind methods are very convenient and flexible tools in JavaScript, and Lots of JavaScript libraries and frameworks use them. I hope that you understood well how they work, and I believe that you can use those methods in your code successfully. Hello and welcome to the next section of our course. It's the moment when the most funnest, interesting and exciting part of the course begins. This will be the largest section of the entire course because after learning and discussing lots of topics and concepts in JavaScript, it's time to put all this stuff together that we have learned and create really the amazing project. We're going to build the quiz application, which truly will be the app that you can use in real life. Throughout this project you will learn about how to use your JavaScript knowledge in practice, how to organize and structure your code using module pattern, which allows you to write safe and nicely structured code. So you can imagine what kind of exciting stuff is waiting for you. Let's move on and start building the project. Alright, now it's time to have an overview of the project and demonstrate how this quiz application actually works in details and see what features it has. So here we have a nice landing page which tells us test your knowledge. Below there is a nice login form which receives the information about first name and last name, and then we have button for starting the quiz. So in order to start the quiz you need to fill up this form, but if we miss inserting first name and last name or one of them and then press the button directly, we will get a pop-up message saying that we have to enter first name and last name. Okay, let's type here something, for example Nick Doe. In order to start quiz we can either press the start quiz button or just press the enter key. So let's start quiz, press the enter key, and you see that we have again a pop-up box with message that quiz is not ready, please contact to administrator. So what does quiz is not ready mean? It means that there is not any question prepared yet. So someone has to do it, and in our case it should be done by administrator. We have defined the first name and the last name of admin as John Smith. So let's log in as admin, write John Smith, then press the button, and here we go. We've got to an admin panel. This is the place from where an admin can manage the entire quiz. Before someone starts passing the quiz, the questions should be prepared and added. Here we have text area for adding question text, and also the inputs for adding the proper options for the question. In order to add question, we need to fill up these inputs and then press insert button. As for setting the correct answer, we can manage it using the radio buttons. Okay, as you see, as a default we have only two inputs, but if we need more options then they will be appeared automatically when we focus on the last input. Alright, let's add question and see actually how it works. Let's write at first in the text area the content of the question. Write what is JavaScript, and then put some options here. Write markup language, then style sheet as the second option, then write programming language, and then for the last option write, for example, database. I said last option, but you can add more options if you want. We know that JavaScript is a programming language, so set it as a correct answer and check the proper radio button. Then press insert, and you see that question is added below in question list as the first one. So when you add the questions, they collect and appear in question list below. We are able to see the content of question but without options, and on the right side we have added button. This button is created for changing the content of the question, also for changing or adding the answer options. So if we click on that, we will be able to edit the content of question and the options as well, and even delete the question. For that, after clicking the edit button, the question text and the options are inserted to the inputs in working mode, and also above appear two buttons for updating the question and for deleting it as well. Alright, let's change the text here, write JS instead of JavaScript, then set the correct answer, click update, And you see that the content of question is updated and we're able to see it in question list. As you mentioned, I'm trying not to forget checking the correct answer because I will get then the warning message about it, and also will get them if I don't protect other rules and conditions as well. Alright, let's see what happens if we miss something. If all the inputs are empty and we press the insert button, then we get message which tells us please insert question. So let's write the question here. For example, is JavaScript dynamically typed language? Then click again insert button, and yes, we have another error message saying that we must insert at least 2 options. If we miss inserting at least 2 options, then we won't be able to add the question. And the same will happen if we put here only 1 option. So write true, then click, and we have again the same message. Okay, if we put 2 options, but then miss checking the correct answer, again we will get an error message which tells us that we missed to check correct answer. But besides those words, you see the second part of the message, or you checked answer without value. It means that if we put at least 2 options and then check as a correct answer input without value, then we will get the same error message. Alright, the last thing about validation is that if we leave an empty input between options, but of course without checking it as a correct answer, and press the insert key, we won't get any error message. The question will be added in the question list and it will have only 2 options. Alright, we have already prepared 2 questions, so we can start the quiz. In order to do that, at first we need to log out from admin panel. For that we have to press logout button and we get on landing page again. Okay, if we want to pass the quiz, we need to enter here any first name and last name except John Smith, and then press start quiz. Let's do it. Write again Nick Doe, press start quiz, and here we go. We get directly to the quiz page. So on the left side of the page we have question and its proper options. You remember that first question which we have added in question list was what is JavaScript or JS? Therefore we got it here. On the right side you can see a nice progress bar which helps us to check our progress. It shows us the current question number and also the total number of questions. Because of that we have only 2 questions. It shows us 2, and below this line fills up as we proceed through the questions. We have in total 2 questions, therefore the half of the line is filled. Alright, let's check here the correct answer, which is C, programming language, and here we go. We have the message with the nice little happy smile. Message tells us that this is a correct answer, and background of it is green, and at the same time, after checking the answer, the options section is disabled, so you cannot change the answer or do anything anymore. In order to proceed the quiz, we have here next button, so we need to click on that, and you see the next question. The progress bar is updated accordingly, and also the line below is fully filled up. In order to see the opposite result, I mean to see what happens when the wrong answer is chosen, we know that JavaScript is a dynamically typed language, so in order to make the option wrong, let's check false. And you see again that we got message, but in this case it's different. Instead of happy smile we have kind of a sad one. The message tells us that this is a wrong answer. Its background is red. And also you see that instead of next button we have finish. It means that it was the last question. If we click on finish, we will directly get in final result page. This is the last page of our application. It's a very simple one because it only tells us the name of the user and his or her final score. So quiz is finished, and in order to get again on landing page, we need to press on logout button. Alright, perfect. But it's not over yet. One of the main features of this application is that the questions and final results are not lost after reloading the page and even after closing the browser. The reason is that we use local storage of the browser and we save this data in it. Regarding local storage and all of this stuff, we will discuss in depth in coming videos. So if we reload the page and log in as admin, we will find again our questions in question list, and also in the results section we will find final result of Nick Doe. It shows us the name of the user, also the points, and to the end we have delete button. Using this button we are able to delete results on the list. Besides that, we have clear results and also clear list buttons, just in case if we want to delete entire question list and entire results list. But after we click on any of them, we will get a warning message which warns us that we may lose the entire list. Alright, let's log out and then try again to log in. Of course, you see the same message saying that quiz is not ready. That's because we have just cleared the entire question list and the quiz needs to be prepared again by administrator. Okay, it is perfect, right? I'm sure that you cannot wait anymore to start building this very nice and great application. So let's move on to the next video where we will start creating this app step by step. Before we actually start writing the code, we need to get ready for that. I mean to get familiar with the files of the project. So here I have a new folder on my desktop called Project Quiz App. As we already said, the starting source file is attached to the first lecture of this section. So before we start coding, you need to download and then write the code step by step with me. Alright, let's open this folder in brackets. You know from the previous video that our application consists of 4 different pages, and each of them has an image as background, and we had also small smile icons. So all of those images are stored in images folder, and then we have 3 files: index.html, style.css, and script.js. So as we said, our application consists of 4 different pages, and you may think that we have 4 different HTML files, but all of these sections HTML code is placed in one document only. Let's see it. Open the index.html file in browser. So you can see that all of these parts are placed in one page. Okay, let's have a brief overview of index.html file. Inside head text we have several links, one for style.css file and the rest of them are for different Google fonts. Then in body element, pages are separated as sections, and the start and end of them is indicated with comments. First we have section for landing page. It consists of heading element with 2 inputs and button for starting the quiz. Next we have section for admin panel. It includes 3 main parts. First one is for adding questions. It has multiple inputs and button elements. Next part is for results list, and the last one is for inserting questions in question list. Alright, after that we have quiz section. It has 2 main parts, one for question and options. Also in this part we have container for instant answer, I mean message for correct or wrong answer, but at this point this container is hidden using CSS. Quiz section also includes div element for progress bar. The last section of HTML document is for final results page. This one is very simple. It just includes button for logout and heading element for showing the final result. And below, of course, we have link for our JavaScript file. Okay, Let's open style.css file. It includes hundreds of lines of code, so it is a very large file because I have used pure CSS without any frameworks like Bootstrap, Material Design or any others. I'm not going to describe each of these lines. If you are interested in it, you can have a deep look at this code and consider it. Also, I would like to say that if you're not familiar with CSS or you don't have deep understanding of it, it's not a problem. Throughout this project, we are going to use several very simple CSS properties, so you won't have any trouble with that. Alright, as for the JavaScript file, it is completely empty for now because we are going to start writing JavaScript code right from the beginning. Before we finish, I want to show you one more thing. I believe you guessed that we are going to write large JavaScript code because our application has lots of features. And brackets, also other code editors, have a nice feature called minimap. It has a small view of the entire code, and also it helps us to navigate through it. So if you use brackets and you didn't have installed it yet, you can simply go to Extension Manager, and in Available section you can search minimap, then install it and use. Alright, that's it. Now we're ready to go. As I have already mentioned, throughout the project we are going to write a really big code. Therefore, in order to manage this code well and also not to get lost in it, we need definitely somehow to organize it in kind of different way. JavaScript offers us to use several types of patterns, and I'm going to use one of them, which is module pattern. This approach is very popular today. Lots of libraries use module patterns because it's very handy and it allows us to write organized, safe and nicely structured code, which is simple to read and understand, and at the same time it's very flexible. Module pattern also gives us ability to avoid declaring lots of global variables and functions, also this variable and prototypes, which makes the code more difficult to write and understand. Unlike other programming languages like PHP, C#, Java and more, JavaScript doesn't define concepts like private and public. But using the mentioned module pattern, we are able to somehow define the variables and functions as private and public as well. One thing to note regarding module pattern is that you need definitely to understand how ifs, closures and scopes work in JavaScript, because the module pattern works based on them. Those concepts were described in depth in previous lectures, so I'm sure that you won't have any trouble in understanding how module pattern actually works. Alright, let's see how to create module, and at the same time, let's prepare it for our application. In order to create module, we need to use immediately invoked function expression because it is a great tool in JavaScript. It allows us to encapsulate things together and make the code separated, and also this is a great way to avoid naming conflicts. Okay, let's create variable and call it quiz controller. As a value, I'm going to assign to it ify. So let's write function and surround the whole function with parentheses. You remember that ifs are invoked immediately after defining, so we need to place at the end parentheses. Alright, let's create variable inside function. I'm going to call it private because it actually exists in local scope of function and it's not accessible from outside. Write variable private equals to 10. In the same way, let's create function inside ify and call it private function. Write variable private fn equals to function, and inside the parentheses let's pass the parameter, for example a. We call it private function because it's like a private variable which is not accessible from outer environment, and we can invoke it only inside ify. Then inside the curly braces write a return statement a plus private. Alright, besides the private variables and functions, we can create public methods and properties inside ify, which will have access on private variable and functions, and also it will be accessible itself from outside. In order to do that, we need to use return statement. More precisely, we need to return an object and then to assign methods and properties to that object. So write return, then open the curly braces and write the method, call it public method, assign to it the function, and inside this method let's call private function. So use again return statement, write return private function, and inside the parentheses let's write the argument, for example 20. In this case, public method will be accessible from outer environment. In order to prove that, let's at first go to the browser, then inspect the page and write in console quiz controller dot public method. So you see that we have here 30. Okay, let me explain again. When the code is run, JavaScript engine goes through the code line by line. When it reaches to these parentheses, it immediately invokes the function. The code block inside it is executed, and quizController variable gets as a value returned object. But because of the closures, the method inside this object has still access on this private variable and function. That's why we get 30. Make sense? Alright, it may seem complicated, but you already know everything in order to understand well how this module works. Alright, for our application we need to create two other modules, and all needed code which we will write throughout the project will be distributed in those three modules. So let's create next one, and I'm going to call it UI controller. It stands for user interface controller, and let's assign again to this variable immediately invoked function expression. And now create third module and call it controller, and in the same way assign to it IFI again. Alright. So we have just created all needed modules, and now I'm going to explain what will be the task of each of these modules. In quizController, we will work on data, which then will be appeared on user interface, and this will be managed from UI controller. These two modules, I mean quizController and UI controller, will work independently, but using third module, which is controller, UI controller will receive data from quizController. In other words, quizController and UI controller doesn't know about existing each other, but using controller module, we will set up the relationship between them. In order to do that, we need to define for controller module parameters, and then it will receive as arguments quizController and UI controller. So write inside the parentheses quizController in a little different way because it is a parameter. Then write UI controller, and then as for the arguments, let's pass here quizController and then UI controller. Alright, after that we already have access on quizController and on UI controller as well. In order to demonstrate it, I'm going to create inside UI controller the variable var number1 equals to 30. Then in return statement, which actually returns an object, create the method, write return, then open the curly braces and write the name of the method sum, then write function and pass the parameter as number 2, and then write return statement number 1 plus number 2. Okay, now we can invoke this function from controller module because it is a part of return object, therefore it becomes public method. So write inside controller module console.log, then UI controller dot sum, and pass here the argument, for example, 100. Reload the page. We got 130. So it works. As we said, we have access on both controllers from controller module, so we are able to invoke function from quiz controller as well. Write inside the parentheses plus quiz controller dot public method. Then reload the page, and here we go. We have 160. Alright, so we have invoked successfully public methods from quiz controller and from UI controller as well. This is a way how module pattern works in JavaScript. It allows us to write organized and safe code, also it's simple to read and understand. And the real power of this pattern you will clearly see when the amount of code will increase step by step during building our quiz application. Okay, let's move on. As you noticed in our project overview, after reloading the page, we still maintain the data, I mean questions and final result of users. And it was because of local storage. It's very easy to understand and use, so I will briefly describe what local storage is and how to use it. It is a built-in memory space in web browser which holds permanently information about 100 megabytes, and it's absolutely enough for our application. Let's see where can we find local storage in a web browser. For that we need to open DevTools and then go to Application section. And in Storage part we can find local storage. Let's drop down it, and here we have a place where our data will be stored. The information which we will add here will be saved as key value pairs. Alright, let's go back to brackets. We don't need these codes inside modules anymore, so let's delete them. And also for each module let's write the comment, because when the amount of the code is increased it will be a little bit hard to find needed part of the code without comments. For modules I would like to use kind of different comment in order to clearly separate and find them. Let's copy it and paste for a second module and write here UI controller, and then do the same for the third module, which is controller. Okay, let's continue talking about local storage. Throughout the project we will need to use three main methods, which are setItem, getItem, and removeItem. In order to have access on local storage we need to write it with camel case. And then in order to add the item we need to attach to it setItem method using dot notation. This method holds two parameters. As we said, the information is stored as key value pair, so first parameter will be a key which will be used then to get the information from local storage. So right here, for example, data. And remember that it should be always passed as a string. As for the second parameter, which is the value, we can pass here any data type we want, but when we get it back, data type will be always transformed into string. So let's pass here array, write the numbers from 1 to 4. So now this data is stored in local storage. In order to see that, let's go to the browser, reload, and you see the data with numbers. In order to get back this data, we need to use another method, which is getItem. So let's write console.log local storage dot getItem. This method holds one parameter, which is key. In our case it's data, so right here data. Then reload again and check the console. You see that instead of an array we have just numbers. Actually these numbers are represented as a string value. Let's prove that and check the type of the data. Write here type of operator. then again reload, and you see that it's definitely string. Actually, it's a problem for our application, so we need somehow to avoid it. For that, there are two methods which will actually solve this problem. First method is json.stringify. As for the JSON, I am not going to start explaining what actually JSON is. Just remember that this method transforms everything into string format. So right here, before array, json.stringify, and surround the array with parentheses. Let's go to browser and check again memory. Go to application and reload. You see that now the value is a little bit different. Instead of just numbers, now we have them in square brackets. But if we check console, still we will have data type of the value as string. So in order to get the data but with its original type, we need to use another method called json.parse. At first, let's remove type of operator and then write json.parse. Let's go to browser, reload, and that's what we wanted. We got back an original array. Okay, the next thing I want to show you is that if we insert other data using same key, then we will lose old content and new data will be added to local storage. It means that when we use the same key and add new items to storage, then we just overwrite them. So let's duplicate this line and change array into, for example, an object. Then go to browser, reload, and you see that we have an object only. Array is deleted. If we check the storage, we will see the new data instead of old content. Alright. The last thing that I want to show you is how to remove the information from local storage. For that, there is another method called removeItem, which holds one parameter. It is a key of the data. So let's write it after the setItem methods. Local storage.removeItem, and pass here the parameter as data. Then reload, and you see that we have null data type here, because actually data is removed from the storage and getItem method returned null value. Remember that if there doesn't exist the data, we always get null. Let's check the storage, and you see that it's empty. Alright. Actually, that's what we need to know throughout building our project, so let's go ahead. Okay, we're ready to start coding and program our application. Let's take a look on finished version of the app. So the first section that we are going to program is admin panel. Here we have text area for adding question text and inputs for adding the proper options. As a default, we have two inputs, but if we focus on last input, it automatically adds new input. And also here we have radio buttons for managing correct answer. Let's type here something and then check correct answer. After clicking on insert button, the question is added below in question list. We are able to edit question and change the content of it, and then update or delete the entire question. Using clear list button, we can delete the entire question list. Actually, that's it from where we will start. As for the results list, it will be programmed a bit later. Alright. Here we have our working admin panel, but nothing happens here yet. Let's go to brackets and at first remove this code. The first thing that we need to create is function constructor, which actually will be a question constructor. So let's write at first comment here, question constructor. and then create function constructor and call it question. You already know that function constructor is used to create brand new objects in a very handy and dynamic way. Each question object is going to hold ID, text of the question, also proper options and correct answer. So we need to pass here these mentioned parameters right inside the parentheses, ID, then question text, then options, and the last one, correct answer. And now we need to use this variable, which will point to question object that will be created soon. So write inside the curly braces this.id equals to ID, then this.question text equals to question text, this.options equals to options, and the last one, this.correct answer equals to correct answer. Alright, in order to add questions we need to use insert button. Therefore it's time to select it. It is a part of user interface controller module, so we need to select it in UI controller. Because of that we are going to select more elements. We need to create an object. Let's call it DOM items, and I'm going to add here comment. The element that we want to select, I mean insert button, belongs to admin panel section, so write here admin panel elements, and here let's write first property and call it question insert btn. Let's take a look on the HTML file and find insert button. You see that it has ID question insert btn, so let's copy it and write here document dot get element by ID, and inside the parentheses let's paste the ID that we have copied, question insert btn. Alright. This object is private, it's not accessible from outside, and in order to make it public, we need to return an object and then pass this variable in it. So write return, then open the curly braces, and now create property, call it get DOM items, and assign to that property as a value the variable DOM items. Okay. Now we can say that this object is accessible for controller. It's time to add event listener on that button. We need to do it in controller module, so we have to select insert button. For that we need to write UI controller dot get DOM items, which we have just returned from UI controller, and then we need to access on specified button. So write question insert btn dot add event listener, then create click event, and also pass here anonymous function. Alright, now it's time to test how event listener actually works. It is a good practice always to test if event listener works properly before you start writing code for it. So write inside the function console.log works, then go to browser, inspect the page, then click on insert button, and you see that it works. Alright, great. Let's get rid of this console.log. Before we proceed, I'm going to make this code a bit smaller. Because of that, we will select elements often. I'm going to store get DOM items property in a variable and then use this variable instead of it. So write var selected DOM items. You know that DOM items is in UI controller, so we need to write here UI controller dot get DOM items, and then use this variable here, right? Selected DOM items. Okay, the next step we have to do is to create method which will manage adding the questions on local storage. Again, we need to make this method public, so at first we have to return an object and then pass this method in it. Those things should be placed inside quiz controller module, so write here return, then open the curly braces, and then create new method, call it add question on local storage. Then write anonymous function. So as we said, using this method we will add questions on local storage. This method will receive two parameters, which actually we have to get from text area, I mean the question text, and options from inputs. So these two parameters should be new question text and then options. Again, we need to select those items in UI controller. I'm going to look at index.html file and find those items. So here we have text area element. It has ID new question text. Let's copy it. Then in UI controller, add property to DOM items object. So write here new question text. Then document dot, and use again get element by ID method, and inside the parentheses paste the ID that we have copied, new question text. Then again go to index.html file. So we need now input elements which have class admin option. Let's copy it, and then in DOM items object create another property, call it admin options. Those elements have class attribute, therefore I'm going to use query selector all method. So write document dot query selector all, and inside the parentheses let's paste here the class name admin option. Alright, it's time to call add question on local storage method, and we need to do it in controller module inside add event listeners function. As you know, this method exists in quiz controller module, so write quiz controller dot add question on local storage. As you remember, this method holds two parameters, new question text and options, which we have just selected, so we need to pass them as arguments. So write here selected DOM items dot new question text, and then selected DOM items dot admin options. Alright, so the function is invoked. Now let's test if add question on local storage method works properly. So write inside it console.log hi, then go to browser, reload, and you see that we don't have any errors. Click on insert and we have hi in console. Alright, perfect. I think it's enough for this lecture. Let's stop here. See you in the next one. Alright, let's go ahead and continue working on add question on local storage method. In this lecture we're going to define all the parameters of function constructor, which is declared for creating new question objects, and after that we will create that new object. Okay, at first let's delete this line of code, we don't need it at this point. So as you saw in previous lecture, add question on local storage method holds two parameters, new question text and options. For question text we have just one input, so it will have a single value, but for options we may have at least two choices. In order to get the value we need to use for loop, and then store each options value in an array. So before we write for loop, at first I'm going to create an empty array. Let's declare the variable and call it options array. I'm going to use kind of better practice for creating variables, and I recommend you to work in the same way. I mean, at first to declare variables together and place them at the top inside a function, and then assign the values to them. Okay, so assign to options array an empty array. After that, let's create for loop. Right, variable I equals to 0. So as you remember, we have selected options using query selector all method. This method returns node list, which has length property. So let's use this property to define the numbers of iterations. Right, I is less than options.length, and then I++. Okay, now we need if statement to check if the input of option is empty or not, because we need to add it to array in case if it's not empty. So write if, then as a condition write options I dot value not equals to empty strings. So as we said, if input is not empty, we need to add it to array. For that I'm going to use push method. Right inside the curly braces options array dot push, and then as a parameter I'm going to pass here options I dot value. Okay, now test what we got here. Write console.log options array, then go to the browser, reload the page, and write something in inputs, for example option 1 and then option 2. Then click to insert button, and here we go. The values of the options are added successfully to options array. Alright, now it's time to define correct answer, I mean which radio button is checked. For that we're going to use DOM manipulation, but at first let's declare another variable and call it correct answer. Then we need to use if statement, where we will write the proper condition. It will define which radio button is checked and also if the value of that input is not empty. At first let's take a look at index.html file and find inputs and radio buttons. So you see that radio buttons are placed as previous sibling for option inputs. Let's take it into account and use it in condition. Write if, then options I dot, and I'm going to use here previous element sibling property. And now in order to find out if radio button is checked, I'm going to use property called checked, which actually returns boolean value. So if radio button is checked, then it returns true value, and if it's not, then it returns false. Alright, as we said, at the same time we need to check if options input value is not empty. So for that I'm going to use AND operator and then the same condition as it was in previous statement. So write options I dot value not equals to empty strings. So if the button is checked and at the same time its proper input value is not empty, then it becomes correct answer. Therefore we have to write here correct answer equals options I dot value. Alright, it's time to test again how it works. Let's write here in console.log correct answer. Then go to the browser, reload, and again type something here, for example option 1 and option 2. Then check button, click insert, and we have here correct answer. So it works fine. Alright, let's take a look on function constructor, which we have declared for creating question objects. You see that it holds 4 parameters. 3 of them we have already defined, I mean question text, options, and correct answer. And the last parameter that we need to define is ID. So let's declare it. right, question ID. And for now, I'm going to assign to it 0, but a bit later we'll define it in kind of different way. So write question ID equals to 0. So all the parameters are defined, and now we can create new question object using function constructor. Let's at first declare the variable and call it new question, and then create an object. Write again new question. I'm sure you remember how to create new object, but anyway, I'm going to remind you that for creating brand new object using function constructor, we need to use new operator, which actually creates the object, and this variable inside function constructor points to that new object and assigns to it those parameters as properties. So write new question. In function constructor we have parameters, and now we need to pass here proper arguments. First parameter was ID, so we need to put here question ID. Then the second one was question text. So actually as an argument we need to use the value which we will get from the text area input. So write new question text dot value. Then third parameter is options. We have defined array for options, therefore we need to pass here it as an argument, right, options array. And the last one is correct answer, so let's write here correct answer. Okay, let's test and see what new question object looks like. So write inside console.log new question. Let's go to the browser, reload, then write a simple question, for example, how are you? Then as an options, write fine and bad. Let's check as a correct answer fine and click insert. And you see that in console we have an object. Let's drop down it. So this object contains 4 properties. We have here correct answer, then ID, options property which contains array with 2 items, and then we have question text. Alright, perfect. The next step that we are going to do is to bind this data to local storage in order to save it permanently. So let's do it in the next video. Alright, as we said in this lecture, we're going to bind data to the local storage dynamically. You already know how local storage works. We actually have 3 main methods which are used for setting items, for getting them, and the third one is for removing items. One thing to note is that we are able to reach on local storage from any place we want in our code, but I think it will be more organized and convenient to create an object and store the mentioned methods in that object. Local storage is about data, and therefore we have to place it in quiz controller module. So let's create an object and call it question local storage. The first method that we are going to pass here is for setting items. Let's call this method set question collection. Then assign to it an anonymous function. And in order to set items on local storage, let's use known method, which you are already familiar with. Write here local storage dot set item. You remember that set items method holds 2 parameters, one for key and the second for value, because data is stored as key value pairs. Let's pass here as a first parameter question collection. Remember that question collection will be an array in which we will store question objects which are going to be created using function constructor. The object like this one we have already created in previous video, which you can see here. And for the second parameter we need to use json.stringify method in order to get back our data with its original type. Now we have to pass second parameter, which actually will be the value, and at this point let's call it new collection. and also write the same parameter for function here. So each time when we invoke this method, it will replace old information with new data. Alright, the next method that we have to define is for getting data from local storage. So let's call this method getQuestionCollection. Again, assign to it an anonymous function. In this case, this function does not need any parameter. In order to get information from local storage with its original data type, we need to use another method called JSON.parse. And because of that, we need to get data as a value from function. We have to use a return statement. So write return and then use the mention method JSON.parse. Then inside the parentheses, write local storage and then use getItem method with the parameter, which is actually the key right here, question collection. Alright, and the third method to define is for deleting the information from local storage. Let's call this method removeQuestionCollection. Again, assign to it an anonymous function and then use removeItem method. So write inside the curly braces local storage dot removeItem and inside the parentheses pass the parameter, again, question collection. Alright, so we have set up successfully local storage for question. You see that in all three methods we use question collection as a key. So because of that, when we use those three methods, we will deal with the same data in browser local storage. Make sense? Okay, in previous lecture we have defined ID for question as 0 for a while, and now it's time to work on it. At first, actually consider what is this ID and why do we need it. As it's in real world and also in our case, ID should be always unique. To define ID for question objects dynamically will be a bit confusing because we're going to use kind of tricky way. So you need to pay attention on it carefully. In order to be clearer, let's demonstrate briefly how we will store data on local storage. As we said, question collection is going to be an array. So let's write here empty array. And in that array, we collect question objects. You know that these objects hold four properties, I mean question text, options, correct answer, and ID. For demonstration purposes and to make it real quick, I'm going to use just only ID. And now we need to use if-else statement, which actually will check if array is empty or not. So write if, then inside the parentheses write question local storage dot get question collection. So now we have access on the array from local storage, and in order to check the length of it, we can just write dot length is greater than 0. So if array is empty, then length will be 0 and the condition will be false. So for the first item, when we fill up text area and inputs, then check correct answer and click on insert, the condition becomes false. Therefore, we need else statement in which we will define question ID as 0. So write else, and then inside the curly braces, question ID equals to 0. Let's delete above question ID equals to 0. So for first question object, ID property will become 0. But as for defining ID for the next question objects, we need to do it in a smart way. Let's write question ID. At first, let's get access on question collection array. For that, we have to use get question collection method. Write question local storage dot get question collection. And now we have to define index number for last item. The index number for last item is equal to array length minus 1. So let's copy it, then open square brackets and paste, and then use length property and then -1. So for now we have access on the last item of an array, and in order to increase ID of next item by 1 dynamically, we have to access on ID property of the last item. So write .id and then +1. Alright. So when we add next question object and for that click insert button, function will be invoked. The condition inside if statement will be true because we already have one question object in the array, and using this line of code, JavaScript engine will find out what is ID of previous object. It will +1 to it, and ID for new object will be 1. And the same will happen for next coming question objects. Make sense? I know that it's a bit confusing and complicated, but if you think about it and try to do your best, we'll get that it's not actually so hard to understand. Alright, for now we can definitely say that all the parameters including ID are ready for function constructor, and the next thing that we are going to do is to insert new questions in local storage. Because of that we use local storage instead of a real database. We need to first get an array, then change it, in this case add new question, and then again set this changed information into local storage. Now we have to declare and use new variable, and we have to do it definitely in order to copy and save data in new spot of memory space, then manipulate on that data and insert again in local storage as a new one. So create variable and call it get stored questions, and then assign to that variable data from local storage, which actually will be an array. So write get stored questions equals to question local storage dot get question collection. Then in order to add question object as a new item to the array, I'm going to use push method. So right below get stored questions dot push, and as a parameter let's pass here new question, and then overwrite new information to the old data. So write question local storage, then use set question collection method, and inside the parenthesis as an argument let's pass get stored questions. Alright, finally it's time to test. Let's see in console what we have. Change new question into question local storage dot get question collection, then go to the browser, reload the page and write a simple question. Write again how are you, and then as options write fine and bad. Then check answer, click insert, and of course we have an error. So it tells us that it cannot read the length property of null. Do you remember that when local storage is empty or requested key doesn't exist, then we get the value null. So in the moment of adding a new question, local storage was empty, and of course JavaScript engine could not read length property of null. Make sense? So we need somehow to avoid this error. For that I'm going to use simple if statement in which we will write the code which will prepare local storage for question object. So write if. Before we write condition, let's take a look on browser local storage. So you see that it's empty, and that's why we get an error. Our goal is to always exist here at least an empty array. Okay, so as a condition we need to indicate situation when the value of key is null. Therefore we need to write question local storage dot get question collection triple equals to null. So if this condition is true, if key for question collection doesn't exist, then we create an empty array. For that, let's write question local storage dot set question collection, and then as an argument place here an empty array. Okay, let's test again. Go to the browser, reload the page, and write again the same question, how are you, and then some options. Check the correct answer, click on insert, and here we go. We have here question object in an array. Let's click multiple times on insert button, and you see that question object is added again and again on every click. If we drop down an object, we can see that IDs of each object are different and increase by 1. Alright, everything is fine, the code works great, but you notice that when we add questions, inputs are still filled. If we miss inserting, for example, the question text, question will be added without it. Also, if we make all the inputs empty, the question will be still added to the local storage. So before we add question to the local storage, we need to make user protect some rules. Okay, let's do it in the next video. In this lecture, we're going to make clear the question text area and inputs after inserting the question, and also we're going to define some rules which admin should protect during adding the questions. Alright, so all of this data is coming from local storage. Let's go to application and see how it actually looks. So you see here our questions in question collection array. It's available to see only the part of the data, but actually all the data is placed here. We're able to manually delete all the data. We need to just press this delete icon. Alright, so the first thing that I'm going to do is to clear text area and inputs, and also uncheck the radio button after clicking on insert button. I mean, when we fill the inputs, then check the correct answer and then click on insert button. The content of question and options are not clear, and also correct answer is still checked. Okay, let's fix that. Go back to brackets. After all of these steps, I mean when we create question object, then get question collection array from local storage, then add to it new object and insert it in local storage, we need to clear text area, input, and also uncheck the correct answer. Alright, let's start from question text. We need to write these codes after the last line where we insert data in local storage. So in order to make text area clear, we can do it very simply. We just need to write new question text dot value equals to empty strings. As for the inputs, we may have at least 2 of them, so we need to use for loop. Right here for. As a counter, I'm going to use variable x because we have already used I, so write variable x equals to 0. Then we need the condition x is less than options.length, and then x plus plus. In order to make the inputs clear, we have to write the following: options x.value equals to empty strings. Okay, as for the radio buttons, we need the checked property to be false, so write options x. Again, I'm going to use here previous element sibling property because radio buttons are placed as previous siblings for input elements in HTML document, so write here dot previous element sibling, then dot checked, equals to false. Alright, let's test how it works. Go to the browser, reload the page, and then type here something. Check the correct answer. Click on insert, and here we go. New question is added to local storage, and also text area and inputs are empty, and the radio button is unchecked. Okay, great. It works fine, but there is another problem. If I click on insert, the empty question will be added. Actually, we don't need it, and in order to prevent it, I'm going to use several if-else statements. So let's start from question text, create if statement, and as a condition write new question text dot value not equals to empty strings. And now we need to place all of this code inside that if statement, and after that we need to write else statement in which we will warn admin about the mistake. For that, there is a very simple and handy way in JavaScript. We can use alert pop-up box. Alert is a JavaScript built-in method which actually pops up box with some text. So let's use it, write alert. And inside the parentheses, let's place text as a string which we want to be popped up. Write, for example, please insert question. Alright, let's go to the browser, reload the page, leave the question text area empty, and fill the options. Then check correct answer, click on insert, and you see that we have a warning message which tells us please insert the question. Alright, perfect. Let's go back to brackets and move on to the next if-else statement, which actually checks if options inputs are empty or not. You know that we store the values of inputs in option array. Also, you see that in order to add input value to options array, it should not be empty. Okay, we want at least 2 inputs to be filled, so as a condition in if statement, we need to indicate the length of options array to be greater than 1. So create another if statement, and as a condition let's pass here options array dot length is greater than 1. And again surround all these lines of code with if statements curly braces, and then we need else statement with another pop-up message. So I'm going to use again alert method, write else statement. Then inside the curly braces write alert and place here the text you must insert at least 2 options. Alright, let's go to the browser and test again. Reload the page, then fill the text area in order to avoid popping up first alert message. Then leave both inputs empty, but anyway check the radio button, click to insert, and you see that we have a warning message telling us that you must insert at least 2 options. Alright, let's reload. Again, fill the question text area, then insert something in one of the options and leave another one as empty. Then check correct answer, click on insert, and you see that again we have same alert message. It's because in this case options array includes only 1 item and the condition inside if statement is false. In order to work it properly, we need to fill at least 2 options. All the time I mention at least 2 options because we have just 2 of them at this point, but as we proceed building the app, we will add functionality to it in order to add more options. Okay, let's reload once again and fill text area and inputs as well. But now let's miss checking the correct answer. Click on insert, and you see that it works. But actually it's a problem again. We don't want to store in local storage question which won't have the correct answer. In order to fix that, we need to write another if statement. But before we actually write if statement, we need to declare another variable. Let's call it isChecked. This variable will hold Boolean value, and as a default, let's assign to it false, right? isChecked equals to false. Inside if statement, we have condition which checks if the button is checked and the value of checked input is not empty at the same time. So if this condition is true, then we need the value of isChecked variable to be true. So we need to write it here, isChecked equals to true. And the next thing is to create if statement and as a condition pass isChecked variable. So write if, then pass here the mentioned isChecked variable, and again surround those lines of code with curly braces. Alright, now we need to write else statement and use again alert method. Write else, and then inside the curly braces write alert with the text you missed to check correct answer, or you checked answer without value. Let's go to the browser and test how this actually works. Let's fill question text area, then inputs, and miss checking the correct answer. Click on insert, and you see that we have alert message. You missed to check correct answer, or you checked answer without value. Alright, perfect. Everything works fine. The last thing that I'm going to do is to organize code inside if-else statements. Okay, now it looks better. So before I finish, I want to recommend you to consider after each lecture the code that we are writing and test them on your own. During this project we are using advanced JavaScript, so sometimes it's a little bit hard to understand. So my advice is not to copy the code only, but understand it. Alright, let's go ahead. Alright, it's time to move on to kind of funny part of our admin panel section. In this lecture we're going to program adding inputs dynamically. Let's take a look on finished version of our application. So as you see, as a default we have only 2 inputs, but when we focus on the last input, then they are added dynamically. Alright, let's do it. Go to brackets. For adding inputs we're going to create new method. This is a part of user interface, and therefore this method should be created in UI controller module. In UI controller we have return statement for making properties and methods public, and our new method will go here. I'm going to call this method add inputs dynamically. Let's assign to it anonymous function, and in order to test it time to time I'm going to invoke it. For that I have to go to controller module, so write here UI controller dot and the name of the method add inputs dynamically. Alright, as you saw, new inputs are added when we focus on last input. So we need an event listener always to be attached to last input. In order to be all of this stuff dynamic, we need to reach on that last input from the parent element, I mean div element. Let's go to index.html file. You see that the container has class name admin options container, and it actually wraps inputs which on the other hand are placed in other div elements. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to select mentioned container. Let's copy the class name of it, then add another property to DOM items object and call it admin options container. Then I'm going to use query selector method, so write document.querySelector and paste here the class name admin options container. So we have selected parent element, and now let's use it in order to access on the last input and then attach to it event listener. So let's write DOM items dot admin options container. Let's again take a look on HTML document. In order to access on last input, at first we need to reach to its parent element, which is admin option wrapper, and then from that div reach to last input element. For doing that, I'm going to use one of the DOM properties. I believe that you already guessed which one. It is last element child, and in order to access at first on div element and then on last input, we need to use it twice. So write here last element child, and then again last element child. Alright, now we have access on last input, and the next thing to do is to attach event listener to it. So write at event listener. As an event type, we need to use focus event. So the function will be executed when we focus on input. Right here, focus. As for the function, let's just write the name of it. It's going to be add input. And then let's create this function. Write variable add input equals to function. Let's test how it works. Write console.log works. Go to the browser, reload, and then focus on last input, and you see that it works. Okay, fine. We are ready to go. Let's delete this console.log. In order to create input dynamically with its related radio button, we need to define its HTML from JavaScript. I'm going to go to index.html file and grab entire div element because it wraps radio button and input together. Let's copy it. Then declare new variable and call it input HTML, and then store this copied content in that variable. So write input HTML. We're going to make this HTML content as a string. So let's place here empty quotes and then paste the HTML that we have grabbed. Let's remove these white spaces. We don't need them. And now I'm going to remind you how single quotes and double quotes work together. You see that class names are surrounded with double quotes, but entire string is placed within single quotes. So it's the way how it works. But if I use double quotes instead of single quotes, then JavaScript engine will recognize this little part as a string value, and then it will find after that unexpected content. Let's go to the browser, reload the page, and you see that we have an error. Remember that inside the string, if you have something with double quotes, then you need to surround entire string with single quotes and vice versa. Make sense? Alright. Let's again go back to index.html file. You see that first inputs, I mean both radio button and input for option, have the same class name admin option 0. And the second inputs below have class name admin option 1. So we need for every next input, which will be added dynamically, to increase this number by 1. For that, I'm going to use a small trick. At first, let's declare new variable, which actually will be like a counter, and call it Z. So first input has admin option 0, then second input has admin option 1. So the third input should have admin option 2. Fourth input should have 3, and so on. So the perfect way to manage this numbering would be to use length property of admin options node list. You see that in DOM item object we have already selected admin options, but in this case we cannot use this property because it's in closure. It knows about 2 options which actually are created as a default. So if we use it here, its length will be always 2 and it won't help us to number inputs properly. Make sense? If it's hard to understand, you can pause the video for a while and think about it. but anyway, I will refer to it again in depth a bit later. So in order to get updated content of this property, we need to reselect it. So write z equals to document.querySelectorAll. Then write here the class name .adminOption. And then we need to use length property, so write .length. Alright, so the counter is ready, and in order to work it, we need to replace the actual numbers with z variable. For that, we need to use single quotes in order to separate different parts of entire string. So let's delete one, then place single quotes, and then inside them write plus z and plus again. Let's copy it and paste instead of numbers. Alright. The next thing that we want to do is to insert this newly created HTML content as a last child in admin option container. So at first let's select DOM items dot admin options container. And now I'm going to use new DOM method, which is very simple to use, and at the same time it's very handy and powerful tool. I'm talking about insert adjacent HTML method. Alright, let's take a look on that article. It is actually from developer.mozilla.org website. You can visit it and introduce this article. So insert adjacent HTML method inserts specified text as HTML. It takes two parameters. First one is for position and the second one is for text that we want to insert. The first parameter, position, which is related to selected element, defines where you want to place text. Let's take a look on that example. We have here a simple p element. If we want to place the text before the beginning of element, then we need to use before begin value as a string. If we want to place after the beginning, then we need to use after begin. And in the same way, we have two more options, before and after and. So how do you think, which one do we need to use in our case? As we said, we need to place HTML content as a last input. So obviously, we need to use before and. Alright, let's go back to brackets and write .insert adjacent HTML. And inside the parentheses, write the first parameter, position, as before and then as a second parameter, put here the variable input HTML. Okay, this code should actually work. Let's go to the browser, reload, then focus on second input, and you see that new input is added. If I focus on that new input, then nothing happens. But if I focus again on second input, then new input will be added. So we don't want it. We actually want to add inputs when we focus on last input. For that, at first we need to remove event listener after focusing on second input and attach it to the newly created input. Then again remove after focusing on third input and attach it to the next, and so on. So again, for now, this input is last element child. When we focus on that, it changes the position in DOM. Let's go to brackets and write DOM items dot admin options container. So again, we need to access on last element child. For now, we have access on last div element in container, but at this point, there is already added new input, and event listener is attached to the previous one. So in order to remove it, we need to access on that previous input, which is placed in div, and that div is previous element sibling. So we need to use here this property, write previous element sibling. And now in order to access on our needed previous input element, we need to use again last element child property. Alright. At last we have access on needed element, and in order to remove event listener from element, there is another method called remove event listener. This method holds two parameters. First one is event type, and second one is function, which is actually used in add-event-listener. So write remove event listener, then inside the parentheses write focus, and then the name of the function, add input. So as you see, in both cases we have access on the same element, but because of that there was dynamically added new input, we used different ways. Alright, let's go to the browser and test again, reload. If we focus on second input, then new one will be added, but if we focus on that again, then it won't happen. That's because for second focus, event listener is already removed. Make sense? Okay, the only thing that we have to do is to give back event listener to last input element. So we just need to copy this line and paste it inside add input function after remove event listener. Let's again go to the browser and test, reload the page, and you see that everything works fine. Alright, perfect. From previous video there is left console.log here, which shows us data from local storage when we click on insert button. So let's go to the browser again and add new question. Our goal is to check if data from newly created options is added to the local storage. So let's fill the inputs, then check the correct answer, click to insert, and you see that newly created options are not cleared after clicking on insert button. And also if we check the data, you will find that those options are not added to the question. The problem is that JavaScript engine cannot see the updated content of new options, and the reason is again in closures. Let's consider in depth what is an actual problem. Module pattern uses ifs and they are executed immediately. So when the UI controller is run, the code block inside it is executed. DOM item variable is ended up in closure, and at this point admin options property knows only two inputs, which are created as a default in HTML. And that's why it's not stored dynamically in local storage. Make sense? Alright. Again, we need to go to controller module and reselect admin options, which actually will give us updated content. So create a variable and call it admin options. Then write document dot query selector all, and then pass here the class name as .admin option. Then you see that admin options, which is a property of DOM items object, is actually an argument for add question on local storage method. So we need to change it with newly selected admin options. For that, let's just remove selected DOM items and leave only admin options. Alright, so now everything should work. Let's check it. Go to the browser, reload the page, then write question. Write again, how are you? Fill the options, write fine, then bad, then so, and the last one, fantastic. Let's check as the correct answer last input. Click on insert, and you see that every input is cleared. If we check the data, we will find that in options we have 4 items, and as a correct answer we have the last one. So finally we can say that everything works properly, but there are lots of things left that we have to do, so let's move on. Alright, so we have already bound the data with local storage, also the inputs are adding dynamically, and now we are ready to display questions below in question list. Let's take a look on our finished application. Type here first name and last name of admin, which is John Smith. Then fill the question text and inputs. Check correct answer, click on insert, and you see that question is displayed in question list. Let's again add some more questions in order to see better. So all the questions are appeared in question list. Each question has its proper number, and only question text is displayed without options. On the right side to the end we have button for editing the questions. Alright. So our goal is to display questions in question list. Now let's do it. Go to the editor. The first thing that we are going to do is to create new method. Again, it's the part of user interface, therefore we have to create it in UI controller module. Okay, let's call this method create question list. Then assign to it an anonymous function. This function will hold one parameter. When we display question in question list, we have to get this question from local storage. Therefore, this method should have access on local storage. So at first pass here parameter and call it getQuestions. As you know, we have created object for local storage in quizController module. So in order to get access from controller on it, we have to make this object public. You know how to do it. We have to pass it in returned object. So write here getQuestion local storage. And as a value, write question local storage. Now let's invoke this method in controller module. So write UI controller dot create question list. And now pass here the argument. As we said, we need to get question from local storage. Therefore, we need to write here quiz controller dot get question local storage. Alright, let's see how create question list function works and at the same time what this argument looks like. For that I'm going to write inside function console.log get questions. Go to the browser, reload the page, and you see that in console we have local storage object. Alright, fine. Let's get rid of console.log. All the time when the page is loaded, we need to create this question list. Let's see what I mean. Take a look on finished admin panel. So we have added here 3 questions, and suppose that we want to add one more question. Let's fill question text and then options. Also check correct answer, and when I click on insert, the question is added as 4th one. You may think that just 4th question is added on question list, but actually it's not right. When I click on insert, function clears the entire question list. Using for loop, it finds 4 question objects in local storage and then displays all 4 over again. Make sense? Okay, let's go back to brackets. As we said, function at first clears question list. For that we need to select question list wrapper. Let's take a look on index.html file. So you see here at the end of admin section, div element with class name inserted questions wrapper. This element is actually container which will wrap all the inserted questions. Let's copy the class name and then in DOM items object create another property and call it inserted questions wrapper. Then select it, write document.querySelector, and as a class name, paste here inserted questions wrapper. Alright, now we have access on question list wrapper, and the first thing that we have to do is to clear it. So for that we need to write DOM items, then .inserted questions wrapper, and use here inner HTML property equals to empty string. Alright, so as we said, after clearing question list, in order to get back the updated one, we need to use for loop. which will iterate through the data in local storage and then display questions again in question list. So write for, then variable I equals to 0, then the condition I is less than get questions. So we already have access on local storage object, and I'm going to use one of its methods, get question collection, in order to reach an array which includes question objects as items. So write get question collection. So we have access on the array, and now let's use its length property. Write dot length and then the increment I++. Alright, in order to display question in question list, I'm going to use known method of DOM insert adjacent HTML. As you remember, it holds two parameters, the position and the text. So at first I'm going to create this text. For that, let's declare the variable and call it question HTML. In this same way, we have to grab the content from index.html file. So let's go to there and copy this commented line, which was ready from the beginning. Then inside the for loop, assign this copied content to question HTML variable. So write question HTML. We need to pass here the content as a string, so let's place empty quotes and then paste the HTML content. Alright, the first thing that we want to change here is question text. As a default, we have here the plain question text, so let's make it dynamic. In order to get actual question text, we need to have access on question objects array. So let's delete this question text, then place single quotes, and inside them pass two plus signs. And then between them write get questions dot get question collection. So now we have reached to question array. In order to get current item, we have to use square brackets and the variable I. And the last thing to do is to get question text. So write dot question text. Okay, next we need to change ID dynamically. For that, let's just copy it and paste instead of 1. And then simply change question text into ID. Alright, now it's time to use insert adjacent method in order to insert this HTML content. So write DOM items. Then we need to select question list wrapper, which actually is inserted questions wrapper. So write inserted questions wrapper. And then use the method insert adjacent HTML. As a position, I'm going to use after begin, which actually will manage to display newly inserted question at the top of the list. And now as a text, pass here question HTML. Alright, let's go to the browser, reload the page, and you see that we have an error. It tells us that engine cannot read property length of null. This error is already known for us, and I hope you guessed why do we have it. And also I believe that you know how to fix that problem. But anyway, I'm going to explain it again. Let's go back to brackets. Do you remember what this if statement is doing here? It actually prepares for us the local storage when it's empty. So we need to copy it and paste outside of add question on local storage function, because we need to prepare the local storage when the application starts. So let's paste here. Then go to browser, reload the page, and then add question, fill the question text, then some options, check correct answer, click on insert button, then reload, and here we go. The question appeared below in question list. Great. At this point, the questions don't appear in question list dynamically. Each time we need to reload the page, but we will fix that soon. Let's add another question, fill the text and inputs. Then check answer. Click on insert button. Then again reload the page. And you see that the second question is added to the list as well. But if you take a look on numbering, you will see that we have here 1 for both of them. Let's at first fix that. Go to brackets again and use here a little trick. For that we need to declare new variable. Let's call it numbering array. Then assign to it an empty array. Now inside for loop, use push method to add number for each iteration. Write numbering array dot push. Because of that, at the beginning I is equal to 0, and we need for first question number 1. Therefore we need to pass here I plus 1. Make sense? Okay. So on the first iteration I is 0, therefore we will get number 1 as a first item inside array. Then on second iteration I will be 1, therefore in the numbering array 2 will be added as the second item, and so on. Alright, now we need to use this array items instead of 1, which is placed here as a default. So let's delete it, then place empty quotes, write plus, numbering array, then I in square brackets, and then plus. Alright, let's go to browser, reload the page, and you see that in question list, questions are numbered properly from bottom to top. Let's add another one. Fill the text and then options. Click on insert, then reload, and we have here third question with its proper number. Alright, fine. So we can see that in question list, question texts are displayed. Also we see the numbering of them. The only thing from question HTML that's not visible here is ID. So let's check if it works properly. For that, let's use console.log and write get questions dot get question collection, then the variable I dot ID. Go back to browser and just reload the page, and you see that it works fine. We have 3 questions, therefore we have 3 IDs, 0, 1 and 2. Alright, and the last thing that we have to do is to make displaying questions in question list dynamic. So we know that questions are inserted using addQuestion on local storage method. In order to make displaying the questions in question list dynamic, we need somehow to link it to this method. But we need to take into account that we have here several conditions using if-else statements, which actually check if admin adds the question correctly. So if he or she does, then we need to return true value. So right here, return true. But if there is something wrong, then we need function to return as value false, which actually should go in all else statements. So we need to write them after each alert method, because if we write them before alerts, then they will terminate execution of alert methods. Make sense? Okay, let's write return false. Now we have to make some changes in controller module. So the first thing that we have to do is to store in variable the invocation of addQuestion on local storage method. For that, create variable and call it check boolean. And now, depending on that boolean value, we will manage update or not question list. So write if statement, as a condition pass here check boolean. So if this condition is true, I mean if the question is added successfully, then we need to invoke again create question list function. So let's copy it and paste here. Alright, now everything should work. Let's go to the browser, reload the page, then add new question, type here something, click on insert button, and here we go. The question is added to list dynamically without any reloading. Alright, great. Our goal is reached, so we are ready to move on. So in previous lecture we have learned how to create question list. When we add questions, then they appear below in question list wrapper. Each question on the right side has button for edit, which actually doesn't work at this point. Let's see what we're going to do in this lecture. Let's take a look one more time on our finished application. At first I'm going to add a question. So when I click on edit button, the content of question with its proper options appear in working mode. We are able to edit question text and the options as well, change the correct answer, and after that update the question or even delete it from question list. So we're going to program this stuff. Editing questions includes some complicated things and tricky ways, so you should be more concentrated in order to avoid confusion and misunderstanding. But you do not have to worry much because I'm going to explain everything step by step in depth. Alright. Let's go back to brackets. From the previous lecture you know that we have used IDs, which are properties of question objects from local storage, and those IDs make each edit button unique. So we will use this ID in order to distinguish edit buttons from each other, and also it will help us to get specified question object from local storage. So the first thing that we're going to do is to set event listener. For that let's use parent element, which in this case is inserted questions wrapper, and attach to it add event listener. We have to do it in controller module. The needed element inserted question wrapper is already selected, so write selected DOM items dot inserted questions wrapper and then attach add event listener. Inside parentheses write click event, and I'm going to use here anonymous function, and in this function we will invoke method for editing questions, which will hold some arguments. Here we need to use event object, which will actually help us to find clicked elements from question list. Alright, so the event listener is attached, and now it's time to create method for editing questions, which will be the part of UI controller module. So write here edit question list, then assign to it anonymous function. This function will hold several parameters. As the first one I'm going to pass here event, which represents an event object. And then in order to get access on local storage, let's write another parameter and call it storage question list. Alright, the next thing that we're going to do is to invoke this method. We have to do it in controller module inside anonymous function. So write UI controller dot edit question list. So the first parameter was event for event object. Therefore, as a first argument, we have to pass here E. And for the second argument, we need to get access on local storage. So let's write here quiz controller dot get question local storage. Okay, now it's time to test and see how it works. Let's go back to edit question list method and write inside it console.log event and then storage question list. Also we have above another console.log. Let's get rid of it. Then go to the browser, reload the page. You know that add event listener is attached to entire inserted question wrapper. Therefore, when I click on any place, then the event fires and function is invoked. So you see in console that we have mouse event object and then local storage object. Alright, fine. But in this case, we want to run the code only in case of clicking on edit button. For that, we have to use if statement, in which we will use some tricky ways. In order to execute code for every edit button, I'm going to use ID attribute and index of method. So we know that ID attribute is different for every question element because they get different numbers from local storage. But at the same time, all the elements have same part of ID attributes, which is question dash. So right here, question and dash. Then we need to use index of method in order to define if ID attribute of clicked element includes question and dash, right, dot index of. And then inside parentheses, we have to indicate ID of clicked element object. For that, I'm going to use known way. So write event and use here target property and then ID. So if user has clicked on element which contains ID attribute with the following characters, I mean question and dash, then this condition will be true. Make sense? Okay, let's test again. Write inside console.log event.target.id. Then go to the browser, reload, click on any place except edit button, and you see that nothing happens because condition in if statement is false. But if we click on edit button, then we will get question dash 0. Okay, let's add another question. Then click on new questions edit button, and we have question dash 1. Alright, great, it works fine. In order to update or delete question, first of all we need to find out on which item from local storage should we perform those actions. For that we're going to use from ID attribute, I mean for example from question dash 0, the second part, number. And the great way to do that is to use one of the built-in string methods in JavaScript, which is called split. Before we use it, let's demonstrate how it actually works. For that, let's go to browser and use console, create variable a and assign to it as a string question dash 0, which we got in one of our cases. Then use split method, write a.split. Inside parentheses, we need to indicate the character on which should be performed split. Let's use dash. And you see that we have an array, which consists of two items, question and 0. Both of them are represented as strings, and the dash itself is removed. So this is the way how split method works. We're going to use this method in our case in order to get number part of ID attribute. First of all, we need to declare new variable. Let's call it getID. Then inside if statement, use this variable and assign to it number part of ID attribute, which will be defined using split method. Write event.target.id, then .split, and inside parentheses pass dash. As we saw in previous example, in console we got array using split method, and the number was its second item. So in order to get this second item, you know that it has index number 1. So let's write inside square brackets 1. Let's see what variable getID looks like. Writing console.log getID. Go to the browser and reload. Then click on edit buttons. And you see that we got here 0 and 1. We got numbers, but actually they have data type as a string. I want to transform them into numbers. For that there is another built-in method in JavaScript called parseInt, which converts string into number and returns it as an integer. So let's use here parse int and surround all of this stuff with parentheses. Okay, let's see again in browser, reload the page, click on edit buttons, and we have here again 0 and 1, but with data type as number, because their color is changed in console. Alright, fine. Let's delete this console.log. So the next step is to find out which question object in local storage contains this ID. For that we have to get access on local storage and then use for loop in order to figure out which question object should be updated or deleted. First of all, I'm going to declare new variable. Let's call it getStorageQuestionList. In order to minimize the amount of code, I'm going to use this variable and then assign to it storage question list dot get question collection. So we have access on an array in local storage, which includes question objects, and now I'm going to use for loop. Write for variable I equals to 0, then write the condition I is less than the length of get storage question list, and then I++. Now we need to get question item, which will have the same value of ID property as get ID. For that, again, we need to use if statement. Write if get storage question list, then the variable I dot ID triple equals to get ID. Then we need to save this item into variable. Let's at first declare a new variable and call it found item. Then use this variable and assign to it found question item, which was defined by if statement. So write get storage question list I. Alright. The next thing that we're going to do is to define the actual place of found item in array. We have to do it because in case of update of question, we need to get back the question item on its original place. For example, if we want to update second question, after update it should be placed as second question again in question list. Make sense? I understand that it may be confusing and hard for you, especially if you are new in JavaScript, but at the same time I'm trying to do my best and explain things in details, so I hope that you understand everything. Okay, let's move on and declare a new variable and call it place in array. And then inside if statement, use place in array and assign to it the variable I. Alright, let's see again in console how those variables work right outside of for loop. Console.log, found item, and then place in array. Then go to the browser, reload the page, click on edit buttons, and you see that we have question item from array and its actual place in that array. Alright, perfect. It's time to display the question with its proper options when we click on edit button. Let's assign to new question text as a value question text of found item. Let's remove console.log and write DOM items dot new question text dot value equals to found item dot question text. Let's see how it works. Go to browser, reload the page, and click on edit. So you see that the proper question text appeared in text area. Alright, In the same way, we need to display the proper options for question. But at first, we need to clear them and then assign the proper values to them over again. Let's take a look on index.html file. The inputs for options are inside a div, which we have already selected previously. So let's use this element. Write DOM items dot admin options container, and then use inner HTML property equals to empty string. So now in order to assign the values to options over again, I'm going to use for loop. Let's use here variable x because I is already used, right? Variable x equals to 0. As a condition, we need to compare x to length of options of found item. So write x is less than found item dot options dot length, and then x plus plus. Okay, the next step is to create content for each option. For that, I'm going to declare new variable and call it option HTML. I call it option HTML because I'm going to grab again the content of this variable from HTML document. So let's go back to index.html file. We need to copy div element, which actually is admin option wrapper with its including input elements. Then go back to script.js file and assign it to option HTML variable. Again, I'm going to remove these white spaces from here. Because of that, we don't need on each iteration to change the content of option HTML, but to collect them. For that, we have to use plus sign before equal sign. Okay, you see here that inputs have the class names admin option 0. We need to change these numbers dynamically using the variable x. So let's delete zeros, then place empty single quotes, and then write plus x plus. And the last thing here to change is the value of option input. We have to pass here the content of option of found item, place empty quotes, and write plus found item dot options x, and then plus again. Alright, the content of option HTML is almost ready. Let's test it. Write console.log option HTML. Go to the browser, reload the page, click on edit, and you see that we have entire HTML content. But at the beginning of this value, there is undefined. Actually, it's not a surprise. We know that when we declare the variable, JavaScript engine automatically assigns to it undefined. So in order to fix that, we have just to assign to option HTML empty string. So write before for loop option HTML equals to empty string. Go to the browser again, reload the page, click on edit, and you see that it's fixed. Okay, great. And now it's time to display proper values of option. When we click on edit button, let's copy it and paste after for loop. And instead of empty quotes, assign to it the variable option HTML. Let's delete console.log, then go back to browser again, reload the page, click on edit, and you see that the entire question with question text and proper options are displayed. Okay, really cool, right? So it works, but here we have a little problem. When we focus on last input, new inputs are not added dynamically. In order to fix that problem, we have to pass another parameter in function. Actually, this parameter will be function. Thanks to first-class functions in JavaScript, which you already know, we have ability to pass functions as arguments. Okay, let's call this parameter add inputs dynamically function. Write it in kind of short way. Then go to the controller module and as an argument pass here our known method UIController dot add inputs dynamic, and then call it inside if statement right below add inputs dynamically function. Go to the browser, reload, click on edit, then focus on last inputs, and you see that they are added dynamically. Okay, we are almost done. The only thing is to display update and delete buttons. From CSS, by default, they are hidden, so we need to change their styles. At first, let's select these elements. So you see here two buttons for update and delete. They have proper ID attributes, question update btn and question delete btn. Let's copy the first one. Then inside DOM items object, create another property and call it question update btn. Then write document dot get element by ID, and then paste here ID question update btn. Then create property for delete button and call it question delete btn. Then copy it and change update into delete. Alright, so we have selected both buttons. Now it's time to change their styles and make them visible. For that, write DOM items dot question update btn dot style and use here CSS property visibility, which equals to visible. Let's copy it and change update into delete. And also when we click on edit button, we want to hide insert button. So let's select it as well. Write DOM items dot question insert btn dot style dot visibility equals to hidden. Alright, so we are done. Let's go to browser, reload the page, click on edit, and you see that buttons for update and delete are visible and insert button is hidden. Okay, perfect. It's enough for this video. I know that it was a little bit long one, but I'm sure that you have learned a lot. So let's move on. So we have already prepared the questions for change the question text, options and correct answer, and now it's time to give some functionality to update button. Before we do that, I want in advance to disable clear list button during editing the question. I know that at this point it doesn't have any functionality, but regardless of that, let's disable this button now. Okay, let's go to brackets. The first thing that we have to do is to select this element. Let's take a look on index.html file. After insert button, we have here button for clear list. It has ID attribute, questions clear btn. So let's copy it and then in DOM items object, create another property and call it questions clear btn. Then select it, write document, dot get element by ID and paste here ID questions clear btn. As we said, we want to disable this button during editing the questions. Therefore, we're going to do it inside edit question list function. In order to disable the button, we need to change its style. So write DOM items dot questions clear btn, then dot style. In CSS, we have a property called pointer events, which manages how HTML elements act on mouse events. So let's use this property, write pointer events. If we want to disable the button, we need to assign to this property the value none. Okay, let's go to the browser and see how it works. Reload, then click on Edit button. So when we hover on Clear List button, it doesn't have hover effect anymore. It means that it's disabled. Alright, now it's time to start updating the questions. The first thing that we're going to do is to attach click event on update button. This is the case when it's more convenient to use event handler instead of event listener. As you know, in case of add event listener, element can hold several events, but at this point we want update button to hold only one event. Anyway, you can feel free and use add event listener, and I'm sure that you will guess better what I'm talking about. Okay, let's write DOM items dot question update btn dot on click. For updating questions, we're going to create function, and let's in advance call it update question. And then create the mentioned function as function expression. So create the variable and call it update question. Then assign to it anonymous function. And now let's test how this update question function works. Write inside it console.log works. Then go to the browser, reload the page, click on Edit button, then click on Update, and you see that it works. Okay, now we want to write the code which will update question item in local storage. For that, we want to update the content of found item variable. Let's change the question text of found item. For that, we have to write found item dot question text equals to DOM items dot new question text dot value. So in case of clicking on Edit button, we assign question text of found item to new question text as a value. But in case of clicking on Update button, we need to assign to question text of found item the value of new question text, which is the content of text area. Make sense? Okay, in order to see better and understand it well, I'm going to test it. Let's display in console found item from outside of function, write console.log found item. It means that this line of code will run when we click on Edit button. And also let's display found item from inside update question function. So write found item. It means that this console.log will run when we click on Update button. Let's go to the browser, reload, then click on Edit button. So you see that we have here question with its actual content. Now let's change the question text and write, for example, updated. Then click on Update, and you see that the text of question is changed. Okay, let's check what happens in local storage. Go to the application. So you see that in local storage, question has its old content. It's not surprise because we didn't touch local storage, we just changed the content of found item variable. So you know that content of found item we got from local storage, and after updating its content, we have to get back it to local storage as updated. Alright, let's go back to brackets and at first delete this console.logs. The next that we want to do is to set correct answer of found item as empty. If we do not do it, then we won't be able to validate it. So write found item dot correct answer equals to empty string. So we have updated question text and made correct answer as empty, and now it's time to update options. For that we're going to create an empty array, and then in that empty array we will collect new options. So let's declare new variable and call it new options, and then assign to this variable an empty array. Alright, now we need to select options. Actually they are selected, but we want to reselect them in order to get updated number of options. For that, let's declare new variable and call it option elements. Then go to DOM items object and copy this line and assign it to option elements variable. Okay, so the next steps that we're going to do are very similar to the code which we have written in add question on local storage function, but they will be slightly different. So the next thing that we have to do is to add options to new options array and also define the correct answer. For that I'm going to use for loop. So write for, then variable I equals to 0. As a condition, write I is less than the length of option elements, and then I++. So if the value of options is not empty, then it should be added as a new option to new options array. For that we have to use if statement, and as a condition, let's write option elements I.value not equals to empty quotes. So if this condition is true, it means that value of option is not empty. Therefore, we need to add it to new options array. For that, let's use push method. Write new options dot push, and as a parameter, let's place here option elements I dot value. Alright, now it's time to define the correct answer. For that we need another if statement which will go inside the previous one. So as a condition we need to indicate the proper radio button as checked. As you remember, radio buttons are placed in HTML document as previous siblings for text inputs. So we need to use DOM property called previous element sibling, and then the property checked, which returns boolean value true or false. Write option elements I dot previous element sibling, and then use checked property. So if this condition is true, it means that the proper radio button is checked, and on that iteration we have correct answer. So write found item dot correct answer equals to option elements I dot value. Okay, the last step for preparing found item is to assign to it new options array. Let's do it outside for loop and write found item dot options equals to new options. Alright, found item is already prepared, and the next step is to insert it in local storage on its original place. For that, at first we need to get access on question list from local storage. In previous video we have stored it in get storage question list, so let's use this variable. Now we have access on array in local storage, and in order to insert found item we have to use another built-in array method in JavaScript, which is called splice. Let's briefly demonstrate in console how splice works. Create an array and call it colors. Then pass here some colors, for example red, then green and blue. Let's suppose that we want to delete, for example, second item, green. For that we can write colors.splice. This method holds at least two parameters. The first one indicates the position of item from where you want to delete the item, and the second one indicates how many items you want to delete. So in this case we want to delete green, therefore as a first parameter we need to place 1. And because of that we want to delete only one item. As a second parameter we need to pass 1 again. So you see that we have new array which includes the deleted item, but if we check our colors array, then we will get array without green color. Alright, besides that, splice method allows us to replace the item. Suppose that we want to replace blue color with black. For that we have to write colors.splice. Then as the parameters write 1, then again 1, and then black color. Again, splice method returned array with deleted item. Let's check colors array. And you see that we have red and black instead of blue. Alright, it's all about splice method. Let's go back to brackets. So in our case, splice method will hold three parameters. First one will be position from where we want to delete the item. As you remember from previous lecture, we have defined the place of found item in an array using place in array variable. So as a first parameter we have to pass it here. As the second parameter we need to place 1 because we want to delete one item. And as a third parameter we need to indicate found item, which should be replaced instead of old one. Alright, everything is ready. Now we just need to overwrite updated array to old one. For that let's write storage question list. Here we need to use setQuestionCollection method from local storage object. And then as a parameter we have to pass here get storage question list. Alright, it should already work. Let's go to the browser, reload the page, click on edit. Then in question text write again updated. Also add some more inputs and then change the correct answer. Click on update. Then reload and you see that the question text is updated. If we click on edit again, then we will get the updated options as well. Also, if we check local storage, let's go to the application, we will find updated content of question. Alright, perfect. It works, but as you noticed, list is not updated dynamically. We need to reload the page for that, and also buttons are still displayed. But before we fix that, I want to validate the inputs and checking the correct answer in order to save updated question properly. For that we have to use again several if-else statements, as it was in case of add question on local storage method. So at first let's validate the question text, write if statement. As a condition we have to indicate the question text of found item not to be empty, so write found item dot question text not equals to empty quotes. Also, we have to surround these lines of code with curly braces. And then we need to use else statement with alert method. Inside alert method, write the text, please insert question. The next we have to validate the options. So as you remember, the number of options should be greater than 1 because we want at least 2 options. So create another if statement and as a condition write found item dot options dot length is greater than 1. Then again below use else statement with alert method and write here the text, you must insert at least 2 options. And the last part is to validate checking the correct answer. Again, we need to use if statement. As the condition, write found item dot correct answer not equals to empty quotes. And then use else statement again. I'm going to copy it from add question on local storage because it's a little bit long one. So let's copy it and then paste it here. Also, let's organize the code a little bit. Now it looks better. Let's go to the browser and test how the validation works. Reload the page, then click on Edit. Leave options without checking correct answer. Click on Update, and you see that we have alert message saying that we have missed to check correct answer. If we delete question text and then click on Update, then we will get proper alert message, and the same will happen if we miss filling at least 2 options. Alright, great. Let's stop here. See you in the next video. So we have almost programmed the update button. The only thing that we have to do is to hide update and delete buttons after clicking on update button. Also display insert button back and update the question in question list dynamically. So at first when we click on update button, we need to clear question text area, then the inputs for options, and also make correct answer unchecked. Alright, let's start from question text area. It's very simple. We just need to write inside update question function DOM items dot new question text dot value equals to empty quotes. Let's go to the browser and see if it works. Reload the page, click on Edit, then check correct answer, click on Update, and you see that question text area is empty. Okay, let's move on to options and also correct answer. In order to clear all the inputs, we need to use for loop. So write for, then variable I equals to 0, write I is less than the length of option elements, and then I++. So on each iteration, we need to clear the current option input, and also at the same time, we need to uncheck correct answer. For that, we have to write option elements I dot value equals to empty quotes, and below option elements I dot previous element sibling dot checked equals to false. Alright, let's go to the browser again, reload, then click on Edit, check Answer, click on Update, and you see that text area and inputs are empty, and also all the radio buttons are unchecked. Alright, fine. As we said, next step is to make hidden, update, and delete buttons also display insert button, which is hidden during editing questions, and also enable clear list button. For that, we just need to copy these lines of code and change the values with the opposite ones. So let's write, instead of visible, hidden. Then instead of hidden, write visible. As for the pointer events property, in order to enable clear list button, we just need to place here empty quotes. Alright, let's go back to browser one more time, reload, click on edit button, then check the correct answer, click on update, and you see that buttons are hidden. Also here we have insert button back, and the clear list button is enabled. To prove that, we just need to hover on that. Okay, let's click again on edit button and change the text of question, then update it. You see that question text is not updated dynamically. For that, we need to reload the page. So let's fix that. Go to brackets. As it was in case of add inputs dynamically function, we need to pass function as a parameter in edit question list method. This kind of functions in JavaScript sometimes are called as callback functions, and sometimes you may hear it, so don't be confused. Let's place here parameter and call it update question list function. Then go to controller module, and inside edit question list function, pass the proper argument, which will be UI controller dot create question list. And the last thing to do is to invoke this callback function. We have to do it inside update question function. So let's write update question list fn. This function should hold arguments. Let's place here storage question list. That's because we know that create question list function holds parameter get questions. Alright, everything is ready. Let's go to the browser, reload the page, click on edit, then change the text of the question, check the correct answer, and click on update. You see that the content of question is updated dynamically, and also everything works fine. Alright, perfect. We have finished to program the update button. It's time to move on to delete button, so let's go ahead. Okay, as we said in this lecture, we're going to program delete button. So when we click on delete, the question should be removed from question list, and also we should get the default view as it was in case of clicking on update button. Alright, let's go back to brackets. For deleting question, we need to create new function inside edit question list method. I'm going to use again function expression, but before that, as it was in case of update question part, first of all we need to attach to delete button click event using event handler. So let's write DOM items dot question delete btn and then write on click. Again, I'm going to assign to it in advance function. Let's call it delete question. Then create the function expression. So write variable delete question equals to anonymous function. Let's at first test how it works. Write inside the function console.log works. Then go to the browser, reload the page, Then click on Edit button, click on Delete, and you see that it works. Okay, fine. In order to delete item from local storage, we need to get access on storage question list, which is actually an array. So let's write get storage question list. So we have access on an array now, and we need to delete the needed question item from that array. For that, I'm going to use again splice method. Because of that, we need only to delete item and not to replace it. Therefore, splice method will hold two parameters. The first one will be position, from where we want to delete the item. As you know, it's already defined, so let's pass here place in array. And as a second parameter, we need to place the number of items we want to delete, which in this case is 1. So when we delete the item, after that we have to overwrite updated array to an old one. For that, you guess that we have to use again set question collection method. So write storage question list dot set question collection. And of course, as a parameter, this method should hold an updated array, which is get storage question list. Okay, let's go to the browser and test how delete question function works. Reload, click on edit, then click on delete button, reload the page again, and you see that the question is deleted from the question list. If we check local storage, let's go to the application, then we will find that the question is deleted from local storage as well. So we can say that function works, but we have here same things to fix as it was in case of update question part. So the question is not deleted dynamically from the list, and also when we click on delete button, we don't get default view here. Let's fix that. Go to brackets. Actually, we need to pass in this function the exact same stuff as it's in update question function. But I think, and you should agree with me, that if we copy all of this stuff and paste in delete question function, it won't be a smart decision. In order to avoid repeating the same code over again, we can simply create a new function, then put this code inside this function, and then invoke this function in update question function and in delete question function as well. Make sense? Alright, let's create function expression and call it back default view. Then assign to it anonymous function. Then cut from update question function all of this stuff and then paste it inside back default view function. Also, let's organize the code for better visibility. You see that we have here option elements inside for loop, but option elements is created in update question function. Therefore, because of the scopes, we have not access on that variable anymore. In order to fix that, let's simply create new variable. Let's declare it right for updated options. And then copy this line of code and assign it to updated options variable. Also, we need to change all the option elements into updated options. Alright, the only thing that we have to do is to invoke this function in update question function and in delete question function as well. Let's do it. Call this function at first in update question function, then do the same in delete question function. Okay, now everything is ready. Let's go to the browser, reload the page, click on edit button, then click on delete, and here we go. The question is deleted from the question list dynamically. Also, we have default view here, and if we check local storage, we will find there an empty array. Alright, great. We have just finished the entire edit question part. It was really big method, it contained multiple functions, but at the same time I'm sure that it was really interesting for you. Okay, let's move on. In this lecture we're going to give the functionality to clear list button, which will actually clear the entire list. This is the main and only job of this button. Alright, the first thing that we are going to do is to set event listener on this button. This element is already selected because we have disabled it during editing the questions. In order to attach to it an event listener, we have to go again in controller module. So let's select this element, write selected DOM items dot questions clear btn, and then add event listener. Inside the parentheses, write click event. We're going to use here anonymous function because the method for clearing the question list will hold a parameter. Then let's create the method itself. This method will be the part of UI controller module. So let's go to UI controller module and create new method. Let's call it clear question list. Assign to it anonymous function. So as we said, this function is going to hold parameter. Because of that, we need to have access on local storage. Therefore, we have to place here as a parameter storage question list. Alright, let's invoke this function. Go to controller module and inside anonymous function write UI controller dot clear question list. So as we said, we need to have access on local storage. Therefore, as an argument, we need to pass here quiz controller dot get question local storage. Alright, let's at first test how this function works. Write inside clear question list function console.log, and I'm going to pass here the parameter storage question list in order to see again how this object looks like. Let's go to the browser, reload, click on clear list button, and we have in console local storage object. As you know, this object contains three methods: for getting questions, for setting them, and also for removing the questions. In this lecture, we will use remove question collection method in order to clear the list. Alright, let's go back to brackets. So we want clear button to do its job if we have at least one item in question list. For doing that, we have to use if statement. Let's delete console.log and then write if. As a condition, we have to pass here the length of question list array to be greater than 0. So write storage question list, then dot get question collection, then use length property, which is greater than 0. So clearing the entire list is an important and kind of dangerous thing for admin, because with just one click, he or she might lose all the questions. When we deal with such things, we always need to warn the users. And for that, we can use confirm method. Let's create a variable and call it conf, which equals to confirm. So this method gives us pop-up message like alert method, which allows user to answer the question, either with accepting or refusing. And the user can do it simply clicking on OK or cancel buttons. Confirm method returns Boolean value true or false. So if the user clicks on OK, it stores true. And in case of clicking on cancel, it returns false. Let's write below console.log and place here the variable conf. Then go to the browser, reload the page. Then click on clear list button. You see that we have pop-up message with OK and cancel buttons. So if we click on OK, we will get true in console, and then if we click on cancel, we will get false. Alright, that's the way how confirm method works in JavaScript. Actually, we need some warning message here. So let's write warning. You will lose entire question list. Okay, so if admin accepts on that message, then we need to delete the question list. For that we have to use another if statement. Let's delete console.log and write if. As a condition we have to pass here the variable conf. So if this condition is true, if admin accepted, then in order to delete question list, we need to write storage question list. And then use method from local storage object, which allows us to delete entire list. So let's write remove question collection. Alright, let's go to the browser. At first, I'm going to add question. Then add another one. Then go to application and display local storage. Click on clear list button. So we have here confirm message. Click on OK, and you see that both key value pairs parts are deleted. But actually questions are still displayed in question list. For disappearing them, we need to reload the page. So you see that questions are no longer displayed in question list. But at the same time, in local storage, there is created new empty array. That's because of previously created if statement, which always prepares local storage when question collection equals to null. In other words, when needed key doesn't exist. Alright, let's go back to clear question list function and make question list empty dynamically. It's very simple. We just need to write DOM items dot inserted questions wrapper, then use inner HTML property, which equals to empty quotes. Let's go to browser, reload the page, and then add the question. Click on clear list button, then OK, and you see that question is deleted and it's disappeared dynamically. Okay, everything seems to be fine, but there is one little problem. If we click again on clear list button, then in console we will get an error, which tells us that JavaScript engine cannot read property length of null. I'm sure you guessed what happened here because it's a known error for us. It happens because when we clear the question list and then again click on clear list button before reloading the page, there is not created new empty array. GetQuestionCollection method gives us the value null, and therefore we get an error. Make sense? Okay, we can simply fix that problem. For that we need to use another if statement and surround all this code with its curly braces. So right at the top, if, then as a condition, write storage question list dot get question collection not equals to null, and then place all the code inside that if statement. Alright, so now everything is ready. Let's go to the browser again, reload the page, then add question, click on clear list button, then OK, and you see that list is empty. Let's click again on clear list button, and you see that we don't have any error here. Alright, perfect. We have just finished to program one more button. I think it was very easy to understand, so let's move on to the next lecture. Alright, congratulations. We have already done a great job. If you are still with us and keep trying your best, then it's time to move on to the next part of our application. Up until this point, we were building admin panel section, and from now we're going to move on to the quiz section. Alright, so here we have a finished version of our application. Let's have a look once again on quiz section. For that, we just need to type any of the first name and last name except John Smith. So we have started quiz. On the left side of the screen, you see the question with its text and proper options. On the right side, we have progress bar, which shows us the total amount of questions and also the current question number. Let's click on correct answer. You see that on the top of the options appeared nice instant answer with little smile and with the text that this is a correct answer. At the end of it, we have next button, and if we click on that button, next question will appear on the screen. Also on the right side, you see that progress bar is updated. Let's in this case click on wrong answer, and you see that now we have again instant answer, but it's a little bit different because we have chosen wrong answer. At the end of it, we have again button for finishing quiz. If we click on it, we will be directly moved to final result page, where we can find our final score. Really cool, right? I'm sure that you like it and can wait to start programming the quiz section. Okay, so the first thing from where we would start is to display question, which is created by admin. Let's go to brackets and take a look on index.html file. Throughout the coming lectures, we will refer to quiz section part of HTML document, so I'm going to briefly go through it. Quiz section consists of two main parts, question part and progress part. Question part itself includes heading element for question text, then div element for instant answer, and another div for options. As a default, instant answer container is hidden from CSS. Alright, it's time to start coding. The first thing that we are going to do is to create new method for displaying questions. So let's write display question and assign to it anonymous function. This method will hold two parameters. Because of that, we need access on local storage object. As a first parameter, I'm going to pass here storage question list. As for the second parameter, we will define it a little bit later. Okay, it's time to invoke this function. For that, we need to go in controller module. So write UI controller dot display question. So as we said, we have to get access on local storage object. Therefore, as an argument, we need to pass quizController dot get question local storage. Let's test how this function works. Write inside it console.log works. Go to browser, reload, and you see that it works. Okay. Before we actually get questions from local storage, at first we need to ensure that there exists at least one question item. It means that we want to use if statement. As a condition, we need the length of question collection to be greater than 0. So write storage question list dot get question collection dot length is greater than 0. So first of all, we need to get and display the text of the question, which will be placed in h2 heading element. So we have to select this element. Let's go to index.html file. h2 element has id attribute asked question text. Let's copy it. Then go to DOM items object. But at first, let's make here the comments, because we're going to select elements from quiz section. Then create new property and call it asked question text. Let's select it, write document, dot get element by ID, and paste here the ID attribute asked question text. Then go back to display question function. So in order to display the question text, we need to insert as a text content of asked question text element the actual question text of question item from local storage. So let's write DOM items dot asked question text, then use text content property, which equals to storage question list dot get question collection. So we have access on an array of question items. As for the index number of question, we need somehow to increase it by 1 according to the progress of quiz. So for that we need to create new object, and we have to do it in quiz controller module. Let's scroll up and find quiz controller, create variable after if statement and call it quiz progress. So as we said, we need question index, which will be increased by 1 on each next question. And as a default, let's assign to this property the index number of first question, which is 0. Okay, in order to make this object public, let's create new property in return statement and call it get quiz progress. And then assign to this property object which we have created quiz progress. Okay, let's go back to display question function. As we said, this function would hold 2 parameters, and as a second parameter, let's pass here progress. Then go to controller module, and as an argument, let's insert our newly created quiz progress. Write quiz controller dot get quiz progress. Alright, now it's time to define index of question inside display question function. Write inside square brackets progress dot question index, and then dot question text. Alright, let's go to the browser, reload the page. Then at first add question in admin panel. Write, for example, how are you? Then write some options. For example, fine, then bad, so, and fantastic. Check correct answer, then insert question. Reload the page again, and you see in quiz section we have text of our question, how are you? Okay, fine. So the text is inserted, and now it's time to display the proper options of question. For that we are going to use our known and frequently used approach. At first we need to select wrapper, which includes quiz options. Let's go to index.html file. Here we have div element with class name quiz options wrapper. Let's copy it, then go to DOM items object and create new property which will be quiz options wrapper. Let's select it, write document dots and use query selector method, and then place here class name quiz options wrapper. Before we display the relevant options, we have to clear quiz options wrapper. We can do it in a simple way. Just write DOM items dot quiz options wrapper, then use inner HTML property equals to empty quotes. Let's go to the browser, reload the page, and you see that quiz options wrapper is cleared and we have just only the question text. Alright, now it's time to use for loop to iterate through the options, get them from the local storage and display in quiz options wrapper. Write for then variable I equals to 0. As a condition, we need to compare variable I to the length of options. So write I is less than storage question list dot get question collection. Then in square brackets, we have to indicate the index, right? Progress dot question index dot options. Then use length property, and then write I++. Alright, so for each option we need to create HTML content dynamically and then insert them using insert adjacent HTML method. This stuff is already known for you. Let's at first declare variable and call it new option HTML. Then go to index.html file. Inside quiz options wrapper, as a default, we have 4 div elements for options. Let's copy one of them. Then go back to script.js file and assign this HTML content to new option HTML variable. Alright, so here you can notice that each of these elements contain same class names, choice-0. We want the number parts of these class names increased by 1 dynamically. So let's delete them, then place single quotes and write plus I plus. Okay, as a content of option we have here default value test1. It should be changed dynamically as well. So let's delete it, then place single quotes again and write plus storage question list dot get question collection, then the index, write progress dot question index dot options I, and again the plus sign. And the last thing to change is the content of span element. Generally, those elements indicate the characters of options, I mean A, B, C, D, and so on. It's depending on the number of options. And before we change it, let's create a new variable and call it character array. This array will hold the mentioned characters. I'm going to pass in it several letters from A to F because I think that at most 6 options for each question is enough, but you can feel free and add here as many characters as you want. So instead of A, which is placed as a default, let's place again single quotes and write plus character array, then the variable I and plus again. Alright. So the HTML content for options is ready, and the last thing that we have to do is to insert them using insert adjacent HTML. Let's write DOM items dot quiz options wrapper dot insert adjacent HTML. As a position we need to indicate before and then place HTML content, which is new option HTML. Alright, that's it. Everything is ready to display the entire question. Let's go to the browser, reload, and you see in quiz section we have question text, how are you, with its relevant options. Okay, perfect. It's nice. So in this lecture we have displayed the question, but besides that we have a lot of things to do. So let's go ahead. After displaying the question, now let's work on progress bar. It's very easy to program, we just need a couple of lines of code. First of all, let's take a look on index.html file. So here we have div element, which includes paragraph and progress element. In paragraph, we will display current question and the total amount of questions. As for the progress element, it has two attributes, value and max. In this case, as a default, we have value as 30 and max as 100. It means that 30% of the total line is filled up. So in order to display our progress, we need to connect these attributes to our question items. Alright, the first thing that we have to do is to create a new method. Let's call it display progress. Then assign to it anonymous function. This function will hold two parameters, like it was in case of display question function. Because of that, we want to get access on local storage. As a first parameter, let's pass here storage question list. And as a second parameter, because of that, we need to define index of question. Let's place here progress. Okay. Now invoke display progress function, go to controller module and write UI controller dot display progress. As a first argument, we have to place quiz controller dot get question local storage, and as the second argument, we need quiz progress. Therefore, write quiz controller dot get quiz progress. Alright, as usually, let's test if display progress function works. Write inside it console.log works. Go to the browser and you see that it works. Okay, now we want to get access on progress element. Therefore, we need to select it in DOM items object. Let's go to there and create new property. Call it progress bar. Then select this element. Write document.query selector and pass here progress element. By the way, do you appreciate how convenient it is to use module pattern? We have already large code, but it's not difficult to figure out where to write things, also where to find them, and so on. That's the power of module pattern, and I really love it. Alright, so as we said, progress element has max attribute, which should define the total amount of questions. Therefore, we need to use this attribute and assign to it length of question collection. So write DOM items dot progress bar dot max equals to storage question list dot get question collection, and then use here the length property. In the same way, we have to define the value of progress element. So let's write DOM items dot progress bar dot value, and now we need to use question index. So write here progress dot question index. But only question index is not enough, because, for example, first question has index number 0, but as a current number we need to indicate 1. Therefore, generally we need to increase question index by 1. So write +1. Then go to the browser, reload. We have here only one question, and therefore progress bar is totally filled up. Let's add one more question. And you see that now the half of progress bar is filled up. Alright, last thing to do is to display the current number and total amount of questions. Let's go to index.html file. We need to select paragraph, which has ID attribute progress. Let's copy it. Then again, inside DOM items object, create new property. Let's call it progress paragraph. Write progress par. Then document dot get element by ID. and paste here ID attribute progress. Then go back to display progress function and define the text content of progress paragraph element. For that we have to write DOM items dot progress par dot text content. So as we said, the first number indicates the current question number. It's actually the value of progress element. So we need to write here progress dot question index plus 1. Actually, parentheses is not mandatory here, but just to distinguish better, I use them. So then we need to write plus and slash. And then as a second part, we want to write here the total amount of questions. Right, storage question list dot get question collection dot length. Alright, everything is ready. Let's go to the browser. You see that we have 1 as a current question and 2 as total amount of questions. Let's add one more question. And you see that we have 3 questions, and also the progress bar is updated accordingly. Alright, that's it. With several lines of code, we just got really nice results. So let's move on. We have already displayed question and also programmed progress bar. And now we have to manage checking the option and also define if it's correct answer or not. In order to check the answer, for that at first we need to set add event listener. We're going to use our standard approach. We will attach it to quiz options wrapper and then use if statement, event object, and target property to define which object was checked and also other stuff. So let's write in controller module selected DOM items dot quiz options wrapper dot add event listener. Then use here click event and also anonymous function. As we said, we need event object, so pass here e as a parameter. And again, write inside function for testing console.log e. Then reload and click anywhere on quiz options wrapper. So you see that it works and we have in console mouse event object. Alright, in order to proceed we need to select each option div element. We have to do it inside that anonymous function. So create new variable and call it updated options div. For selecting div elements we can use their parent element, which is quiz options wrapper, and then use query selector all method. It's kinda short way, so write selected DOM items dot quiz options wrapper and then use query selector all method. Inside the parentheses write div. Alright, so the options are selected and now we need to find out which option was chosen by user. For that we have to use for loop in order to iterate through the options. So write for variable I equals to 0. Then as a condition we have to compare I to the length of updated options div and then write I++. So now we need to use if statement and then target property to define which option was chosen. But before we do that, let's take a look on index.html file. So elements in each div and also div itself have the same class names, choice, dash, and relevant number. We need they to have same class names because it doesn't matter where user clicks, on span, on paragraph, or on div itself. We need to get the same class name. I'm showing these items here, but what we see in browser are actually created dynamically using JavaScript in display question function. It's better to write the code to understand well, so let's write if statement and as a condition write e.target.className triple equals to choice plus I. Let's write inside if statement console.log e.target. Go to browser. Let's click on A, which is span element. You see that we have span in console. Then click on text. We have paragraph in console. And then if we click on any other place, we will get div in console. Those three different elements appear in console because they have a same class name, and because of that, condition in if statement is true. Let's see better. Add in console.log class name, then reload, click on span, then on paragraph, then on div element as well, and you see that in all cases we have choice-0. This will give to user the ability that on clicking on any place here to define the answer of the question. Okay, I'm sure that it makes sense to you now. In order to define if user has chosen correct answer or not, at first we have to select p element of the div which was chosen. So write var answer equals to document dot query selector. Let's select p element using the parent elements. Write dot quiz options wrapper, then div, then p element and dot. If we want to select clicked paragraph element, then as a class name we have to write e.target.className. Alright, we have defined answer and now it's time to compare it to correct answer. For that we're going to create new method. We have to do it in quiz controller module. Let's call this method check answer. Then assign to it anonymous function. This function will hold only one parameter for an answer, so let's pass here as a parameter answer. Let's call this function, go to controller module and write it inside if statement quiz controller dot check answer. And as an argument we have to place here answer which we have already defined. Alright, now it's time to compare the actual answer to correct answer. For that we have to use if statement. Let's go back to check answer function and write if statement. As a condition, first we need to get correct answer of the proper question from local storage. Let's write question local storage dot get question collection. In order to define question index, let's write in square brackets quiz progress dot question index and then write here correct answer. So we have access on correct answer and now we have to compare it to text content of an answer. So let's write triple equals to answer dot text content. Alright, now I'm going to test how this works. So if this condition is true, it means that we have correct answer. Therefore, let's write console.log correct. And if the condition is false, then answer is wrong. So let's create else statement and then write inside it console.log wrong. Let's go to the browser. As a correct answer we have here fantastic. Let's click on it and you see that we have correct in console. If we click on other option, then we will get wrong. Okay, the last thing to do in this video is to return true if user could answer correctly the question. So write it instead of console.log return true. And then in else statement write return false if the answer wasn't correct. Okay, fine. Let's stop here. See you in the next lecture. Alright, so we have defined the answer and also compare it to the correct answer. And now we are going to display and style instant answer, which will show us if the answer is correct or not. For that, we're going to create new method in UI controller. Let's call it new design and assign to it anonymous function. This function will hold two parameters. The first one will be answer result. Actually, this parameter will be the boolean value true or false, which we should get from checkAnswer function. And as for the second parameter, I'm going to pass here selected answer, which actually will be clicked option. Okay, let's invoke this function. Go to controller module and inside if statement write UI controller dot new design. As we mentioned, we need to pass here as a first argument boolean value from checkAnswer function. Let's at first create new variable and store invocation of checkAnswer function in that variable. Let's call it answer result. Then pass this variable as a first argument into new design function. And then as a second argument, we have to pass here chosen option. So let's write answer. Depending on an answer, I mean if it was correct or not, we need to change the style of instant answer accordingly. So for example, if answer was correct, we need to make instant answer green, and in case of wrong answer, we need to make it red. Alright, the first thing that we want to do is to disable quiz options wrapper after clicking on option. For that, we need to use some CSS styles. So write DOM items dot quiz options wrapper dot style. Let's use here CSS text property, which allows us to use several style properties. We want to make quiz options wrapper a little bit transparent. Therefore, I'm going to use opacity property with the value 0.6. And also, after clicking on option, we want to disable entire quiz options wrapper. For that, we have to write pointer events with the value none. Let's go to browser, reload, then click, and you see that options wrapper is a bit transparent and also it's disabled. Okay. So at the same time, we want to display hidden instant answer container. But before we do that, at first I'm going to select the mentioned element. Let's go to index.html file. We have here div element with class name instant answer container. Let's copy it. Then go to DOM items object. Create new property and call it instant answer container. Then select it, write document.querySelector and place here class name instant answer container. Alright, let's go back to new design function and make instant answer visible. For that, let's write DOM items dot instant answer container, then dot style, and use here opacity with the value 1. Let's go again to browser, then check the answer, and you see that instant answer is displayed but without any style, and the text is also from HTML document as a default. As we said, on clicking answer, we will have two possible options. The answer might be correct or wrong, therefore according to the answer, we need to style instant answer. For that, I'm going to create an object. Let's declare variable and call it two options. Then assign to this variable object So in case of correct answer, we need the text "this is a correct answer," and if it's wrong, then we need "this is a wrong answer." According to that, let's create property and call it instant answer text. Then assign to this property array, and in that array I'm going to insert two items. As a first one, for wrong answer, let's write "this is a wrong answer," and as the second item, write "this is a correct answer." Alright, so for instant answer text we have two possible options, and now I'm going to select elements which will contain the relevant text. Let's take a look on index.html file again. Here we have p element, which has id attribute instant answer text. Let's copy it, then go to DOM items object and create new property. Let's call it instant answer text. Then select it, write document.getElementById and paste here id instant answer text. After that, let's go to new design function, and for demonstration purposes, let's assign to instant answer text first array item from two options object, write DOM items dot instant answer text and use here text content property equals to two options dot instant answer text, and use here the first array item, therefore write in square brackets 0. Alright, let's go to browser and click on wrong answer. You see that text is changed and we have "this is a wrong answer." Let's reload once again and click on correct answer. And you see that we have again "this is a wrong answer." Of course, text is not changed because we have manually indicated first item from array. Alright, in order to fix that, we can use a little trick. Let's declare new variable, which will be index. Then as a default, assign to it 0. And instead of 0, write here in square brackets index. So if the answer is wrong, then this should work, but if answer is correct, then we need to change the value of index into 1. For that we need to create if statement, and as a condition I'm going to pass here answer result, because this will be boolean value which will define if answer is correct or not. So if it's true, answer is correct, therefore we need to change the value of index into 1. Alright. Let's go to browser again, reload, then check correct answer, and you see that this is a correct answer. Then click on wrong answer, and we have relevant text, "this is a wrong answer." Alright, perfect. In the same way, we need to change style of other elements. The next we're going to change the color of instant answer, but at first let's go to HTML document. So here we have div element with id instant answer wrapper. Actually, we want to change the background color of this answer. Let's copy id attribute. Then in DOM items object, create new property with the name instant answer div. Let's select this element, document.getElementById, and paste here id instant answer wrapper. Alright, so in order to change the background color of div element, I'm going to assign to it new class name. If you take a look on style.css file, you will find that in advance I have created styles for class names, red and green. So I'm going to use those class names. Let's create new property into options object. Let's call it instant answer class. Then assign to it array, and As a first item for wrong answer, place here red. And for correct answer, write the second item as green. Then select instant answer div element and assign to it new class name. So write DOM items dot instant answer div dot class name equals to two options dot instant answer class, and then in square brackets write index. Okay, let's go to browser. Then at first click on correct answer. So you see that background is green and we have text. This is a correct answer. Then if we click on wrong answer, we will get an instant answer with red background and with the text, this is a wrong answer. Alright, fine. You might notice that in both cases we have here happy smile icon. So we need to make it changeable dynamically. Let's once again take a look on index.html file. Here we have an image element which has two attributes, ID, emotion, and also source attribute. Here is indicated the directory of image. As a default we have here happy smile icon, but in images folder there is also sad smile icon. So we need to change those icons properly on correct and wrong answers. At first we need to select these elements. Let's copy ID, emotion, then go to DOM items object and add new property. Let's call it emotion icon. And select it, write document.getElementById and paste here ID emotion. As we said, we have two options, happy and sad smile icons. Let's create new property in two options object and call it emotion type. Then assign to it again array. As a first item for wrong answer, write the value of source attribute images /sad.png, and then as a second item for correct answer, write images /happy.png. Alright, so in order to change the attribute of an element, we have DOM method called setAttribute. Let's select emotion icon element, write DOM items dot emotion icon, and I'm going to use here setAttribute method. It holds two parameters. As a first parameter, we need to place name of the attribute, which is source in our case. And as second parameter, we need to indicate the value of source attribute, which will be two options, dot emotion type, and then index in square brackets. Alright, let's check again if this works. Go to browser, then click on correct answer. So we have happy smile here. Then click on wrong answer, and you see that smile is changed and became sad. Alright, we're almost done. The only thing that we have to do is to change background color of span element. I mean to change the background color of characters A, B, C, D. Let's check once again HTML document. Our span element is placed as previous element sibling for paragraph, so let's use this mentioned DOM property. Go back to script.js file. You know that we have here in new design function second parameter selected answer, which actually represents paragraph element. So let's use this parameter, write selected answer, then use DOM property previous element sibling, then dot style, and write here background color. And now it's time to create new property into options object. Let's call it options span background, right here BG, and assign to it again array, And as a first item for wrong answer, I'm going to place here RGBA value, which actually will be red color, right here 200, then 0, 0, and the opacity 0.7. Then for correct answer, write second item, which will be green color, write RGBA 0, 250, 0, and 0.2. Alright, let's assign to span element two options dot option span background and then index. Okay, so this was last step in this video. Let's check once again if it works. Go to browser, reload, click on correct answer, and you see that background of span became green. And if we click on wrong answer, then it will become red. Alright, fine. That's it. We have styled elements nicely according to correct and wrong answers. I hope that you really like it, and also I appreciate that you are still with me in this advanced, little bit difficult, but really interesting and fun part of this course. Keep trying your best, keep learning. See you in the next video. Alright, we have already done a great job because we have built the most part of our application. We have prepared everything to proceed the quiz and move on to the next question. When the instant answer appears at the end of it on the right side, next button is displayed. So we want to move on to the next question when we click on that button. Okay, so for that, the first thing that we have to do is to select this element and then set event handler on that button. Let's go to HTML document. So here we have button element, which has ID attribute next question btn. Let's copy it. Then go to DOM items object, add new property, and call it next question btn. Then write document.getElementById and paste here ID next question btn. Okay, let's set on that element, click event handler. We have to do it in controller module. So write selected DOM items dot next question btn, then write dot onClick and assign to it anonymous function. In that anonymous function, we're going to invoke the function which we have to create for moving on to the next question. So let's do it. Create variable and call it next question. Then assign to it anonymous function as well. So this function is going to hold two parameters. We need to get next question from local storage. Therefore, we need to get access on it. So as a first parameter, let's pass here question data. And then in order to define the question index, again, we need as a second parameter progress. Alright, let's go ahead and invoke function right below inside anonymous function, next question. Then as a first argument, write quizController.getQuestion local storage. And then as a second argument, we need here quiz progress. So write quizController.getQuizProgress. Okay. So we need different actions depending on if there are left any more questions or not. So if there is left question, we proceed and move on to that question. But if they are over, then we need to finish the quiz. Depending on that logic, we're going to use if statement in which as a condition we will check if quiz is finished or not. So let's create if, and then in order to define if quiz is finished or not, let's go to quizController module and create new method. Let's call it isFinished. And as usually, assign to it anonymous function. So we need this method to give us Boolean value true in case if the quiz is finished and false if it's not over. For that, in return statement, we have to pass some condition. Generally, on each next question, the question index will be increased by 1, and on the last question, the length of question collection should be equal to question index plus 1. So, for example, if we have 10 questions, then the length of question collection will be 10. On the other hand, the index number of last question will be 9. In this case, condition would not be true, and that's why we're going to add 1 to question index. Make sense? So let's write quiz progress dot question index plus 1 triple equals to question local storage dot get question collection and then dot length property. So this method will return true or false, and we need to call this function as a condition in if statement, which we have created inside next question function. So let's go to controller module, and inside if statement write quizController dot is finished. So inside if statement will be inserted the code which will manage to finish the quiz and to move on to the final result page. At this point, let's just write the comment finish quiz and then create else statement in which we will manage to move on to the next question. Before we move to the next question, at first we want to hide instant answer. For that, I'm going to create new method in UI controller. Let's call it reset design and assign to it anonymous function. Actually, we need to use those two lines from new design function. Let's copy them and paste in new reset design function. As you remember, we have disabled the entire quiz options wrapper when we click on option, but now after clicking on next question button, we need to enable it again. So let's delete those style properties and leave just empty string. And here, in order to hide the instant answer, we need to change the value of opacity property from 1 to 0. Alright, now let's call reset design function inside else statement in controller module. Write UI controller dot reset design. Then go to browser, add one more question. Because we need in if statement condition to be false in order to execute the code inside else statement. If we do not add a question, the length of question collection will be 1 and condition in if statement will be true. Let's click on answer, then click on next button, and you see that instant answer is hidden. Alright, fine. But besides that, when we click on next button, we need to display next coming question. For that, at first we need to increase question index by 1. So write quizController dot get quiz progress, then dot question index, and write here increment operator plus plus. And then in order to display next coming question, we need to call again display question function. So let's copy it from here and paste inside else statement. Let's check again in browser, click on answer, then on next button, and we have next question on the screen. It's because display question method got updated index of the question and displayed the relevant question. But at the same time, you see that progress bar is not updated properly. We have second question on the screen, but as a current question number, we have still 1 in progress bar. In order to fix that, we just need to invoke display progress function as well inside else statement. So let's copy and paste it here. And also in if statement, write console.log finished. Let's go to browser again, click on answer, then next button. So we have here next question. Also the progress bar is updated, and if we click again on next button, we will get in console finished. It means that we do not have any more questions, and that's right. Okay, So before we finish, we're going to change the text content of next button into finish. For that, outside of next question function, we need to create if statement, because we need to execute code inside if when user clicks on option. So we need to change text content of the button when user reaches to last question. As we know, its finished function defines the condition when quiz is finished. Therefore, we need to invoke it as a condition in our if statement. So let's write if and as a condition quiz controller dot is finished. Then in order to change text content of next button, we have to write selected DOM items dot next question btn dot text content equals to finish. Alright, let's go to browser, reload, then click on answers, and you see that after completing last question we got finish button. If we click on that, then we will get finished in console. Alright, great. That's it for this video. See you in the next one. So we have almost completed the program quiz section. Questions are displayed. We're able to move on to the next coming questions. And also using instant answer, we can check if answer is correct or not. Progress bar is updating, and finally we know when the quiz is finished. So now it's time to allow users from landing page to log in, start quiz, and then get final score. As it was in case of questions, we will create local storage for persons, where we will store their first names, last names, and scores. Alright, so the first thing that we want to do is to create person objects, and for that I'm going to create function constructor in quiz controller module. But at first let's write here comment for person constructor, and then create function constructor, call it person. So each person object will receive ID, then first name, last name, and score. Okay, let's use this variable, which actually will point to new brand object. This object will be created using new operator. So let's write this.id equals to ID, then this.firstname equals to first name, this.lastname equals to last name, and finally this.score equals to score. Alright, function constructor is created, and as we mentioned, the data of persons will be stored on local storage. Therefore, the next step is to prepare local storage for persons. We will do it in the exact same way as it was in case of question local storage. For that, let's create an object and call it person local storage. Again, we need here three methods for setting items, for getting them, and also for removing items. Let's create the first method and call it setPersonData. Then assign to it anonymous function. This method will hold one parameter, and I'm going to write here new person data. Then use setItem method. Write local storage dot setItem. As we know, setItem method holds two arguments. As the first one, let's insert here person data. And then in order to store data as a string, we need to use again JSON.stringify method. As you remember, this method stores everything in local storage as JSON strings. And as an argument for this method, let's pass here new person data. Alright, now I'm going to create another method for getting data. Let's call it getPersonData. Then assign to it anonymous function again. Here we need to use return statement. So in order to get stored data with its original data type, we have done it once before, but I just remind you, we have to use json.parse method. And then as an argument, write here local storage dot use here getItem method, and then insert as an argument person data. Alright, and the third method is for removing data from local storage. Let's create it and call remove person data. Then use anonymous function, and inside it use remove item method, write local storage dot remove item, and as an argument again insert person data. Alright, besides that, in order to always to be prepared the local storage when the application starts, we have to use if statement, as it was used exactly in the same way in case of question local storage. So write if statement, then person local storage dot get person data triple equals to null, and if this condition will be true, then we need person local storage dot set person data, and as an argument place here empty array. Alright, let's test and see what is happening in local storage. Go to browser and check application, reload the page, and you see that here appeared new key value pairs, in which then will be stored person data. Alright, so the storage is prepared, and now it's time to create new method which actually will add persons on local storage. We have to do it in quizController module inside return statement. That's because we want to make this method public. So let's write after isFinished function new method and call it addPerson. Then assign to it anonymous function. So in this method we will create new brand person object. For that, let's declare at first new variable and call it new person, and then create person object using new operator. Write new person equals to new person. Okay, as we saw, function constructor holds 4 parameters: ID, first name, last name, and score. And in order to pass proper arguments for new person object, we need to define each of them separately. Let's start from ID and declare new variable, call it person ID. Then let's take a look on add question on local storage function in order to remind you how ID was defined. So here it is. As you remember, we used here kind of tricky way, and we will use this approach for person ID as well. So let's go back to add person function, create if statement, and as a condition we need to indicate length of person's data to be greater than 0. So write person local storage dot get person data dot length is greater than 0. And then inside curly braces write person ID equals person local storage dot get person data. So we have access on persons array, and now we need to get access on last item of that array. For that, let's copy it and then open square brackets and paste. So in order to get last item, we need to subtract 1 to length of person array, write dot length minus 1. Okay, now we have access on last item, and let's use here ID, write dot ID, and then we want to add 1 to it. Alright, If the condition is false, it means that there doesn't exist any item in an array, and because of that we need to use else statement. And in that else statement, I'm going to define person ID as 0. Alright, so the person ID is defined. Let's pass it as a first argument. And the next we have to define first name and last name of user. For that we want to create new object after function constructor. Let's name it current person data. Let's store first name and last name in an array, create property and call it full name. Then assign to it empty square brackets. So at this point we're going to define first name and last name as Nick and Doe. Actually, we will get first name and last name of users from landing page inputs, but for now just use those temporary values. Alright, besides first name and last name parameters, let's define also score, create new property and call it score, and assign to it value as 0, which actually will be increased when user answers correctly to the question. Okay, let's go back to addPerson function and insert a new person object, the rest of the arguments. As a first one, we need first name, so write current person data dot full name, and then the index number 0. Then for last name, let's copy it and just change index number from 0 into 1. And as the last argument, which is score, we need to write current person data dot score. Okay, the next step is to call this function, but before that, let's write here console.log new person. Then go to controller module and invoke addPerson function. Write quizController.addPerson. Then go to browser, answer the questions, click on Finish button, and you see that we have object in console. It includes 4 properties: ID, first name, last name, and score. Alright, so the last thing that we have to do in this video is to insert person object into local storage. At first we have to get access on local storage, and for that let's declare new variable and call it person data, and then assign to this variable person local storage dot get person data. So we have got persons array, and now we need to add new person object to that array. And I'm going to use push method, so write person data dot push, and as an argument, let's insert here new person. After that, we have to insert back updated array in local storage. For that, we have to write person local storage, then use setPersonData method, and as an argument, place your person data. Alright, let's go to browser, reload, then click on answer, then click on finish. Let's check local storage, go to application, and you see in person data our person object. Okay, so the local storage is prepared, and the next that we are going to do is to get dynamically user's first name, last name, also calculate the score and other stuff. So let's go ahead. Alright, so in this lecture we're going to get the actual first names and last names of users dynamically from inputs which are placed on landing page. We have to do it when the user clicks on Start Quiz button or presses the Enter key. Before we do that, it's time to hide all the pages as a default except landing page. For that I'm going to use inline styling. You can feel free and hide those pages from CSS file, but for simplicity I will do it from HTML document. So let's go to index.html file and write for admin panel container style property. with the value display none. Then copy it and paste for quiz section, and then do it for final result section. So if we check browser, you will see that only landing page is displayed. Okay. The next thing that we're going to do is to attach event listener to that button. For that, at first, let's select this element. Go to HTML document again. In landing page section, we have button, which has ID attribute, start quiz btn. Let's copy it. Then go to DOM items object. This element belongs to landing page. So at first, let's write here the comment landing page elements. Then create new property. Let's name it as start quiz btn. And select write document dot get element by ID and place here ID start quiz btn. After that, let's go to controller module and set event listener on that button. Write selected DOM items dot start quiz btn. Then attach event listener. Use here click event and also write anonymous function. Alright, it's time to create new method which will manage to get first name and last name. We have to do it in UI controller module. So let's create new method and call it get full name. Then assign to it anonymous function. So this function will receive 3 parameters. The first parameter is going to be for current person data, and let's write it in kind of short way. Then we will need question collection from local storage. So as the second parameter, let's insert here storage question list. Also, you know that we should have admin, which will be the only person with specified first name and last name who will have access on admin panel. So as the third parameter, I'm going to place here admin. Alright, it's time to call this function. Let's go to controller module and inside anonymous function, write UI controller dot get full name. So as a first argument, we should place here current person data. This object is created in a quiz controller module, and in order to use it here, as you know, at first we have to make this object public. For that, let's go to quiz controller module. Then in return statement, create new property and call it get current person data. And then assign to it the value as current person data. By the way, before we insert this argument, let's create an array in which we will store first name and last name of admin. Write var admin full name equals to John Smith. I use here John Smith, but obviously you can use here your full name or any other first name and last name. It's absolutely up to you. Okay. Also, we won't need those temporary values for user. Let's delete them. Then make this newly created array for admin public. Create new property in return statement and call it get admin full name. And then as a value, assign to it admin full name. Alright, let's go to controller module and use relevant argument. As the first one, let's write quiz controller dot get current person data. Then for accessing on local storage, let's place as the second argument quiz controller dot get question local storage. And as the last one, for admin parameter, let's place here quiz controller dot get admin full name. Okay, let's test how get full name function works. Write console.log quiz has started. Then go to browser, reload, and click on Start Quiz button, you see that it works fine. Alright, in order to get the value from inputs, we have to select those elements. Let's take a look on index.html file. We have here input element with ID attributes, first name and last name. So let's select them, and in DOM-items object, add new properties. First name input, then select it, write documents.getElementById, and inside parentheses write the ID attribute, first name. Then create another property, let's call it last name input. Then copy this line and just change first name into last name. Alright, so the input elements are selected, and now we have to insert the values from those inputs into current person data object, particularly in full name property. So let's write current person dot full name. So we have access on array, and using push method, let's insert into it the value of first name input. Write dot push, and then as an argument write DOM-items dot first name input, and use here dot value. We need to do the same for last name input. Therefore, let's copy this line and change first name into last name. Alright, let's see in console what current person looks like. Write current person, go to browser, reload, then fill inputs, write for example Mary, and then Brown. Click on Start Quiz button, and we have in console current person data, in which full name property includes first name and last name of user. Alright, so when the user fills up inputs and clicks on button, we want him or her to move directly to the quiz section. For that, on click, we need to hide landing page and at the same time display quiz section. In order to do that, we need to select section element of landing page and quiz section as well. So go to HTML document. The landing page section element has the class name, landing page container. Let's copy it. Then in DOM-items object, create new property and place it before start quiz btn element. Write landing page section. Then select it, document dot, and use here query selector method. And then paste class name landing page container. In the same way, we have to select quiz section element. So let's grab its class name from HTML document, and then create again property in DOM-items object. This element belongs to quiz section, so add new property at the top in quiz section elements and call it quiz section. Then select it, write document dot query selector, and paste the class name quiz container. Alright, let's go back to getFullName method. In order to hide landing page section, we're going to write here DOM-items dot landing page section, and we have to use style property, then display, which equals to none. And then in order to display quiz section, we have to write DOM-items dot quiz section dot style, use again display property, but with the value as block. Okay, let's see how it works. Go to browser, fill the inputs, then click on button, and you can see that it works. We moved directly to quiz page. As you see here, we do not have any questions, and in order to add them, you know that we need to get on admin panel. So let's go ahead and do it. For that, we have to use if statements. and also surround this code with curly braces. And then as a condition, let's write DOM items dot first name input dot value triple equals to admin, and use here index number for first name 0. Then write logical AND operator and write DOM items dot last name input dot value triple equals to admin and the index number 1. So if this condition is true, I mean if the user's full name is John Smith, then user will be moved on to quiz section. But actually we need the opposite. If user's full name is John Smith, then he should get on admin panel. For doing that, we have to use logical NOT operator and write it before this condition. Also surround the condition itself with parentheses. Then, in order to make landing page hidden and display admin panel as well, create else statement. Then copy from if statement those 2 lines. Let's leave the first one as it is. And instead of quiz section, we need here admin panel. So let's select this element. Admin panel section has class name, admin panel container. Let's copy it, then go to DOM items object and add one more property. Let's call it admin panel section. Then write document.querySelector and paste here class name admin panel container. Then go back to getFullName function and change quiz section into admin panel section. Alright, go to browser and fill the inputs. Write, for example, Nick Doe. So we got on quiz section. If we reload and then type the full name of admin John Smith, we will get directly on admin panel. Alright, let's prepare here one question. Write, how are you? And then add options, fine, bad, so, and the last one, fantastic. Then reload again and log in as a usual user. Write again Nick Doe. You see that we got on quiz page, and here we have our newly added question. Okay, everything works great so far. The next step to do is to validate those inputs, because, for example, if we leave them empty and click on button, we will move to quiz section. So let's fix that, go back to brackets and create new if statement. Then let's place the code inside it nicely. As a condition, we need to define the value of inputs not to be empty. For that, we have to write DOM items dot first name input dot value not equals to empty string. And at the same time, we have to do it for last name input. So write AND operator, then DOM items dot last name input dot value not equals to empty quotes. So if this condition is false, we need somehow warn the user to fill the inputs. And for that, let's create else statement in which we have to place alert method with the message text. Please enter your first name and last name. Let's test it. Go to browser At first, let's leave empty both inputs. So we got alert message. If we fill one of the inputs and leave another empty again, then we will get the same alert message. Alright, it works fine, and the last thing to validate is to check if there is prepared at least one question by admin. For doing that, we need to check if the length of question collection is greater than 0. So let's create another if statement. In condition, we need to use storage question list parameter, right? Storage question list, then dot get question collection, dot length is greater than 0. So if this condition is false, if there is not prepared at least one question by admin, then again we need to warn user. So let's create else statement, then use again alert method with the text, quiz is not ready, please contact to administrator. Let's go to browser and fill the inputs. So we moved to quiz section because there was created one question. Let's delete it, and for that we have to log in as admin. Then delete the question and again try to log in as user. You see that we got alert message, quiz is not ready, please contact to administrator. Alright, that's fine. So we have completed working on getFullName function, everything works properly, and the last thing that we're going to do in this lecture is to work this function on pressing the enter key. Actually, this is known for you because we have used it in DOM section when we were working on Node Manager app. So let's use this knowledge. Go to controller module. We want the enter key to work when the user has focus on last name input. Actually, we need to use two add event listeners. First one we need to attach to last name input and use focus event. So write selected DOM items dot last name input dot add event listener and use here focus event, then anonymous function. So the event will be fired when user focus on last name input, and after that we need to attach second event listener with key press event. So write selected DOM items dot last name input, use again add event listener, and then key press event. Write also anonymous function. And again we need here event object in order to define the key code value. Then we need if statement in which we have to invoke getFullName function when the key code value of event object will be 13, because enter key, as you remember, has the key code as 13. So write e.keycode triple equals to 13. So if this condition is true, then we need to invoke getFullName function. Let's copy it and paste it here. Alright, this was the last step in this video. Let's test again if everything works fine. Fill the inputs, then press enter. You see that we got alert message, quiz is not ready, please contact to administrator. Alright, this should work for admin as well. So type here John Smith, and you see that we got on admin panel. Alright, so everything works perfectly. Let's move on. Actually, we are in the finishing point of our application. There are left just few things to program. In this video, we are going to get the final result of user and then display it on final result page. It's going to be quite a simple function. The first thing that we are going to do is to create new method in UI controller after getFullName method. So let's call it final result and assign to it anonymous function. This function will receive one parameter. This should represent current person data object. So let's insert here current person. So we want to move on to final result page when actually quiz is finished. Therefore, we need to invoke this function in controller module inside if statement, which checks if quiz is finished or not. And also we have to place final result function after add person. So write UI controller dot final result. As an argument, we have to place here quiz controller dot get current person data. So when the user finishes quiz, we should display relevant result text. In order to do that, at first we have to select element in which will go the mentioned text. Let's go ahead and find final result section in HTML file. So the text should go in H2 heading element. Let's copy its ID, final score text, and select this element in DOM items object. This element belongs to final result section, so at first write here the comment final result section elements. Then add new property final score text and select it, write document.getElementById and place here ID final score text. Okay, after that let's go to final result function and create the text which should contain first name, last name and score of the user. So we have to write DOM items dot final score text and use here text content property. So as the first name, we can define it as current person dot full name and use here index number 0, then plus and place here space. As for the last name, we have to write current person dot full name with the index number 1, then plus here some text, your final score is, and finally we need here score current person dot score. So as for the first name and last name of user, everything is obvious, but regarding the score, you know that as a default we have defined its value as 0, but we need to increase it dynamically by 1 on each correct answer. In previous lecture we have created method checkAnswer, which actually using if statement checks if answer is correct or not. So if this condition is true, it means that answer was correct, and therefore we have to increase score by 1. So write current person data dot score and use here increment operator plus plus. Alright, almost everything is ready. The last thing to do is to hide quiz section page and at the same time display final result section. So in order to hide quiz section, let's write DOM items dot quiz section, then use style and display property with the value as none. As for the final result page, at first we need to select this section element. So let's grab its class name from HTML document, which is final result container, and then select it in DOM items object. Add new property before final result text element. Let's call it final result section. Then write document.querySelector and insert here the class name final result container. Okay, then go back to final result method and write DOM items dot final result section, then use style, display, and write here the value as block. Alright, let's test how it works. At first I'm going to log in as admin. in order to prepare several questions. I'm going to type here something just for make it a little bit quicker. Then log in as usual user, write Mary Brown, then answer the questions. So we have here finish button. It means that questions are over, and if we click on that button, we will be moved directly to final result page, where you can see the text which contains first name and last name of user and her final score. Okay. Besides that, if we check the person local storage, we will find here Mary Brown with her score. Alright, so it works fine, and before we finish this lecture I want to do one thing. We have here a logout button which actually doesn't have any functionality, so we want to go back to landing page when we click on that button. In order to do that, we're going to use very simple way. We will just surround this button element with link tags. After that, when we click on that button, using those link tags, page will be refreshed and we will get directly to landing page. So let's go to HTML documents. Here we have button elements, and let's create link element and surround button with its tags. The same thing we have to do on logout button, which exists on admin panel section. So let's again create link element and place button within its text. Go to browser. At first log in as admin, write John Smith. So if we click on logout, then we will be moved back to landing page. Okay, let's log in as user, write Nick Doe. Then answer the questions. Finish the quiz. Then click on logout. And you see that we got on landing page again. Alright, I think it's pretty nice and convenient. So that's it for this video. See you in the next one. So the users are able to do the quiz, also get final score. The data of persons are stored in local storage. And now it's time to display the results on admin panel in results list. So the data should be appeared here on the right side of admin panel. Alright, let's do it. For that, as usually, we have to create new method. This function will be the part of UI controller module. So let's write it after final result method and call it add result on panel. Then use here anonymous function. This function will receive one parameter which actually will represent person local storage. So let's call it user data. So function is created. Let's go to controller module and invoke it. Write here UI controller dot add result on panel. So as we said, we need here person local storage as an argument. At first, before we use it, we need to make person local storage object public. So let's go to quiz controller module. Here we have person local storage object. Let's copy it. Then inside return statement, create new property and call it get person local storage. And then paste here the name of person local storage object. Then go back to controller module and insert as an argument quizController.getPerson local storage. Alright, so to display result list on admin panel is going to be very simple to do, and you already know everything in order to reach that goal. So before I show you how to do it, I recommend to try it on your own, because I'm sure that you won't have any trouble with that. Just for the hint, you can use known insert adjacent HTML method in order to display the result list. So pause the video and go ahead. Alright, I hope you have done it, but anyway, I will show you my solution. So the first thing that we have to do is to create new variable in which we will store the HTML content for person result. Let's name it as result HTML. After that, I'm going to select an element from HTML document which actually wraps each person result. So here we have div element which has the class name results list wrapper. Let's copy it, and then in DOM items object, in admin panel section, create new property and call it results list wrapper. Then select it, write document dot query selector, and paste here the class name results list wrapper. Alright, because of that we are going to create result list on each function invocation. We need always to have result list wrapper empty. So let's go back to add result on panel function and write DOM items dot result list wrapper, and I'm going to use here inner HTML property which should be equal to empty string. In order to display the relevant data of person, we have to iterate through them. So for that we have to create for loop. Right here variable I equals to 0. Then as a condition we have to compare I to the length of person data in local storage. Right, user data dot get person data dot length and then I++. Okay, now it's time to create HTML content for person result. Let's go to HTML file again. Inside the div element, we have here commented line of code. It consists of several elements. We have here paragraph, the span element, which actually contains text for final result, and also here is a button element for deleting the result from result list. Let's copy it and then assign it to result HTML variable inside for loop. Place here empty single quotes and then paste HTML content. In this HTML content there are a few things to change in order to make them dynamically changeable. At first let's change the class names for P and span elements. Both of them have person-1, so let's delete those numbers and place here the variable I instead of them. As a default we have here full name of user as Nick Smith, so let's change it and get actual first name and last name of person. As a first name let's place here plus user data dot get person data, then in square brackets write variable I and then dot first name. Then copy it, paste and change first name into last name. Alright, the next that we have to do is to change score of person. As a default we have here 56. Let's delete it and instead of this number write plus user data dot get person data, then the variable I dot score. And the last thing that we're going to do is to change ID of button element. We want to be those button elements to have unique IDs in order to delete then the relevant person result. For that we have to assign to it person ID. So write here plus user data dot get person data, then again variable I and dot ID. Alright, we're almost done. The only thing that is left to do is to display this content on result list, and for that I'm going to use again insert adjacent HTML method. So write DOM items dot results list wrapper, then write insert adjacent HTML. As a position I'm going to place here after begin And then as a second argument, let's place here result HTML. Okay, it's time to test how all of this stuff works. Let's go to browser. At first, log in as admin in order to prepare some questions. I'm going to do it quicker, so let's type here something. Then log in as user, right? For example, Nick Doe. Answer the questions. Then finish the quiz. So we have here final results. And now let's check again admin panel. Log in as John Smith. And you see that on the right side in result list, there is added the result of Nick Doe. So each result of another user will be added here as well after finishing the quiz. Alright, perfect. That's it for this video. Using a couple of lines of code, we got really great results. So now admin is able to see and save the results of users or maybe students. Okay, let's move on. Alright, in previous lecture we have programmed how to display final results of user in result list on admin panel. As you see, result has delete button on the right side. So in this lecture we're going to give the functionality to that button in order to delete results from result list. So at first I'm going to use event listener, but as it was previously, we will attach it to results list wrapper, and then event object, target property, and ID will help us to find out which user's delete button was clicked. So it was a little hint because I'm going to give you it again as a task. I recommend you to take a look at first on edit question list function. So let's pause the video and try to do it on your own. Alright, let's go ahead and attach event listener to result list wrapper and of course do it in controller module. So write selected DOM items dot results list wrapper and use here event listener with click event and also write here anonymous function. After that, let's go to UI controller module and create new method. Let's call it delete result. Then use here anonymous function, which will hold two parameters. As we mentioned, we will need to use event object. So as a first parameter, let's place here event. Then as a second parameter, because of that, we will need to get access on person local storage. Let's insert here user data. Okay. Now let's go to controller module again and invoke this function. Write UI controller dot delete result. So as a first argument we need event object. At first let's place it in anonymous function as a parameter and then insert it here as well. As for the second argument, we need to get access on person local storage. So let's write quiz controller dot get person local storage. Alright, we want the code to execute when admin will click on delete button. So for that we have to use if statement. And before we actually write the condition, let's take a look on button element in previous function. It has ID attribute which includes two parts, delete result btn, which is common for all delete buttons, and the number part which actually is defined using person ID. Using those two parts, we will be able to define ID for each delete button. So for that, as a condition, we have to write the following. Delete result btn. And in order to find out if clicked element's ID includes this part, we need to use index of method, which as an argument will get event.target.id. So if this condition is true, then we will get the number part from the ID. And for that, let's declare new variable and call it getID. So we need to get the number part from ID attribute, and for that, as you remember, there is a great way in JavaScript, I mean the split method, which actually splits string and returns array with two items. From that array, we need to use second item, so let's write getID equals to event dot target dot ID and use here split method. As you see, ID attribute includes multiple dashes, so if we used here dash, then it would split ID after delete. But actually we need to split ID after btn, and that's why we use here underscore. Okay, so we need from array second item. Therefore, here as index number, we have to indicate index as 1. And also, in order to get the number part with data type as number, I'm going to use here parseInt method. Alright, let's test it. Write console.log getID. Then go to browser and at first log in as user in order to add one more result in result list. So let's do the quiz. Then log out and log in as admin. Click on delete buttons and you see that we have 0 and 1 in console. Alright. So it works fine. Let's move on to the next step. Now we are going to get array of persons from local storage, then find using ID the result which we want to delete, then delete it and overwrite new updated array to old one. At first let's declare new variable and call it persons array, and then assign to it user data dot get person data. We are storing person data into variable not only for minimizing the code amount. If we do not do it, then person array won't be changed, and in local storage, after setting new array, we will still get the old one. Alright, so now we need to use for loop in order to iterate through the persons array and then find out which is needed item. So write variable I equals to 0, then the condition I is less than the length of persons array, and then I++. Inside for loop we have to use if statement, in which as a condition we have to define if ID of person object equals to get ID. So write persons array and the variable I dot ID triple equals to get ID. So if this condition is true, it means that we have found needed person, and now it's time to delete it. For that I'm going to use splice method. So write persons array dot splice. We need to place here two arguments. First one will be position from where we want to delete the item. So let's place here I. And as a second argument, we need to indicate how many items we want to delete. Therefore, let's write here 1. So persons array is updated, and the last thing that we have to do is to overwrite this newly updated array to old one on local storage. So write user data dot set person data, and as an argument place here persons array. Alright, let's go to the browser, then log in as admin. So here we have two results. Let's click on both delete buttons. You see that results are not removed because we need to reload the page for that. So log in as admin again, and you see that results are deleted from result list. Also, let's check local storage, go to application, and you see that persons data is empty. Alright, So the last thing to do in this video is to delete results from results list dynamically without any reloading the page. For that, we just need to go to controller module, and after delete result function, invoke add result on panel method. So let's copy it and paste here. Then go to browser, log in as user and do the quiz. Then log out and log in as admin. Delete result, and you see that it's removed from result list dynamically. Alright, we're almost there. To finish the application is very close because we just need to program clear list button. So let's go ahead and do it. As we said in this lecture, we're going to give functionality to clear result button, which actually will delete entire result list. The code that we will need to write is going to be almost similar to the code which we have written for clearing the question list. Before we start programming this button, again, I'm going to give you it as a task. So let's pause the video and try to do it on your own. Alright, so the first thing that we're going to do is to set event listener to clear result button. But before we do that, let's select this element. Take a look on index.html file. So here we have in admin panel section button element. It has the ID results clear btn. So let's copy it and in DOM items object add new property. It's going to be placed in admin panel elements. Let's call it clear results btn. Then select it, write document dot get element by ID and paste here ID. Then go to controller module and attach to this element event listener. Write selected DOM items, then clear results btn dot add event listener. Use here click events and also place here anonymous function. Alright, so the next step, as you guessed, is to create new method which is going to be part of UI controller module. So let's write clear result list and assign to it anonymous function. This function will receive one parameter. We need to have access on person local storage. So let's place here user data. And then in controller module, I'm going to invoke this function. So let's write inside anonymous function UI controller dot clear result list. As an argument, we need to use here person local storage. So let's write quiz controller dot get person local storage. Alright, let's go back to our function. So deleting the entire result list is important and at the same time dangerous thing for admin, because he or she may lose the entire data accidentally just by one click on button. So as it was in case of clear question list function, we need somehow to warn admin about it, and for that we have to use confirm method which will warn admin by pop-up message. You know that confirm method gives us two options, either proceed clicking on OK button or reject clicking on cancel. So let's create new variable and call it conf, then assign to it confirm method. The text that should warn the admin will be the following: warning, you will lose entire result list. Alright, so confirm method returns boolean value. If we click on OK, then it will return true, and in case of clicking on cancel, we will get false. So we want to remove the entire data when confirm returns true. Therefore, we need to write if statement, and then as a condition, we have to place here the variable conf. So if this condition is true, then we need to delete the data. For that, let's use remove person data method. So let's write user data dot remove person data. After deleting the result list, we need to clear entire result list wrapper. So for that, let's write here DOM items dot results list wrapper, then use inner HTML, which equals to empty quotes. Alright, let's go to the browser and at first log in as user, write Nick Doe, and then answer the questions, and after finishing the quiz, let's log in again, but as another user, so write Mary Brown, then do the quiz again, and then in order to get on admin panel, let's log in as admin, write John Smith. So here we have two results for Nick and Mary. Let's click on clear button. So we got pop-up message which warns us that we will lose entire result list. Click on OK and you see that result list is empty. Let's go to application and check the local storage. You see that person data is deleted. Alright, let's log out and do the quiz by user again. So write Nick Doe, then answer the questions and finish the quiz. Then again log in as admin, write John Smith. In this case, let's click on delete button. So you see that result is deleted. Then again click on clear results, and regardless of that we do not have any more results, we still got confirm message. Actually we don't need it, and in order to fix that we need another if statement in which as a condition we will insert the length of person data to be greater than 0. So write here if and then the condition user data dot get person data dot length is greater than 0. Alright, let's go to browser again and log in as user, write Mary Brown, answer the questions, then go to admin panel. So for that, log in as John Smith, delete the results using delete button, then click on clear results button, and you see that it works because we didn't get again confirm message. Alright, it seems that everything works properly and nicely, but we still have one little problem. Let's log in as Nick Doe and then do the quiz. Then do the same by another user, write Mary Brown. Then after finishing it, go to admin panel. So we have here two results. Let's click on clear result button, so they are deleted. Then again click on the same button and you see that we got an error, which tells us that JavaScript engine cannot read the length property of null. This is known error for us, we have got it several times. So in order to fix that we need to write another if statement and also wrap the code with its curly braces. Write if, then as a condition write user data dot get person data not equals to null. Alright, let's finally test how this works. Log in as user, write Mary Brown, and answer the questions. Then check admin panel. So let's write here John Smith. Click on clear button. So the result is deleted. And then click again on clear button and we do not have any errors. Everything works fine. And finally, we can say that building our application is finished. Congratulations! I want to say thank you for being with me till the end of this project. So you have built this nice app. I can guarantee that this is the app which you can use in real life. You can feel free and show it to your friends or family members. And the most important thing is that you got huge knowledge in JavaScript from building this advanced project. You are able to use this knowledge in the future to build similar or even more advanced projects. Besides that, you can feel free and add some more features to this application and improve it. For example, you can set timer, define the amount of time from admin panel, and then user should do this quiz during this time. You can also place results by ascending or descending order and so on. If you do it, do not forget to share it with us. We'll be glad and thankful. Alright, let's move on. Hello and welcome to the next section of the course. We have already gone through all the important things of fully supported JavaScript version, from basic to advanced level. Also, we have built a huge project using the mentioned knowledge. Now it's time to move on and introduce new version of JavaScript language, which is ECMAScript 2015 or ES6. It's the hugest update of JavaScript and it includes lots of new and great features. Throughout this section I'm going to show you all the important new features comparing to ES5 version. In this part we will cover the following topics: let and const variable declarations, template strings, arrow functions, default parameters, spread operator, rest parameter, destructuring, map, set, classes, and so on. Okay, let's get started. Before we actually start to describe the main concepts of ES6 version, I would like to introduce you some of the very popular and helpful built-in JavaScript array methods, which allow us to get the wanted results using writing less code. Generally, one of the main purposes of updating JavaScript from ES5 to ES6 was to minimize the amount of code that you write. That's why I'm going to describe array helper methods. By the way, the main goal to use mentioned methods is to replace for loop whenever it's possible. One of these methods you are already familiar with because we have used it several times previously. I'm talking about array forEach method. If you don't remember it well, then do not worry, it happens usually, and because of that we will recall how it actually works. Besides the forEach method, I'm going to describe map, filter, find, every, sum, and reduce. Each of these helpers will be discussed and compared to for loop in order to see clearly the difference, advantages and disadvantages between them. Alright, let's go to our code editor. As we said, I'm going to remind you how forEach method works. For that I'm going to create an array, names. Let's insert here some names, Alex, then Mary, Nick, and Jane. At first, in order to iterate through the items and get the names separately, let's use for loop. Write for, then variable I equals 0, then the condition I is less than the length of names, and then I++. Let's run in console. The name is, and plus here names I. Reload, and of course we have names as we expected. Okay, we can get the same result using forEach. At first let's make here a little border for better readability. And now let's use forEach method. Write names.forEach. As you remember, we need to pass here function, which will be actually an iterator function, and forEach array item, this function will be executed. As a parameter, we need to pass here current item, there is a special convention for array helpers in JavaScript. I mean that, for example, when we use array name in plural form, then the current item, which is passed as a parameter, is used in singular form. So write name here, and then get result in console. Write the name is, and plus the current item name. Reload, and you see that we have the exact same result in console. Alright, before we actually compare for loop and for each to each other, I'm going to show you how this method works behind the scenes. So here we have our array with its containing name items, and also the function which is passed in for each method and has the parameter name as a current item. As it's in case of for loop, for each helper has the iteration feature as well, so it takes into account the number of items in array and executes this function for each of this item. If you think about it, you will find that the name of this helper method, for each, defines itself the feature it has. Okay, so code is run, function is executed for the first item, Alex, and we get in console the name is Alex. Then it runs for second item, Mary, and we have the name is Mary, and then the same happens for Nick and for Jane as well. Then because of that we do not have any more items in array, for each terminates execution of this function. Make sense? Alright. So you see we get the same results in both cases, but when we use for each method it's kinda short way. We type less, and if you type less it means that there is a lower chance to get errors and bugs. The logic is much more simple than it's in case of for loop, because you do not need to define all of those conditions. This is an advantage because when you look at some codes it's easier to understand what's going on. So it's better to use for each instead of for loop in some cases, but an advantage for loop is that it works faster than the other array helpers. Alright, again I recommend to test this method and also other methods that will be discussed on your own, because those helpers are some kind of similar methods and it's easy to be confused if you do not practice a lot. Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about another array helper method, which is map. As it was in case of for each method, I'm going to compare map helper to for loop. Suppose that we have an array which consists of some numbers, so create variable numbers and insert here numbers from, for example, 1 to 5. Then suppose that we want to multiply each of these numbers to 10. Keep each iteration result in a new array without changing the original one. So let's create an empty array and call it new array. And then let's use for loop to iterate through the numbers. Write variable I equals to 0. Then I is less than the length of numbers array. And then I++. So in order to add results in new array, I'm going to use known array method called push, which adds new item into array as a last one. So write new array dot push, and inside the parentheses write numbers I multiplied to 10. As we said, we want to create new array and keep the original one at the same time. So let's log both of them in console. Write console.log numbers, and then console.log new array. Reload, and here we go. We have original array and the new array with new items. Alright, it's one of the ways to reach this result, but we can do the same but in much simpler and easier way using map helper. Let's again make here some border. I'm going to create new variable and store the result into this variable. So let's call it map array, which equals to numbers, and use here map helper. Syntax is very similar to for each method. We need to pass here an anonymous function. and then let's pass as a parameter number in singular form as it was previously. Alright, it's very important to remember that always when we deal with array helpers, we need to use return statement. So write return number multiplied to 10. Let's see in console what we have. Log at first the original numbers array, and then newly created variable map array. Reload, and here we go. We have the exact same result as it was in case of for loop. But in this case, you notice very clearly that the amount of code is much less than in previous case. We got same result in much more simple way, and the most important thing to note is that you realize at a glance that logic is much more simple to understand. Again, you must keep in mind always to use return statement, because if we miss it, then the function will give us the values as undefined. Alright, let's take a look on how map helper actually works behind the scenes. Here we have our original array of numbers, then another array which is created using map helper and the function itself. So at first, function is executed for first item 1, it's multiplied to 10, and then result is added to an empty array. Then function is executed for second item, which is 2, it's multiplied to 10, and the result is added to new array as well. And in the same way, function is executed for third item, then for fourth item, and for last item, which is 5, and all the results are added to a new array. Again, remember that when we use map array helper, the original array is maintained as immutable, which means that it's not changed. Make sense? Alright. Let's write one more example. Suppose that we have an array of persons which consists of several objects with properties first name and last name, so create variable persons. Then insert init object with properties first name John and last name Smith. Let's duplicate it twice and then change the values of properties. Write Bob, then Brown, and the third one Nick and Doe. Now suppose that we want to group first names in new array. For that, the perfect way is to use map array helper. So let's create variable get first names, which equals to persons.map. Pass here again a function with parameter person. As we said, we're going to group first names of those objects, so we need to return person.firstname. So everything is ready. Let's make again here a little line. And then log both variables in console. Write console.log persons. And then console.log get first names. Reload. And here we have our original persons array. And then new array which consists of first names of the objects. You can try the same with for loop and you will be ensured that map is much more convenient and fast way to set up the same logic and get the same result. Alright, let's go ahead. The next helpers that I want to introduce you are filter and find. I decided to describe both of them in one video because they work in similar and simple way, so I don't want to consider them separately. Alright. Let's write some examples. I'm going to start with filter helper. For that, I want to create an array of persons which will consist of several objects, and suppose that we want to filter these objects depending on some condition. So let's write variable persons, then insert here an object with property name, Mary, and then write another property gender, female. Let's duplicate it 3 more times and change the names and genders properly. Write John and gender male, then Jane, then Bob and gender male. Okay, as we said, we want to filter those objects, and suppose that we want to choose only male objects and add them into new array. For that, at first we need to create new array. Let's call it males. Then we need to use for loop in order to iterate through the items, choose the proper one, and using push method add it to new array. Create for loop, write variable I equals to 0, then the condition I is less than the length of persons, then I++. Here we're going to use if statement, and as a condition we need to check if gender of the person is equal to male. Write if persons I.gender triple equals to male. So if this condition is true, then we need to write males.push, and as a parameter persons I. So let's log them in console. Write console.log persons and then console.log males. Reload, and here we have at first original persons array and then the filtered one, which consists of male persons. Alright, this is the way which uses for loop, and now I'm going to do the same using filter helper, but before that let's again separate the codes. I'm going to create variable females, and in this variable I'm going to store, in this case, female persons. So create variable females, which equals to persons. Use here filter helper. The syntax again is similar as it was in case of previous helpers. We need to pass here anonymous function with the parameter person, which again will be in singular form. So as we said, we want to choose female persons, therefore we need to write return statement in which the gender property should be equal to female. Write return person dot gender triple equals to female. Let's again log both variables in console. Write console.log persons and then console.log females. Reload, and you see that at first we have again original persons array and then filtered array which consists of female persons. So filter method did absolutely the same job as for loop, but again you see at a glance that we needed for that less time because of less amount of code, and again logic is very simple and easy to understand in case of filter helper. Alright, let's take a look in depth how filter helper actually works behind the scenes. So here we have our persons array with its containing objects. Then we have the variable females in which female persons should be added. And also here we have filter helper. On first iteration, function is executed for the first object with name property Mary. Because of that, Mary has the gender female. The condition inside function is true. Therefore it returns true value and the object is added to female array. The function is executed for the second object, which has name property John and the gender male. Condition is false, so function returns false value and therefore object is not added to array. Then in the same way, function is executed for the third object Jane. Condition is true and object is added to array. As for the fourth object, you see that gender is male. Function returns false value because condition is false. Therefore, object is not added to the array. Alright, that's the way how filter helper actually works. Let's go to brackets and move on to the next helper, which is find. As we said, find works in the similar way as filter helper does, but there is only one difference. Filter helper iterates through all the items in array and adds in new array the item for which the condition is true. But in case of find helper, when it finds that condition is true, it adds this current item in new array and immediately terminates iteration. Make sense? Okay, so if we change here filter into find and then reload, we will get only the first object because the condition for the first item is true and find helper stops iteration. We can reach the same result if we use for loop. For that, we just need to pass here known break statement, which actually stops looping through the items. So write break, then reload, and you see that we have the same result. Okay, let's consider briefly how find helper works. Again, we have here our persons array, then the females variable, and find helper. So on the first iteration, function is executed for the first item, which is again object with name property Mary and gender female. The condition inside function is true. It returns true value. Object is added to females array, and after that, find helper terminates working. So this is the way how find helper actually works behind the scenes. Alright, that's it. See you in the next lecture. Let's move on to the next array helpers. In this lecture, I want to introduce you every and some array helpers. I decided to demonstrate those helpers in one video because they work in kinda similar way as it was in case of filter and find helpers. As usually, before we consider how those helpers actually work, I'm going to use for loop in order to compare it to them and also demonstrate how convenient and faster approaches they are. For that, I'm going to create an array of persons in which I will insert some objects with properties name and age. So right here John and the age 28. Let's duplicate it 3 times and also change the values. Write Mary, then the age 20, then write Nick and 15, and then finally write Jane and the age 40. Okay, so here we have persons with names and ages, and we wonder if all of those persons or only some of them can vote in elections. And we're going to figure out in it according to their ages. For that, first of all, we will use for loop, but before that I'm going to create variables. Let's call it every person can vote. As a default, let's assign to this variable true value. Then create another one and call it only some persons can vote. And in this case, as a default, let's assign to this variable false value. Alright, now let's use for loop. Write variable I equals to 0. Then compare I to the length of persons. And then I++. So if one of those persons' age is less than 18, then we want to change value of every person can vote variable from true into false. And in the same way, we want to change the value of only some persons can vote variable from false into true. For that, in for loop, we need to create if statements which should have the following condition. If persons I dot age is less than 18. So if this condition is true, if one of the person's age is less than 18, then we need every person can vote equal to false. And at the same time, we need to assign to some persons can vote variable the value true. Alright, let's log in console. Write here every person can vote, then the dash, and place here every person can vote variable. And then again run in console. Only some persons can vote plus the variable only some persons can vote. Alright, let's reload And you see that every person can vote is false, and only some persons can vote is true. Actually, it's obvious because in persons we have Nick, which is 15 years old. If we change it and write, for example, 25, then we will get the opposite values. Every person can vote is true, and only some persons can vote is false. Okay, so using for loop we have figured out if every person from array can vote or only some of them can vote. It's nice, it works, but as you notice, for that we have used a bit more logic and also much coding. Instead of this stuff, we are able to use array helper methods, every and some. At first, let's use every helper, which gives us Boolean value, true or false. It checks condition for all the items, and if the condition is true for all of them, it returns true. But if the condition is false, at least for one item, then it returns false. So create variable and call it every. Then assign to it persons and use your every array helper with anonymous function, and then insert here as a parameter person. Then, as you remember, we need return statement. Because of that, we wonder if person can vote or not. We need the following condition: person.age is greater than or equal to 18. Let's log in console the variable every. Then reload the page, and we have true, because all persons' ages are greater than 18. If we change one of them and write, for example, for Mary, age 10, then we will get false. Alright, let's consider in depth how every helper works. So here we have persons array with objects, and also every helper with its iterator function. On the first iteration, function is executed for first item, John. His age is 28. Therefore, condition is true, and every helper returns true value after first iteration. On the second iteration, function is executed for second object, Mary. The condition is still true because her age is 20. Every helper again returns true. After that, function is executed for third object, Nick. His age is 15, so condition is false and we get false value. As soon as we get false value, every helper terminates iteration and we get final value as false. You can imagine that every helper uses logical AND operator, and you know that in case of AND operator, if all conditions are true, we get true finally. But if at least one of the conditions is false, then we get false value. The exact same happens in case of every helper. Also remember that as soon as every helper finds false value, it immediately terminates iteration, because continuing execution of function won't make any sense. It's a nice feature because it helps JavaScript engine to execute code faster. Alright, let's go back to brackets, and as usual, let's prove what I have just said. For that, at first I'm going to create variable x and assign to it value as 0. This variable actually will be counter. I want to show you what happens on each iteration. Let's run in console. Right here ++x. I wrote ++ increment operator before the variable x in order to get directly 1 instead of 0. If I wrote it after x, then we would get 0 at first. Then write plus dash and then plus the condition person.age is greater than or equal to 18. And also for Mary, change back age into 20. Alright, reload the page. So you see on every iteration, condition is true. That's why we have 4 iterations. And also that's the reason why we have true value as a result. If we change the age of Mary into 10, then we will get on first iteration true value and on second one false. Also, you see that third and fourth iterations are not executed anymore, and because of the false value on second iteration, finally we have false. Alright, I think that regarding every helper, everything is clear for you. Let's go ahead and talk about some helper. So here we have array of persons, but in this case with different ages. Also here we have some helper. On the first iteration, function is executed for first object John. His age is 10, therefore condition is false, and some helper returns false value. Unlike every helper, it continues and moves on second iteration. Function is executed for second object Mary. Condition is still false, and again, some helper returns false value. Then function is executed for third object Nick. In this case, condition is true because his age is greater than 18, and some helper returns true value. As soon as it finds true value, it terminates iterations and gives us as a result value true. Unlike every helper, some uses logical OR operator. So again, some helper checks condition, and as soon as it finds true value, stops iterations. But if condition is false for all items, then this is the only case when some helper returns false value. Make sense? Alright, let's go back to brackets and change every into some. Also change the condition and write person.age is less than or equal to 18. Reload. And we got on first iteration false value, and on second iteration we have true. So on second iteration some helper found true value, and as a result it returned true. If we change the age of Mary and write 20, then we will get false in all 4 iterations and for final result as well. Alright, it was all about every and some helpers. See you in the next video. It's time to introduce last array helper. In this section I'm going to describe reduce helper, which actually is different and a bit complicated than previous array helpers. In order to explain how reduce helper actually works, I'm going to start with a classical example which you may come across if you try to find information about reduce. At first, as usually, I'm going to compare reduce helper to for loop. Suppose that we have array with some numbers. For example, 100, 200, and 300. Then we want to sum those numbers and return the total sum as a single value. For that I'm going to create variable sum, which actually will be initial value, and let's set it as 0. After that, create for loop. Write variable I equals to 0. Then I is less than numbers.length. And the increment. Inside curly braces, write variable sum. Because of that, we want to add numbers and then save value after each iteration. We want to use plus equals operator. And then numbers, I. Okay, let's run in console the variable sum. Reload the page, and you see that we have 600, the total sum of items in array. Alright, it works fine, but now I'm going to achieve the same using reduce helper. Let's make here a little border. And then create new variable, call it total. Assign to it numbers. And use here reduce helper. Again, we have to pass here anonymous function. This function receives at least 2 parameters. Generally in JavaScript, first parameter is called as previous, or sometimes as an accumulator. You can use any of them. So this parameter actually accumulates values after each iteration. As for the second parameter, it's again current item, as it was in case of previous helpers. So write number. Reduce helper may have more parameters like index of array and the array itself, but using those parameters are optional. Now let's return previous plus number. Actually, reduce helper itself receives two parameters. First one is callback function, which we have already passed here, and second one is the value of the previous parameter. In other words, it's an initial value, and in this case we need to set it as 0. Let's log total variable in console. Reload, and we have same result, which is 600. Alright, as usually, let's see how reduce helper works. So here we have array with numbers, and as you saw, we have set previous parameter or an initial value as 0. On the first iteration, function is executed for the first item, 100. The value of previous parameter is 0, which is added to 100. After the first iteration, the value of previous parameter becomes 100. Then starts second iteration. The function is executed for the second item, 200, which will be added to previous value 100. So after second iteration, we will get 300. Then starts third iteration. The function is executed for the third item of array. It's added to previous value, which is 300. And finally, as a result, we get 600 as a single value. Make sense? Alright, this is the way how reduce helper works. Let's go back to brackets and write some more real-world examples. Suppose that person has fixed monthly salary, and also besides that he has weekly bonuses. Assume that we want to get the total monthly income of that person. So create an array and call it weekly earnings. Let's insert in that array some numbers. Then create another variable and call it income. We're going to use again reduce helper, so let's assign to that variable weekly earnings dot reduce, then anonymous function. This function will receive two parameters. For previous value, let's insert here previous, and as a current item, write weekly earning. In order to get the sum of those earnings, we have to return previous plus weekly earning. And as we said, person has fixed monthly salary, which will be added to weekly earnings. We're going to set it as initial value, so write as the second parameter for reduce helper, for example, 5,000. Let's log in console variable income. Reload. And we have here the total monthly income of person, which consists of weekly earnings and also fixed salary. Alright, I believe you guessed how useful and convenient reduce helper should be, but you also may think that we can use reduce helper only with numbers. Actually, it's not right, and in order to prove that, I'm going to write another example. Suppose that we have arrays for first names and for last names, so create variable first names and insert here some names, John, then Jane and Mary. Also create another variable for last names and place here the items Smith, Brown and Doe. And suppose that we want to create one new array which will include full names of the persons like John Smith, Jane Brown and Mary Doe. So create new variable and name it as full names. Then assign to it first names and use here reduce helper. Place anonymous function with two parameters, previous, and then as current item write first name. So as we said, full names should be a new array. Therefore, reduce helper will have as a second parameter and actually as an initial previous value an empty array. And in order to accumulate first names and last names in that array, we're going to use push method. So write previous dot push, then inside parentheses write first name plus the space, and now we need to get proper last names. For that we have to use second array last names, but actually it's array and it doesn't represent current item like first name. So in order to get last names, we need to iterate through this array and get the relevant items. For that we're going to use a little trick. As we said previously, reduce helper can receive more than 2 parameters. One of them is index, which generally should represent the index number of first names array. But because of that, both arrays have the same length, 3. I'm going to use index parameter for last names array items. But again, remember that generally index parameter represents index of array for which reduce helper is used. In this case, the array of first names. Alright, so let's go ahead and write last names. And in square brackets, index. And the last thing to do is to return previous value, which actually will give us final full names array. Okay, let's run in console the variable full names, reload the page, and you see that we have new array which consists of full names John Smith, Jane Brown, and Mary Doe. The result that we wanted to get. Alright, I've written this example just for demonstration that reduce helper can be used not only with numbers, but with other data as well. Okay, this was all about reduce helper. It's a little bit complicated than previous helpers, but I hope you could understand it well. Alright, let's move on. So we have finished considering array helpers, and now it's time to actually start describing updated and new features of JavaScript, which are represented in ES6 version. Generally, I would like to note that there is almost nothing in ECMAScript 2015 or ES6 version that could not be done using ES5. So because of that, throughout this section, in most cases we will compare ES5 and ES6 code to each other. The first thing that we're going to discuss is the most popular change in ES6, which is variable declaration. You already know how to declare variable. We have done it dozens of times. For that we need to use keyword var with name and value. Let's log them in console. So here we have John and 28. In ES5 we are able to change dynamically values of the variables. For example, if we assign to name and age variables the other values like Nick and 29 to age, then they will be dynamically changed. This stuff is different in ES6, and let's see how it actually works. In new version of JavaScript, there are two types of variable declarations, let and const. When we want to update the content of variable dynamically, we should use keyword let. But if we want to never change the content of the variable, then we have to use const, which actually stands for constant. In this case, I'm going to declare name variable with const, because you agree that in most cases the name of the person never changes. As for the age, it's definitely changed, therefore I'm going to declare it with let. Actually, this is the main and the only difference between let and const declarations. Alright, let's reload the page, and you see that we have an error, and the problem is in assignment to constant variable. So as we said, when you assign the value to constant variable, then you can never change it. It doesn't matter if you write here Nick or its initial value John. Anyway, we will get an error. So you cannot use assignment operator, I mean equal sign, with the same constant variable twice. Okay, as for the constant variable, I would like to note that recently there was a special convention in JavaScript. If developers wanted to never change the values of variables, for that they were using capital letters with variable names, like this. Alright, let's delete this line of code, reload, and we have John and 29. So in case of let variable, we do not have any problem with updating the value of the variable. At a glance, it seems that let declaration works exactly as var declaration does. Actually, I can tell you that they work in similar way, but there are some differences between those declarations. Alright, let's remove this code. So as we know, in ES5 we can create a variable, for example person, and assign to it value John Smith. And then, using the same variable name, we can overwrite new value to old one. So if we check in console person variable, of course we will get Nikto. Let's see what happens in ES6. Change var keywords into let, then reload, and you see that we have an error which tells us that person has already been declared. So it means that in ES6 you are not able to overwrite value of the same variables, and actually it's really helpful and great feature because in practice when you deal with large code, it will allow us to avoid naming conflicts with variables. Alright. Let's talk about another difference between let and var. Let's delete this line of code and change let into var and run in console. Write it before its declaration. So you see that we have undefined because of hoisting, and I'm sure that you remember what hoisting is. If we change var into let and then reload, we have an error saying that person is not defined. So JavaScript engine, instead of undefined, directly gave us an error, and in my opinion it's better. Actually, JavaScript engine knows that there exists this variable, but it doesn't allow us to reach it. This is known as temporal dead zone. It's not actually official term, but most developers use it. We will get absolutely the same result if we use constant instead of let. Alright, let's delete these codes. I want to show you one more difference between var, let, and const. Many developers actually do not mention it, but I want to refer to it. As we remember, when we create variable on global level, it actually is stored as a property of global window object. So if we write var a equals to 10, and then check the window object, we will find variable a as its property. Also, if we write window.a, then we will get 10. Let's see what happens in case of let and constant. Change var into let, then reload and check again window object. You see that we cannot find here a. Also, if we write window.a, then we will get undefined. The exact same happens if we use constant instead of let. A won't be stored as a property of global window object, and also window.a will give us undefined. So in ES6 version, let and const variables declared on global level are not stored as properties of global window object. But regardless of that, they act as global variables if they are declared on global level, like it's in case of var. Alright, let's go ahead and talk about the main difference between var, let, and const. As we know, in ES5, variables are function scoped. Let's recall what it means. Create function a, and inside curly braces, create variable b with the value hello, and then outside of function, run in console the variable b. If we reload, we will get an error which tells us b is not defined. So in this case, variable b is in function scope, and we cannot access on it from outside function. The same happens with let and also with constant. In both cases, we have b is not defined. So let and const variables are function scoped as well, but at the same time, they are block scoped variable declarations. And it's the main difference between var and let and constant. Let's see what this exactly means. Delete this function and create if statement. And as a condition, let's just insert here true. Then inside curly braces, create variable first name and assign to it the value John. Then run it in console from outside if statement. Reload, and of course it works. We have John here. If we change var into let, then reload, you see that we have an error saying that first name is not defined. The same will happen if we use constant instead of let. So as we said, let and constant variables are block scoped. In block I mean everything that is surrounded by curly braces. So if we create outside of if statement variable first name using let declaration, then we will have Nick in console. Regardless of that, those variables have the same names, first name. They are completely different variables. If we run inside block first name in console, then we will get John and Nick, so it means that those are different variables. Alright, the next thing that I want to show you is that in case of let declaration, we are able to declare it outside of block and then assign the value inside block. So if we just get rid of inside block the let keyword and also delete this console.log, then we will get the updated value of variable first name as John. But in case of constant, we cannot do that because we cannot reassign to constant variable new value. But in case of constant, there is one exception. When we deal with objects, let's change back constant into let and create new object with constant declaration, right, person, and insert here some properties, name as Jane and then the age as 18. Then in if statement, change the value of age property and make it 19, and then run in console person object. You see that the value of age property is changed from 18 into 19. So when we use constant declaration with objects, we can manipulate on the values of the properties of that object. Make sense? Alright. Now I'm going to demonstrate what happens when we deal with loops. So create simple for loop, right? Variable I equals to 0. Then as a condition, I'm going to write here I is less than 5. And then the increment I++. Inside curly braces, let's log in console the variable I. Let's reload, and we have numbers from 0 to 4. In case of var declaration, we are able to access variable a from outside of for loop. So if we write console.log I, then we will get 5. If you expected 4 or something else instead of 5, I would like to remind you that after last iteration, I is increased to 5, condition became false, so loop has stopped execution, and that's why the value of variable I has been maintained as 5. Alright, let's change var into let, reload, and you see that at first we have numbers from 0 to 4. That's because of first console.log, which is placed inside block. But then we have an error, and the reason is that from outside of for loop, we cannot access on let, because it's block scoped, and for loop like if-else statement and functions also creates block. Alright, When we use let declaration on each iteration, new variable is created, and in order to prove that, I'm going to change slightly this example. In JavaScript, we have built-in method called setTimeout, which actually works in almost similar way as setInterval method. The difference is that it executes function once after delay. SetTimeout method takes two parameters. First one is callback function, and the second one is amount of time, which actually defines delay before function is executed, and it's expressed in milliseconds. So write setTimeout, then insert anonymous function, then place this console.log inside curly braces. In order to see better how for loop works and how each iteration is done, as a second parameter, I'm going to place here I multiplied to 500 milliseconds. And also change let into var, delete this console.log, reload, and you see that we have number 5 times. That happens because when function is invoked, at this moment for loop is already finished. The value of variable I is 5, and because of the delay we get it 5 times. Let's change var into let and see what happens. You see that numbers are appeared from 0 to 4. It's kind of strange, right? So let me explain what has happened here. In case of let variable, we know that it's block scoped, so on each iteration, new variable is created. So on each function execution, there are used different variables, and what you see here, I mean numbers from 0 to 4, those are values of 5 different variables. Make sense? Alright, you may wonder what happens if we use constant instead of let. Some of you may think that because of that, after each iteration, new variable is created. Logically, we should get here same result. Let's see what happens. Change let into constant. And you see that we have an error and also 0. So this error is caused because we cannot modify the value of constant. Initially its value is 0. On first iteration it gives us 0. That's why we see in console 0. But at the end of the first iteration, when the JavaScript engine sees I++, you know that I++ is the same as I equals to I plus 1. So it means that assignment operator comes into play. And because of that, we are not able to reassign new value to constant variable. That's the reason why we have an error here. Make sense? Alright, before we finish this lecture, I'm going to show you one more thing. So as you remember, in ES5 we could create blocks for data privacy using immediately invoked function expressions. We have seen it clearly in our quiz application. In order to create ifs, we have to open parentheses, then write function, then inside curly braces, let's create variable a, which equals to 10, then invoke the function, and outside the function write console.log a. Of course, we have an error because we cannot get access on variable a from outside IFI. But in ES6, this stuff became much more simpler. We don't need to create ifs anymore for creating blocks. We have just to use curly braces. And let's create here let b, which equals to, for example, 30. If we run it in console from outside of block, then we will get an error, because we cannot access on variable b from outside of block. Obviously, the same happens with constant declaration. You see that again we have an error. But there is one thing to note: if we use here var keyword, then those curly braces won't work, because again var declaration is not block scoped. Alright, after all of this stuff, you may have a question when and where to use var, let, or constant. Some of the developers recommend to use let and const and ignore var declaration if you write ES6 code. but some of them recommend to use var declaration only in case of declaring the global variables. I suggest to use latent const and ignore var declaration when you write in ES6, but it's up to you. You can take into account both recommendations. Also, generally use constant declarations in most cases, but when you know that you would have to update dynamically values of variables, then always declare them using let. Alright, that's it. See you in the next video. One of the greatest features that was released in ES6, and actually one of my favorites, is template strings. It allows us to work with strings in kind of different way. As you already know, in ES5 we used single and double quotes, and also in order to concatenate values we had to use plus operator. Let's recall once again how to deal with strings. I'm going to create variables, and let's use here known const and let declarations. Create variable name John, then age, which equals to 28, then create third variable profession with the value instructor. Then create function, which actually will be a simple one because I just want to remind you how to work with strings and how to concatenate values. At first I'm going to use ES5 code, therefore let's call this function person ES5. Then run in console some text, write my name is, then plus name, plus again some text I am, then place the variable age, then plus years old and I am, and finally insert here variable profession. So here we use string values which are concatenated to variables name, age and profession. For that we have used several plus signs. Also each part of string value is surrounded by quotes, but it's the way how we can work with string values in ES5. Okay, let's call this function write person ES5. So we have in console my name is John, I'm 28 years old and I'm instructor. So we got the result what we needed, but agree that we have achieved it kinda hard way because as we said we have used several plus signs, quotes and so on. In order to avoid such inconvenient way of working, ES6 allows us to use template strings. Let's see what I'm talking about. Let's copy this function and paste here. Also change the name from ES5 to ES6. I'm going to delete this content which is placed in console.log, and now it's time to use new template strings which are expressed by backticks. In most cases this key is placed on the left side next to one key on keyboard. So the first that we want to write here is my name is. Then we need to place here name variable, but for that we do not need to use plus signs or ending single quotes anymore. Instead of that we have to write $, then open curly braces and place name variable. Then simply we have to make space here and write the next coming text, which is I am. As you see, we have to place here another variable. So let's do it in the same way. Use $, then curly braces, and then age. Then again write text, years old, and I am. And finally place here the variable profession in the same way with $, and curly braces. So as you see, we didn't use here plus sign, also quotes. The entire string is surrounded by backticks, and the variables are placed in curly braces and they are written with $signs. Alright, let's invoke this function. Then reload, and you see that we got an exact same result, but again in more convenient and nice way. Okay, you see here that we have words I am, and suppose that we want to write it with apostrophe. For that, in ES5 we had to use little hack. We just need to use backslash and then single quote, reload, and you see that it works. But in ES6 we can do it in much more simpler way. We don't need any slashes because string is surrounded by backticks, which are absolutely different characters from quotes. We just need to place here single quotes, reload, and we got the same result. Alright, if we want to make line break in ES5 we could do that using backslash and n. So reload, and you see that line is broken in two parts. As for ES6, we can just break the line in code editor using pressing the enter key, which again is more convenient way to break the lines. Okay, so as you see, template strings are really great feature of ES6. It makes our lives much easier as programmer. Actually, I would like to note that if you don't need to concatenate string values with variables, then you can use a standard ES5 way. I mean, you can declare variables with single or double quotes, so it's not mandatory to use backticks with variable declarations. Alright, let's use some more examples. I'm going to create a function which will actually calculate years of experience of person. Suppose that the person has working experience in 2 companies, and we want to get the total sum of years of experience from both companies. So let's insert here 2 parameters, company 1 and company 2. Then inside curly braces write console.log. So in order to get the sum of years of experience, we need to add the years of experience from company 1 to company 2 and concatenate this value to string values. So write I have, then plus, and open parenthesis, insert here parameters company 1 and company 2, then plus years of experience in programming. Let's invoke this function and also use some arguments, right? For example, 4 and 7. Reload, and of course it works. We got the result. I have 11 years of experience in programming. Alright, let's transform it into ES6 version. Instead of quotes, place here backticks, then delete those plus signs, surround company 1 and company 2 with curly braces, and also place here $sign. Let's reload, and you can see that we have again the same result. As you saw, at first the addition was performed in curly braces, and then we got string value. Okay, besides that, we are able to invoke the function inside curly braces. Let's use here the value from person ES6 function. For that, let's change this console.log into return statement in order to get the value. Then place here in experience function $sign, and inside curly braces invoke function person ES6. Reload, and we have result. My name is John. I'm 28 years old and I'm instructor. I have 11 years of experience in programming. Okay, fine. It's really cool, right? So again, template strings allow us to avoid using single quotes or double quotes and the relationship between them, which sometimes becomes really annoying. Also, we do not need to use plus signs anymore. Alright, before we finish this lecture, I'm going to introduce you several built-in string methods which were released in ES6. Those methods in some cases may be used as powerful and great tools. The first method that I want to show you is start with method. So create a variable and call it greet, then assign to it string value, hello my dear student. Let's say we want to check if this string value starts with specified character or characters. So for that we can use starts with method, which actually returns boolean value true or false. So write console.log greet dot starts with. This method takes as an argument character or characters which we want to check. As you see, our string value starts with hello, so let's use this word here, write hello, reload, and we got true. If we write hello without capital letter, then we will get false because this method takes into account case sensitivity. Alright, in order to check if string value ends with specified character, we can use ends with method. Let's duplicate it, change the name of the method, write ends with, then reload, and we have false because the string doesn't end with hello. Let's change it into, for example, ent. Then you see that we've got true. Alright. The next method that I want to show you is includes, which actually checks if the string value includes the specified string characters. Let's duplicate it again and change the method, write includes, and as an argument, let's place here dir. Reload the page, and you see that we have true because the word dir is a part of our string value. Okay. And the last method that I'm going to introduce you is repeat. As the name of this method tells us, it's obvious that it repeats the string values. So for example, if we pass here as an argument 3, then we will get our string value 3 times. Alright, those methods are very helpful in real-world coding, so you know already how they work, and I'm sure that you will use them in your future projects. Okay. It was all about template strings in ES6. Let's go ahead. In this lecture, we're going to talk about one of the most popular new features of ES6. I'm going to introduce you what arrow functions are. As we said, the main goal of release of ECMAScript 2015 version was to minimize the amount of code, and one of the perfect examples to achieve that in ES6 is to use arrow functions. First of all, I would like to mention that generally arrow functions do not completely replace standard functions which we're using as usually. And in order to avoid unexpected results and errors, you need to definitely understand well in which situations and in which cases it's better to use arrow functions. Again, in this lecture, I'm going to compare arrow functions to standard function declarations. So I'm going to create a simple function expression. Let's create constant variable multiply, which equals to anonymous function with 2 parameters, x and y. Inside that function, let's create let variable z, which will store the multiplication of x and y parameters, and then return the value of z. Okay, let's invoke this function with some arguments. Write console.log multiply and place here as an arguments 5 and 6. Reload, and we have, of course, 30. As you see, this function expression does not contain lots of characters, and it's very easy to read, but thanks to arrow functions in ES6, we can write this function in more concise way. For that, we have to get rid of keyword function. Then, after parameters, we have to place arrow, which actually consists of equal and greater than signs. You may be surprised how this function expression works without the keyword function, but if we reload the page, then we will get the same result. You may think that why do we need to replace function keyword with that arrow? I mean that at a glance there is not a huge difference between the amount of code in this case and in previous one. But actually, using arrow functions, we can transform this function into more concise form. When we have 2 or more statements inside curly braces, then in ES6 version, we have to maintain those curly braces. But if we return here directly x multiplied to y without z variable, then we can remove these curly braces and then remove even return keyword. Now we can say that this is really short and concise transformation of function expressions. This is a really great feature, but on the other hand, to read the code is a little bit hard, especially when you first introduce this feature, but I think that it's an issue of practicing. So in this case, we have two parameters here, and that's why we surround them with parentheses. But in case of one parameter, let's suppose we have only x, which then is multiplied to 10. Then we don't need to use that parenthesis anymore. Reload the page, and you see that it works. So again, when we use only one parameter, we can write it without parentheses. Alright, let's see what happens if we don't have parameters. Let's delete x and then write 5 multiplied to 10. And also remove this argument. Reload. And you see that we have syntax error. JavaScript engine cannot recognize what this arrow is here. So when we use function expressions and we don't have parameters, then we have to place here empty parentheses. So you see that it works now. Okay. Let's say we want to return as a value an object, but without using return keyword. If we simply create an object with property first name John, then we will get in console undefined. So in order to avoid this unexpected value, we have just to surround this object with parentheses, and then it will work. Alright, one of the key points regarding arrow functions is that we can use them only with anonymous functions. If we want to declare function statements, then we have to do it in usual way. Alright, in this lecture we have discussed just the basic syntactic changes about functions in ES6. Let's move on to the next lecture, in which I'm going to show you some more important features regarding arrow functions. Let's go ahead. Before we actually represent different behavior of arrow functions than it's in case of standard functions, I want to give you a little example and show how convenient it is to use arrow functions with array helpers. I'm not going to write the code in ES5, let's use directly ES6 here. So create numbers array and place here some numbers. Then assume that we want to create new array. For that I will use one of the array helper methods, which is map. So create variable and call it double. Assign to it numbers.map. So here we don't need to use parentheses because we're going to use only one parameter, which will be the current item. So write number, then use arrow function, and then number multiplied to 2. Let's run in console the variable double, then reload, and we have new array, which consists of doubled numbers. Alright, just for your information, I would like to recommend that when you are going to be using array helpers, would be more convenient to use arrow functions with them, because those helpers actually have one statement. Therefore, it will allow you to write code in more concise form. Okay, actually we have seen mostly the syntactic changes in arrow functions so far, which are made in ES6 version, but there is also one big difference between standard and arrow functions, which you should definitely take into account. I'm going to talk about lexical this. In order to understand what it means, I don't want to talk a lot about theory. Let's just write an example and see what it means. At first, let's write ES5 code, create object, and call it person ES5. Then insert here some properties, first name as Nick, and last name as Doe. Then create method inside object and call it say full name, and assign to it anonymous function. Just for demonstration purposes, I'm going to return function in which we will get full name of the person. So write here console.log, and we're going to use here this, which as you remember is special variable, and it points to an object, and actually it depends on where it exists lexically. So write this dot first name plus space here, then plus this dot last name. Let's invoke say full name method, write person ES5 dot say full name. In order to invoke return function, we just need to place here another parenthesis. Before I reload, I want you to think about what will be the result. I'm sure you guessed that result is undefined values. It's because this function is not bound to any specific object, and in that case this variable points to global window object. In order to prove that, let's run it in console, write console.log this. You see that we got window object. As you remember, we used a little trick here. We have to create a variable outside of this function, and generally this variable is called as self or sometimes that. Let's call it that, and we have to assign to this variable this, which in this case points to person ES5 object. Then instead of this variable, insert here that. If we reload, we will get nicto, and also you see that that variable points to person object. Alright, there is another way to do that which allows us to avoid creating new variable. We can use here bind method and indicate in it this variable as an argument, which actually points to person object. Also, let's change back that into this and delete that variable. Reload, and we have same output. Obviously, instead of this, we can insert here person object, person ES5, and the result will be the same. Alright, so we need all of this stuff in ES5, but in ES6 everything is much more simpler. We don't need to create variables, also we don't need to use bind method. We can just use arrow function, and I think that it's one of the best use case of arrow functions. Okay, let's copy this function and transform it as ES6 version. Right here const person ES6, then change function into arrow function. I'm going to transform also this string value into template string. Then delete bind method, and also write here below person ES6. Let's reload, and we have the same needed result. It happens because in case of arrow functions, this variable points to functions surrounding scope. So in this case, this variable in say full name method points to person object, and because of that, say full name function scope is surrounding scope of our return function. Therefore, this variable in return function points to person object. Make sense? Okay. So this is very helpful and important feature of arrow functions because it allows us to avoid using the tricks which we had to use in case of ES5 code. This stuff may be a bit confusing for you, so I'm going to use another example. As you see, we have here heading element, and I'm going to attach event listener to this element. So write document and use here query selector method. Place here h1 heading element. Then attach event listener with click event, and also write here anonymous function. Okay, let's check what this variable points here. Write console.log this, reload, then click on heading, and you see that it points to clicked element itself. Let's create function expression inside anonymous function. Write variable a equals to function. And let's say we want to change the color of heading element into red on click. So write this dot style dot color equals to red. And then invoke this function, reload, then click, and we have an error. That's because in this case, as you already guessed, this variable inside function a points to global window object. If we transform function a into arrow function, then this variable will act like outer functions this. So reload, click, and the heading became red. Alright, I'm sure that now it makes sense to you. Before we finish, I'm going to show you one thing. When we deal with objects with ES6 and also objects contain methods, for example in this case person ES6, here we have method say full name, we're able to get rid of function keyword and place parentheses with method's name. Then it will work in the same way, but as a regular function and not as arrow function. Otherwise we wouldn't get your nick though in console. Okay, so you have learned how arrow functions work in ES6, and I recommend you to take into account the issue regarding this variable in order to avoid weird bugs and errors. Alright, let's move on. ES6 allows us to work with arrays in kind of different way. There are new features released in ECMAScript 2015 that actually makes our job much comfortable and easier. So in this lecture we're going to be talking about changes that we have in ES6 regarding arrays. Before we actually start and write some examples, let's take a look on index.html file. I have created UL element with some list items. Simply I have passed here ABCD. We have some styles here, and also I've created class which I will use a bit later. So you see on the page 4 nicely designed list items. And the first thing that I'm going to do is to select those list elements. So create a variable constant lis and assign to it document dot and use here get elements by tag name method, and insert here tag name li, then run in console variable lis. So here we got HTML collection. I'm sure you remember what does it mean. HTML collection is an array-like object. It looks like as array. Items in that collection have index numbers. Also it has length property, but again it's not array, it's an HTML collection. In document object model section we have talked about it, but I'm going to remind you that we cannot use array built-in methods with HTML collections. For that we have to transform them into arrays. And in order to do that, we were using array.from method. Actually, it's ES6 feature. We used it in advance because in ES5, we can transform HTML collections into arrays in kind of difficult way, which then would cause confusion and misunderstanding. Because in that moment, you were not familiar with advanced JavaScript concepts. But at this point, we can feel free and use this approach. So in order to convert HTML collection into array, we have to use the following trick. Create new variable constant lis array. Then we have to assign to this variable array.prototype. Array.prototype is an object which contains all built-in properties and methods of array. After that we have to access on array slice method. It's first time when we use this method, but there is nothing difficult. It works in a very simple way. Generally, slice method copies a piece of array. It takes two parameters, which indicate beginning and the end of array. But without arguments, slice method just copies the entire array. So we have access on slice method, and now we need to use call method, in which we have to indicate on which object has slice method to work. You can imagine that slice is a regular function and we change on which object to point its special this variable. In simple words, slice method assumes that this HTML collection object is an array because it's actually index based and also it has length property. So without any problem, slice method returns array. Let's insert inside call method lis and then check in console what we have. Right, console.log lis array, reload, and you see that we have here array. I know that all of this stuff is a little bit hard to understand, and that's why in ES6 version we have a great solution which you are already familiar with, and it's array.from. It allows us to get rid of this little bit difficult stuff and instead of it write just from. Reload, and you see that we have again array here. Alright, let's remove console.log, and also we don't need this variable. In order to make our example more interesting, I'm going to use here for each array helper. Actually, we can do it because lis variable is already converted into array. I'm going to make those boxes dynamically changeable on click event, so that's why I have created class change in HTML file. Let's attach event listener to each list element. So as current item, insert here li, then use arrow function, and then set event listener with click event, write li.add event listener, then click event, again write here function. So on click we're going to assign to list elements class name change, and for that write li.classList. In order to change dynamically style of list elements, I'm going to use here toggle method, which actually assigns and then removes class from element. And as an argument, write here class name change. Reload, and then click on items. You see that we have here little nice effect. Alright, let's go ahead and talk about next feature of ES6, which is for-of statement. It actually iterates through array items, and besides that it also works with array-like objects like HTML collections, node list, and so on. Using for-of statement we can achieve the same result that you have seen just minutes ago. Let's comment this code out and write for, then inside parentheses declare variable which actually should be current item from lis collection, and then we need keyword of and also the collection itself. So for-of will iterate through lis items and will execute the code inside code block for each item. Let's copy these two lines and paste here, reload, click on list elements, and you see that we have same nice effects. Okay, as you notice, for-of statement is expressed in very simple way. We don't have to use here some complicated conditions. We just have to use those two keywords for and of. Alright, in this lecture we have introduced two changes in ES6 regarding arrays, and also you have learned how for-of statement works. See you in the next video. Now it's time to consider another very helpful and convenient feature which was released in ES6. I'm going to talk about default parameters. Let's go to brackets and create function. Let's call it person, and insert here three parameters: first name, last name, and profession. Then run in console, write I am, write first name, then last name, then the text and I am, and place here third parameter profession. Then invoke this function, and as an argument let's place here only first name, for example John. So as you see, function has three parameters, but as arguments we have only one. If we reload, we will get I am John, but as for last name and profession, we have here undefined. The reason is that we did not insert the rest of the arguments. JavaScript engine found here one argument, and as a default it has been represented as first parameter, first name. In order to fix that, in ES5 we have several ways. First one is to use if statement, and as a condition we have to place here last name triple equals to undefined. So if this condition is true, we need to assign the value to last name parameter, for example as Smith. The exact same thing we have to do for third parameter, which is profession. So create if statement, as a condition write profession triple equals to undefined. So again, if this condition is true, then we need to write profession equals to, let's say, programmer. So if we reload the page, we will get the result, what we wanted. I am John Smith and I am programmer. Okay, now let's insert second and third arguments and write, for example, Doe as last name and then instructor as profession. Reload the page and we have I am John Doe and I am instructor. In this case, the conditions in if statements were false, so the code inside them wasn't executed, and we got the result with different last name and profession. So this is one way to fix that problem, but besides that, instead of if statements, we can use logical OR operator and achieve the same result. Let's do it for profession parameter, delete if statement, and instead of it write profession equals to profession or programmer. This is kind of short way than using if statement. So when we invoke function, if we insert their third argument, then parameter profession will take relevant value. But if we miss third parameter, then it will take as a value programmer. So reload the page and we have same result because the third argument is defined. But if we delete it, then we will get programmer as a value of profession. Alright, this is the way how we could work with parameters in ES5. Honestly, it wasn't so bad, but ES6 offers us much better way. We don't need if statements or logical or operators anymore. We can simply assign the default values to parameters when we create them. So write here first name equals to John, then assign Smith to last name, and for profession write programmer. Also delete the arguments below, reload, and we have default parameter values. I am John Smith and I am programmer. So those are default parameters with default values. But of course, if we insert here arguments, for example, as first name Nick, then Doe as last name, and instructor for profession, then they will be overwritten to default values and we will get I am Nick Doe and I am instructor. So this is the main use case of default parameters in ES6. I'm not going to go further and write some crazy examples. I think it's quite enough to be able to use them in future. So let's move on. In this lecture, I want to talk about next very helpful and flexible feature of ES6. I'm going to demonstrate what spread operator is. Actually, it's a really nice and great tool, and it makes our lives much more easier as JavaScript developers. As usually, I'm going to compare ES5 code to ES6. Let's say we have two arrays, write constant numbers 1, and insert here some numbers, and then create second variable constant numbers 2, again with some numbers. Then assume that we need to concatenate those arrays and make a new one. For that, in JavaScript we have a built-in method called concat, which actually works with arrays and helps us to make new array with concatenating two or more arrays. So create another variable, let numbers 3, which equals to numbers1 dot concat, and as an argument place your numbers2. Let's see what we have. Display number3 array in console. So we have a new array which consists of items from numbers1 and numbers2 arrays. This is a good way, it works nice, but sometimes it's not really convenient, especially when we want, for example, to concatenate those arrays and between their items insert a new one. In order to achieve that, let's use a little trick. Actually, this is one of the ways, but you can do it using different ways. Let's delete those lines, create again, new array, and assign to it empty array. Then at first concatenate this empty array with numbers1 array. So write numbers3 equals to numbers3 dot concat and insert here numbers1. Now let's see in console what we have. Write console.log number3, reload, and we have an array with items of numbers1 array. So now is the moment when I want to add new item, which then should be placed between numbers1 and numbers2 array items. So use here push method and add new item. Write numbers3 dot push, and as an argument let's place here 10, reload, and you see that new item is added to numbers3 array. Okay, now it's time to concatenate it with numbers2 array. For that, write numbers3 equals to numbers3 dot concat, and then write numbers2, reload, and we have results that we wanted to get. But in order to achieve that, as you see, we needed to write a couple of lines of code. In ES6 this stuff became much more simpler because of spread operator. We can simply create a new variable, let's call it numbers4, then open square brackets, and now it's time to use spread operator. For that we just need to write 3 dots and then name of the array. Actually, spread operator takes out items from array, but because of that we have passed it into square brackets. Finally we will get a new array. Okay, in the same way let's place your second array. Write dot 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 numbers2. Let's run numbers4 in console, duplicate it and change. So we have here new array which consists of items from numbers1 and numbers2 arrays. So using spread operator in a very simple way, we have concatenated numbers1 and numbers2 arrays. And in order to add new items anywhere we want, I mean between array items, at the beginning or at the end of the array, we just need simply to write, for example, 10, then between arrays write 20, and then to the end write 30. Reload, and you see that items are added on their relevant places. So as you see, it's clear how helpful and useful spread operator is, because to achieve the same result we just needed to write only one line of code. Alright, this was the case of concatenating the arrays, but using spread operator we can even copy the arrays. Let's try to do it using ES5 and create new array which will consist of names, right? Jane, then Bob, Alex, and right here Anne. So we want to copy this array, and for that let's create another variable and assign to it names array. Let's call it names copy, which equals to names. Let's log both variables in console, right? Console.log names, and then console.log names copy. So you see that we have two arrays with exact same values. But if we use push method and add new item to names array, for example John, then it will be added to both arrays. It doesn't matter if we add item to names array or names copy array. In both cases, we will have the same result. Actually, this stuff is already known for you from JavaScript behind the scenes section, where we have talked about primitives versus objects. Because of that, arrays are objects. Names copy variable became just a reference of names array in memory space. But actually we don't need it. We need to copy the array and create new memory space for it. So in order to avoid update on both of them, in ES5 we can do it in the following way. Let's make here some changes. We need to concatenate an empty array with names array. So reload, and you see that in this case, after using push method, the new item is added to names array only and not to names copy array. Alright, as you see, like it was in previous case, in order to achieve needed result, we have to use some tricks and hacks in ES5, but in ES6, again, we can do it very simply. We just need to use spread operator. So right here, names. As you see, it's surrounded by square brackets. So spread operator will iterate over the names array and then will share its items to new array. Reload, and we have the same output. Again, you can see how convenient it is to use spread operator. It makes code more concise and also more understandable. Before we finish, I want to show you one more use case of spread operator, and for that I'm going to create function. Let's call it sum. This function will take three parameters, x, y, and z. And then in console, let's run the sum of these parameters, right? X plus y plus z. Now let's assume we want to insert as an argument array. So let's create new variable numbers and insert here 10, 20, and 30. And in order to use this array as an argument, in ES5 we have to use apply method. As you remember, this method calls function, but as an argument it takes array. This is the only difference between call and apply methods. So write sum.apply. Because of that, we are not interested in about this variable. Let's just place here null as the first argument, and then as a second one, insert numbers. Reload, and we have 60, the sum of the numbers. Again, using spread operator, we can achieve this result in very simpler way. We don't need to use apply method. We have to write just ... numbers. In this case, we don't need to use square brackets here because we just need to take out numbers from array and not to create new array. So reload, and we have 60 again. Alright, so this is the way how spread operator works. You agree that it's very helpful and powerful feature of ES6. Okay, let's go ahead. In previous lecture we have discussed how spread operator works, and now I want to introduce you a new type of parameter in ES6, which is rest. From syntactic perspective, they are expressed in exact same way. We have to use three dots, but rest parameter works in kind of opposite way. So let's create simple function constant a equals to function and insert here two parameters x and y. Let's run in console the sum of those parameters. Write console.log x plus y. Then call the function and place here more than 2 arguments. Write 10, 20, 30, and 40. If we reload, then we will get sum of first and second arguments. Regardless of that, we have passed here more than 2 arguments. Function is working without any errors or bugs. But again, we get sum of only first 2 arguments. So actually it's interesting how we can use the rest of the arguments. In ES5 we have special keyword arguments, which represents arguments of function and returns array-like object. It's index-based and has the length property. Let's at first see in console what arguments look like. Write console.log arguments. Then reload. And you see that we have object, which looks like an array. The items have index numbers, and also it has length property. Also, as you notice, it doesn't contain only third and fourth arguments. It includes all 4 arguments. So in order to use third and fourth arguments and calculate the total sum, we can write the following: plus arguments, and for third argument we have to place the index number 2, then again plus arguments with index number 3. Reload, and we have 100, the sum of all the arguments. As we said, arguments is an array-like object, so in order to use array methods with it, we need to transform it into array. I'm sure you remember ES5 approach, which we have seen in previous videos. So we need to write array.prototype.slice.call. So if we reload, we will get argument collection, but in this case as an array. I would like to note that arguments object doesn't work with arrow functions. If we change this regular function and write here arrow function, then we will get an error telling us that arguments is not defined. Alright, in ES6 there is no need to use arguments object because new version of JavaScript allows us to use REST parameter, which is more flexible and convenient than arguments. Let's delete those lines and after x and y write ... rest. Actually it's not keyword, you can use here anything you want, like for example arguments or something else. But remember that using 3 dots is always mandatory. Let's at first see in console what this parameter gives us. Write console.log rest. So as you see, it returns an array, but only with 2 arguments, third and fourth, which actually are missed as parameters. And in order to get the sum of these arguments, we have to write x plus y plus rest with index number 0, and then plus rest with index number 1. So we have again total sum of arguments. Alright, let's use another example and see better the power of rest parameter. Create constant family. Suppose that we would have several members of family. Those persons would have common last name, so let's place here as a first parameter last name. And then let's assume that as arguments we would have names of family members. For that I'm going to use a rest parameter, so write ... names, then use arrow function. Because of that, rest parameter returns array, therefore I'm going to use array helper method for each, and using this method we will define first names and last names for each family member. So write names dot for each, then as the current item write name, which is followed by arrow function, and then run in console name and last name using template strings. Alright, let's invoke this function. right below family. For last name, I'm going to insert here argument as, for example, Smith. And for names of all family members, let's place here Nick, then Jane, Bob, and Jessica. Let's reload the page. And you see that we have here persons with different names but with common last name, Smith. Alright, so you see how convenient and also how simple it is to use rest parameter. Also, you need to remember that we always have to place rest parameter at the end inside parentheses. It doesn't matter how many arguments you will have, rest parameter will work with all arguments which are not represented with parameters. Okay, it was all about rest parameter in ES6. See you in the next video. ES6 allows us to extract arrays and objects using destructuring. It gives us ability to get access on array items and also on properties of objects in kind of convenient and short way. Let's see what I'm talking about. Let's say we have an array which consists of some numbers. For example, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60. And we want to get access on its items. For that, you already know that in ES5 we have the following way. Let's create variable 10 and then assign to it array with index number 0. Then create another variable 20 and assign to it array with index number 1. So this is the way how we can access on array items in ES5, but in ES6, thanks to destructuring, we can do the same in much shorter way. Let's comment those lines out, then write constant, open square brackets, and put here the names of the variables 10 and 20. And after that, we need to link those variables to array. So if we log those variables in console, right here 10 and 20, then we will get 10 and 20 first and second array items in console. So using destructuring, we have created variables, and at the same time we have extracted items from an array. So as you see, we didn't need to declare separately variables. We just needed one constant variable declaration, and also we have used array only once. As a result, we got items from array in order. If we write here, for example, 30, and also run it in console, then we will get third item of array 30. Alright, let's assume that we want to get access on sixth item, which is 60. For that, we need to miss two items, 40 and 50. And in order to achieve that, we just need to place here two commas and then write, for example, 60. Let's run it in console. And you see that we got last item of array 60. Alright, we're able to use rest parameter when we deal with destructuring. So in order to get rest of the items, let's insert here ... items and also run it in console. Reload, and we have 10, 20, and the rest of the items. But as you see, they are represented in an array. That's because, as we know, rest parameter returns an array. So in order to get them like first and second items, I mean to get them in normal way, we're able to use spread operator. So if we place here 3 dots before items, then it will take out array items and display them in console. Alright. This is the way how we can use destructuring with arrays, and now I'm going to talk about objects. At first, let's create an object, call it person, then insert here some properties, first name John, then last name Smith, and age 30. As you remember, in ES5 we used to access on properties of objects using the following way. You know, sometimes we write ES5 code, but I'm trying always to use const and let declarations because I want you to quickly adapt with them. So in order to get access on first name and last name properties and store them in variables, we have to write constant a equals to person.firstname, then constant b equals to person.lastname. So this is the way of ES5, but in ES6 we can destructure objects as well. Let's comment this code out and then create constant. In case of objects, we need to use curly braces and then write first name, last name, and also link those variables to person object. Let's run them in console, write console.log first name and last name. Reload. So we have here John Smith. Okay, you may wonder if those names of variables have to be matched with names of properties, and the answer is yes. If we change, for example, last name into surname and also run it in console, then we will get undefined. Actually, it means that JavaScript engine couldn't find relevant value for surname variable in person object. In case of objects, we don't have to protect order of properties. It doesn't matter if we write at first age or last name. The key point is to match names of variables to properties. So if we write age at the beginning and then change back surname into last name, also run them in console, we will get 30 and John Smith. Alright, let's go ahead and describe how we can use destructuring of objects with functions. Let's comment this code out and create function expression. Let's call it about me. I'm going to insert here parameter John, which actually will represent person object. And then I'm going to destructure person object. So write constant, then open curly braces, and write first name, last name, and age. And also link those variables to parameter John. Let's run in console, write console.log IAM, then insert here variable first name, then last name, then write text and IAM. Also place here the age variable and then years old. Let's call this function and as an argument use person object. Reload, and we have I am John Smith and I am 30 years old. Alright, it's fine, but we can write this stuff in much concise way. We can directly destructure person object and insert them as a parameter instead of John. Also, we don't need this line. So let's reload, and you see that we have the same result, but as you see, in more concise way. Alright, that's it. So in this lecture we have learned what destructuring is and how to use it with arrays and objects. See you in the next video. In this lecture we're going to be talking about new data structures in ES6, which are maps and sets. Those new data structures can be very useful and helpful in many real-world situations. At first I'm going to introduce you map. Actually, maps store data as key-value pairs, and one of the most important things regarding maps is that we're able to store any data types as keys and values. Alright, let's demonstrate how to create maps syntactically, create variable and call it map data. Actually, we need to create maps using constructor notation. For that we have to use new operator and then the keyword map with capital letter. Let's run it in console and see what map looks like. Right, map data, reload, and here it is. So the first thing that we see here is size, which actually is a property, and it gives us the size of map. I mean that it indicates the number of key value pairs. It's actually like the length property of an array. If we drop down __proto__, we will find here the methods which we are able to use with maps. One of the methods that you see here is set. So at first I'm going to use it. Actually, set method allows us to insert data into map. So let's write map data dot set and then write inside parentheses as a key name and then as value John. Reload, and you see that item is added. In this case, both key and value is represented as strings, but instead of strings we're able to use numbers, boolean values, arrays, objects, and even functions. Let's add as a key boolean value, write map data dot set, write here true, and then the value yes. Also, let's create an object, write constant object, and then add it as key, write again map data dot set object, and then as a value write person. Reload the page and you see that we have here our newly added key value pairs. Alright, in order to get the size of map we just need to use size property using dot notation. Let's run it in console, duplicate and write here dot size. So here we have 3 because map actually contains 3 items. So using set method is one of the ways to add items into map, but we can initialize map with data by passing an array, which itself will include other arrays with key value pairs. Let's see how it works. Open square brackets, then create array with key 10 and with value again write 10. Then create another array, write is married, and the value false. Reload, and you see we have here newly added items. Alright, that's actually how we add items into map, and now let's see how we can get access on them. For that there is one of the methods which is called get. So in order to get item, for example name, we have to write console.log map data dot get and then the key name. Reload, and we have value of name key which is John. Okay, in order to check if there exists the specified key, we can use one of the methods which is called has. So if the key exists, it returns true value, otherwise it returns false. Let's check if map data contains object key, so write console.log map data dot has and then insert here object. Reload, and we have true because map contains the mentioned key. Alright, besides the has method we have delete, which actually allows us to delete from map a single key value pairs. So for example, if we write map data dot delete and indicate here one of the keys, for example 10, and reload, you will see that 10 with its value is removed from map. Okay, in order to delete the entire data from map, we can use clear method, which actually will make our map empty. So let's write map data dot clear, then reload, and you see that map is empty. Alright, let's delete clear method. And if we check underscore underscore proto underscore underscore, we will find here for each array helper method. And I would like to note that this is the only array helper which we are able to use with maps. So let's delete this console.logs and use for each helper with map data. Write map data dot for each. As a first parameter, we're going to place here value, because at first for each method will return values of keys. And then as the second parameter, let's insert here key. Run in console, value, and key. Reload, and we have here keys and values, the result that we were expecting. Okay, besides for each helper, we can use for off statement with maps. So let's comment for each method out and then write for. Suppose that we want to get keys from map, so let's create let key, then use the keyword of. In order to get all the keys from map, we have to use one of the methods of map, which is called keys. So write map data dot keys, and then run in console, right here key. Let's reload the page, and you see that we have here all the keys from map. In the same way, we can get all the values, and for that we have to use other method, which is called values. So let's change here keys into values. Also write value instead of key. Reload, and now we have the values. Alright, if we want to get simultaneously keys and values, we can use another method, which is entries. So let's change values into entries, and also write here instead of value array, because entries method actually returns key value pairs as arrays. So let's reload, and you see that we have arrays which consist of key value pairs. If we don't want to get them as arrays, then simply we can destructure them. So let's change array into key value, write them inside square brackets, and also run them in console. Reload, and we have now keys and values represented without arrays. Alright, it was all about maps. Let's go ahead and talk about another new data structure in ES6, which is set. Actually, set holds values without keys, and mostly it's used in real world when we want to store only unique values. Let's see what it means. I'm going to comment this code out. In order to create set, we have to use again constructor notation. Let's create variable and call it setData. Then use new operator and write set. Run it in console in order to see what it actually looks like. Write console.log setData. So like map, set has size property as well. And if we drop down underscore underscore proto underscore underscore, we will find here some methods that we have already seen with map. But if you look at them carefully, you will notice that actually some of them are missing, because they are not used with sets. Alright, let's see how we can add items into set. We have two ways for doing that. The first one is to use add method. So if we write setData.add with the value nick, then reload, we will have here nick. Like it was in case of map, we can add as values any data type, and you can test it on your own. The second method to add items is to place here inside parentheses array, and then add as many items as we want. So let's insert here John, then 10, then for example false value. Also place here object with property first name, Bob. And to the end, let's add here John once again and see what happens. Reload. So we have here all the items that we have just added, but you notice that John is added here only once. That's because generally set stores only unique values. So if we check the size of set, then we will get 5. So actually we have added 6 items, but because of that we have repeated John. Set stored it only once, and that's why we have here 5 instead of 6. Alright, in case of sets we can use has, delete, clear methods, also array for each helper, but I'm not going to waste time on that because they work in the exact same way as it was in case of maps. The last thing that I'm going to do is to use for of statement because it gives us a bit different result. So let's create for, then let value of set data dot values, then run it in console. So if we reload, we will get values. The same will happen if we use here keys method instead of values. And it happens because actually set doesn't have keys. But if we use entries method instead of keys, then we will get arrays, and you see that each of these arrays contain duplicated values. Honestly, the cases of keys and entries methods are kind of weird, but that's the way how they work. Alright, this was all about new data structures in ES6, maps and sets. I think both of them are very flexible and powerful data types, especially map, and they can be used in many cases instead of objects and arrays in real world. Also, the key point is that they work in very simple way. Okay, let's move on. So we have come to the point where you will introduce to one of the biggest additions in ES6, which is classes. If you are familiar with other object-oriented programming languages, then classes won't be new for you. But in ES6, classes are not like classes in other object-oriented programming languages like Java, C#, PHP, and many others. In JavaScript, classes are just syntactic sugar and they make our job much easier. Actually, classes act like function constructors, which we have already learned. In this lecture, I'm going to compare ES5 to ES6, and therefore let's recall how function constructors work. Create function person ES5 with some parameters, right? First name, then last name, and age. As you remember, we need to write then this dot first name equals to first name, then this dot last name equals to last name, and do the same for age, write this dot age equals to age. Now using this constructor function, I'm going to create brand new object using new operator, write constant nick ES5 equals to new person ES5, and then insert here arguments. As a first name, write nick, then Smith, and as the age, write 28. Okay, let's see in console what this object looks like. Write nick ES5. So here we have person object with properties and with relevant values. Also we have here underscore underscore proto underscore underscore, which, as you remember, is assigned by function constructor in order to get access on prototype object. And also you see here another underscore underscore proto underscore underscore, which actually allows us to get access on global object function prototype. Because of that, we have access on prototype object of function constructor. We can assign to it the method, which can be used for every brand new object. So that's right. Person ES5 dot prototype dot, and right here the method name about person, then assign to it anonymous function, and run in console the following text: my name is, then insert here this dot first name, then this dot last name, and I am, and insert here this dot age, years old. Alright, let's call this method for person Nick ES5. Reload, and we have my name is Nick Smith and I am 28 years old. Alright, that's the way how we deal with function constructors and prototypes in ES5. Now let's see what happens in ES6. So to create the same stuff we need to use class keyword, but before that let's make here a border. And then write class, which is followed by the name of the class. Let's write here person ES6. So actually using different syntax we have created function constructor, and to prove that let's check the type of class, write console.log, use here type of operator and then person ES6. Reload, and you see that it's a function. Alright, the next thing that we have to do is to use constructor method in order to assign properties to the brand new object. So write keyword constructor, and here we need to place the parameters. So let's copy them and paste here. And now it's time to create brand new object. So write constant Nick ES6 equals to new person ES6, and then place here arguments, write Nick as first name, then again Smith, and as the age write 28. Let's check in console this object, write Nick ES6. So here we have person ES6 object with properties and values. So this person looks like in the exact same way as it was in case of person ES5. Let's write Nick ES5. If we drop down it, you will find that those two objects are almost similar. The only distinction is that in prototype object of person ES5, we have method about person. So to achieve the same in ES6 classes is much more easier because we can do it without writing any prototypes. So let's see how we can do that. The first thing to note is that after constructor method, we don't need to place here comma. We can directly create method. Let's call it about person. Then grab from person ES5 this content and paste here. Let's call this method for Nick ES6, right? Nick ES6 dot about person. Reload, and we have the same result. So actually we have achieved the exact same, but as you see in much more easier and convenient way. Alright, let's move on and talk about prototypal inheritance. I'm going to create another function constructor. Let's call it developer ES5 and insert here parameters like first name, last name, then write age, experience, and the last one right here, projects. As you see, both function constructors have first name, last name, and age parameters. For those three parameters, I'm going to use person ES5 constructor function. So we need to write person ES5. In order to receive developer ES5 constructor function, properties of person ES5 constructor, we need to call person ES5 and use the special variable this. And also insert here first name, last name, and age. So here, this variable points to brand new object which will be created using developer ES5 constructor function. As for experience and projects parameters, let's write this.experience equals to experience, and then this.projects equals to projects. Alright, now let's create new object, write constant and call it AlexDev, then write new developer ES5, and as arguments let's place here as the first name Alex, then Brown as last name, then write 30 as age, 10 as experience, and write the last one 5 as projects. Okay, let's see in console, write AlexDev. So you see that this object contains all the properties and values as we expected. Okay, let's say that we want to use AboutPerson method for newly created developer object. For that we have to do the following. We have to assign to prototype object of developer ES5 constructor the copy of person ES5 prototype object. And for that we need to use object.create method. So write developer ES5 dot prototype equals to object.create, and inside parentheses insert person ES5 dot prototype. So again, object.create method is used here because we need to create copy of person ES5 prototype object and not only the reference to it. Make sense? Okay, so now we are able to use AboutPerson method from person ES5 prototype object and use it for developer object. So let's write AlexDev dot AboutPerson, reload, and we have my name is Alex Brown and I am 30 years old. So as you see, AlexDev object has inherited method from person ES5 prototype object. Alright, now I'm going to assign new method to developer ES5 prototype object, which actually will be used only for brand new objects created by developer ES5 constructor. So let's write developer ES5 dot prototype dot about dev and assign to it function, then write console.log, and let's use here all the properties which we have assigned to developer ES5 constructor. So write the following: my name is, then this.first name, then use here last name, so write this.last name, then I am, and this.age, years old with, and use your experience, then write the text again, years of experience, and I have participated in, and write here this.projects, and then projects. Okay, let's call this method, write AlexDev.AboutDev. So if we reload, we will get my name is Alex Brown, I'm 30 years old with 10 years of experience, and I have participated in 5 projects. Alright, so as we said, this method works only for objects which are created using developer ES5 constructor, and in order to prove that, let's call this method for nick ES5 object as well. Write nick ES5 dot about dev, reload, and you see that we have an error, which tells us that about dev is not a function. In order to understand better why we have used object.create method, let's get rid of it and leave only person ES5.prototype object. Let's reload, and you see that it works now for both objects. The only thing is that we have here undefined for experience and projects, because actually person ES5 constructor doesn't have those parameters. Alright, so again, in this case, both constructors have the same prototype object, but when we use object.create, new copy of prototype object is created. Generally, in ES5, we always use object.create method for more privacy. Okay, I believe you agree that in ES5 there are lots of stuff to do regarding prototypal inheritance. It's hard to understand, also it causes confusion if you are not an experienced JavaScript developer, but in case of ES6 version, everything becomes much more simpler. Let's create another class for developer, call it developer ES6. So in order to inherit from person ES6 properties and methods, we need to use keyword extends and then person ES6. Now again we have to use constructor method with all the parameters. So right here constructor and then copy the parameters. Let's take a look on ES5 version. So here we have used call method, and I believe you have understood why we have done it. But in ES6 it's no longer needed, because there exists built-in method called super, which actually will call person ES6 class. So in this case, remember that person ES6 class is called as superclass, and developer ES6 class is called as subclass. Alright, let's use super method and insert as arguments first name, last name, and age. And then for the rest of the parameters, I mean experience and projects, we have to write this.experience equals to experience, and then this.projects equals to projects. Besides that, we have above about dev method, so let's create it and then copy the content and paste here. Alright, everything is ready. I'm going to create new object. Let's call it Bob Dev, which equals to new developer ES6, and insert here arguments Bob as first name, then James, then 40, 15, and for example 7, and then call about dev method. Write Bob Dev dot about dev. Reload, and we have my name is Bob James. I'm 40 years old with 15 years of experience, and I have participated in 7 projects. Alright, let's try to use about person method for Bob Dev object. Write Bob Dev dot about person. Reload, and you see that it works perfectly as well. But if we try to use about dev method for Nick ES6 object, then we will get an error, and I'm sure you guessed why. When we use ES6, behind the scenes happens the same stuff that was in case of using object.create method. Make sense? Okay. I know that it was a bit hard lecture, but I tried to show you clearly difference between ES5 and ES6 when we deal with prototypal inheritance. I hope you understood well everything, but if not, you can rewatch the video carefully. Alright, let's go ahead. Hello and welcome to the next part of the course. We have almost completed our course, you have learned lots of things, and I'm sure you already feel confident in JavaScript. I have created this kind of interesting section where I'm going to cover commonly asked questions on JavaScript interviews and will show you the relevant answers. If you're going to get or change your job as JavaScript developer in the future, then I recommend you to watch this part, but if not, I think you don't have to skip this video, because you will definitely find there some interesting and important things. Alright, let's go ahead. Nowadays, JavaScript is one of the most powerful and widely used programming language, and day by day it becomes more and more popular in the world. Therefore, there is a huge demand on JavaScript developers, and that's the main reason why I have decided to create this section. Throughout the course, you have met almost everything that you need to know regarding JavaScript today, and if you have understood and learned all of this stuff well, then I guarantee that you won't have any trouble to start a job, at least as junior JavaScript developer. But regardless of that, I'm going to go through the commonly asked questions on JavaScript interviews and also show you relevant answers. I would like to recommend you to pause the video after each question, think about it and try to remind the answer and check if you were correct or not. The first question that is commonly asked after releasing ES6 version is the following. What is the difference among var, let and const variable declarations? Alright, let's recall it once again. The first thing that I want to note is that var declaration has been using since JavaScript was created. As for the let and const declarations, they are added in ES6 version. At first I'm going to compare var to both let and constant declarations. The main distinction between them is scoping. Variables with var declaration are function scoped, and let and const are block scoped. Okay, let's write an example. Create function A. Then inside code block, create variable B, which equals to 10. And run it in console, write const.log B. Reload, and we have an error saying that B is not defined. That's because variable B is created inside scope of function A, and we do not have access on that variable outside from function A. The same will happen if we use let and also constant. But in case of if statement, then the result will be different. Let's create if, and as a condition, write here true. Then create variable inside curly braces var a equals to 10, and then run it in console. Reload, and you see that we have 10. So it means that when variable is created with var declaration, it's accessible from outside the block. It means that var is not the block scoped. As you know, in block I mean everything that is between curly braces. As for the let and const, if we change var into let, then we will get an error which tells us that A is not defined, and the exact same happens if we change let into const. So still we have an error. Alright, the next difference between var, let and const variable declarations is the following. If we create a variable using var and then run it in console, but write it before declaration, then we will get undefined. And that's because of hoisting. But when we use let or const, instead of undefined, we get an error. A is not defined. Alright, now let's see differences between let and const declarations. I'm sure that you remember them. When we use let declaration, we can reassign to it the value. So let's write let a equals to 10, then a equals to 20, and run it in console. So you see that value of a is changed from 10 to 20. But in case of constant, it's not possible. If we change let into const, then we will get an error, assignment to constant variable. So if we don't want to change the value of variable, then we have to use constant declaration. Another distinction between const and let is that if you declare let variable and do not assign the value to it, then it will be undefined. But in case of constant variable, we cannot do it. If we declare the variable using const, then we definitely need to assign the value to it. Alright, let's move on to the next question, which is the following. What is the difference between undefined and null? Undefined and null are primitive data types. They both mean that the variable doesn't have the value, but the difference is that undefined is automatically assigned to variable when it's declared. You don't have to do it manually, JavaScript engine does it automatically, but null is an assignment value. When you want the variable to have no value, then you have to assign to it null. Actually, you can assign undefined manually to variable, but it's not recommended. Besides that, if you check type of undefined and null, you will get different results. Write console.log type of undefined and do the same for null. So in case of undefined, we have type of undefined, but as for null, we have an object. Actually, undefined and null is kind of confusing part of JavaScript, and interviewers like to ask questions about them. Alright, the next and one of the most commonly asked question is difference between comparison operators, which are double equals and triple equals. Double equals comparison operator compares only the values. Let's say we have variables let a equals to 10 and let b equals to 10 as well. Let's run in console. A double equals to b. So you see that we have true, because those values are definitely equal. If we change double equals to triple equals, then we will get still true because the values and also types are equal. Both variables are numbers. If we change one of the values into string and also change triple equals into double equals, then we will get true because, as we said, double equals compares only the values and not data types. And here in both cases we have values as 10. The opposite happens if we use triple equals. We will get false because it compares not only the values but also the data types. And in this case we have number and string. Alright, let's go ahead and see what is the next question. What is the difference between function statements and function expressions? Let's create both of them. In case of function statement, we have to write following: function A, and then in curly braces write console.log hi. As for function expressions, we have to create variable and assign to it anonymous function. So write variable b equals to function and then run in console hello. Let's invoke both of them, then reload, and we have hi and hello. Both functions work. But if we call them before their declarations, then for function statement we will get the same result, but for function expression we will get an error, which tells us that b is not a function. So this is the main and kind of insignificant difference between function statement and function expression. Alright, let's move on to the next question, which is about the difference between regular functions and arrow functions. Actually, arrow functions are released in new version of JavaScript in ES6, and the first and obvious difference between regular and arrow functions is in syntax. At first, let's write constant a equals to function and place here parameters x and y, and then return the sum of those parameters. Then invoke the function, write console.log a with the arguments as 5 and 10. So this is a regular function expression. And now let's write arrow function, write constant b equals, insert in parentheses, parameters x and y, then arrow function, and again return the sum of parameters x and y. Let's invoke function b, write console.log b with the arguments 20 and 30. Reload and we have 50. So main differences in syntax is that in case of arrow functions, we don't use keyword function. If we have only one statement in code block like it's here, then we don't need to use curly braces and even return keyword. Also, if we have only one parameter, then we don't need to use parentheses. But in case if we do not have any parameters, then we need to place empty parentheses here. The next and more important difference between regular and arrow functions is about this variable. Let's use another example. I'm going to select heading element, which we have on page here. Actually, this is known example for you, but because of that, it's very important. I'm going to show you it again. Let's select heading element and attach to it event listener, write document dot query selector, then write here h1 heading element and attach to it event listener with click event, then place here anonymous function, and inside that anonymous function create function expression, write constant a equals to function, and let's run in console this variable. Also invoke function a. Let's reload and click on heading. You see that in case of regular function, this variable points to global window object. But if we change regular function into arrow function, then this keyword will change the reference and it will point to the element on which event listener is attached. It happens because this variable of arrow function points to the same object as its surrounding scopes this variable does. But on global level, both refer to global window object. Okay, let's go ahead and see what is the next question. Next question is about hoisting. From many developers and also in many resources online, you will meet the following definition about hoisting. Hoisting means that JavaScript engine physically moves variable declarations. But honestly, it's not quite correct. Actually, JavaScript engine doesn't move the code physically. So let me explain once again what hoisting means. Before the code runs, JavaScript engine on the creation phase automatically assigns to variables undefined. So let's write the example. Create variable a, which equals to hello. Then run it in console, but write it before the variable declaration. Reload, and we have undefined. So as we know, JavaScript engine reads the code line by line from top to down. At first it found console.log a, and because of that, at this point the value to variable a is assigned as undefined. We got undefined. So again, remember that engine doesn't move code physically, it just assigns automatically undefined to variables on the creation phase. Alright, let's discuss another possible question that you may have got on interview. So what is an immediately invoked function expression and what it is used for? Immediately invoked function expression, or simply IFE, is function which is invoked immediately after its declaration. In order to create IFE, we need to place parentheses and write in it anonymous function. And then after or before closing brace, we need to place another parenthesis. Let's write inside it console.log hello. Reload, and we have hello. Actually, IFE is a great tool in JavaScript. They are used to create blocks for data privacy And also we use them in order to avoid naming conflicts. Besides that, ifs are great when we write the code using module pattern, which you have already seen in our quiz application project. Alright, the next question that I want to show you is actually one of the most commonly asked one, and it refers to closures. There is a really higher chance to get this question on your JavaScript interview. So let's recall what closures are. I'm going to create a very simple example. Write function A. Inside it, create constant x, which equals to 5. Then return function. And in that function, create another variable, y, which equals to 10. And then run in console the sum of these variables, x plus y. Let's invoke those functions. Write constant b equals to a, and then call b. Reload, and we have 15. So when the function a is executed, then return function still has access on variable x, and it happens because of the closure. So in general, closures save the variables, even when the function finishes execution. Alright, so I have represented some of the probably asked questions on JavaScript interviews, and I have demonstrated briefly answers on them. All of these topics are explained in details throughout the course, so if you still do not feel